There was a retirement party last night. Since the hero only has a B rank, not many people gathered. A few friends came over, gifts were given, and they had a drink. The money that the hero had accumulated over 20 years of hard work, and the real estate registered in his name, everything was with him. All that remained was to spend his last days in peace. However, the next morning, waking up, the hero realized that he was in a different reality. What had happened? A guy wakes up in the student dormitory he lived in 20 years ago. What year is it? Could it be 2018? This has to be a joke? Why did he come back at this time? He's just had a carefree life. The young man clutched his head. What had he done wrong in his life? The boy turned his attention to his wristwatch. Why is it still with him? It was the watch that Junchul had given him the day before. Junchul said that it's a rare watch and it's rumored to be a relic of the legendary mage of the Byron continent, Tihital. The young man assumed that it was the watch that had brought him back to the past. He had studied it last night before going to bed. Someone knocked on the door. The man on the other side was not happy that our hero was making noise. He told the guy to come out to talk. The young man remembered that there was a rascal who lived next door to him. He was the son of the owner of the dormitory, so he pretended to be the boss of the place. Every night, this man would host karaoke parties and binge drinking parties at his house and then come afterward to collect the money. The scandalized man said that if the guy didn't stop pretending he wasn't in the room, he'd have to break down the door. Just the thought of him pissed our hero off. Our hero opened the door. The scandalized man was indignant. "What took you so long? I had to wait for you." This bully wore some pretty high-quality clothes. His jacket was made of monster skin. He told our hero that he was making such a loud noise that it was psychologically difficult to endure. The subscriber added that he had already thought of calling the police, but he didn't want to ruin the life of such a young guy. He was ready to turn a blind eye if he received money as compensation. The insolent man reached for the watch on our hero's arm and said that this watch was just the right price. The young man yanked his arm and pushed his opponent away from him. After that, our hero swung around and hit his opponent in the nose with his fist. Blood immediately gushed from his nose. The next moment, the young man tilted his opponent's head and slammed it against his knee. The boy asked why this thug kept stealing from the weak. The thug was lying on the ground and had been deactivated. Our hero said it was not enough revenge for all that he had taken earlier, but he'll spare this scoundrel, so be it. After taking his belongings, the young man said he was being evicted from that hostel. At first, it was unclear why our hero was brought back to this particular year, but it was during this time that he was awakened when he had an accident on a construction site. That's when he injured his knee, which caused him pain for the rest of his life afterward. It's nice that that pain is gone now. Our hero decided it was time to awaken. He had been controlling Manu for 20 years, so it wouldn't be difficult now. The young man prepared himself for awakening and began to achieve it through meditation. Our hero thought that he was now eating poorly and lacked muscle mass. How could he even go to work with such a body? Feeling a corresponding pain in his stomach, the guy decided it would be a good idea for him to eat something first. However, no matter how many times he looked around, there was construction everywhere. Now it was clear why no one had noticed when the small gate opened. The sudden appearance of the monsters had killed a lot of people here. People ran in fear away from the gate that opened, some shouting that the police should be called. Our hero was surprised. Did the gate really open? This did not frighten him, and he did not change the route of travel. There was a wild red speckled dog in town. It was a monster with sharp fangs, the kind of beast that lives in a pack. A random passerby said that the young man should run away immediately to avoid danger. The protagonist thought he had traveled back in time at an inopportune moment in time. The guy started thinking about where to get a weapon now. There was a nail gun at a construction site nearby. It would do for the first time. The young man grabbed the tool and decided to use it as a weapon against the monsters. A pack of red dogs surrounded the child and a menacing growl was coming toward her. The girl cried and called to her daddy for help. The leader of the pack roared loudly and, opening his mouth, lunged at the child. The girl squatted down in fear. The young man pulled the girl aside and told her to run to her father immediately. He blocked the monster's path. The wild speckled red dogs rushed at the boy. Our hero put his nail gun forward. The nearest dog was hit in the head with a nail gun and flew off to the side, whimpering. The boy landed a few more decisive blows on the monster, and the dogs retreated to a safe distance. The dog that had been hit on the head with the nailer was lying on the side and whimpering quietly. Other monsters were trying to get closer to our hero. The boy thought, why are there so many of them and at such a bad time? After all, still very hungry. The young man thought that these monsters were very plump and looked appetizing. The dogs lowered their ears and stood in indecision. They were beginning to guess their opponent's intentions. He remembered eating the meat of such monsters. It was delicious. He imagined a stew with the meat of a wild speckled red dog. Our hero thought that hunger would help him get rid of the monsters faster. Although the protagonist had gotten 20 years younger, he didn't have as good an ability at that age as he did at 40. Dodging the monster's attack, the young man thought that right now his knees didn't hurt at all, and he was in good physical shape. The monsters were getting bigger and bigger. One nailer couldn't handle all the dogs. The guy took the watch off his hand and clenched it in his fist like brass knuckles. Now it could be used as a cold weapon. The closest monster was hit in the jaw with a fist. It was so hard that the monster flew upward and was disoriented. Our hero thought it was a very sturdy watch, and he successfully used it. Glancing around the nearby area, the guy guessed that there were about 10 more monsters. Fortunately, police officers appeared nearby and told me to proceed with their instructions. The young man was upset because he tore his jacket the first time he wore it. The policeman asked the young man to stop. The officer thanked the young man for saving the townspeople and wanted to know the guy's name and place of employment so he could send him an award. The protagonist introduced himself, Lim Dae-in. He added that he was not working anywhere yet. Lim Dae-in added that he hadn't been registered as a superhuman yet either. He had only awakened a few hours ago. Our hero left his details, phone number, and IBAN to the policeman to receive the reward. The policeman thanked him for his assistance. Lim Dae-in said he had no free time and left. The policeman shouted back that he still had questions. Lim Dae-in thought that the name and number would be enough for him to be contacted. Interested people had already called and reported that they had found a new awakened person. He was about 20 years old. It was finally time for Lim Dae-in to eat. Beef soup was brought to him. Looking at his phone, the young man noted that calls and messages started ringing. Someone is working quickly. It was understandable that everyone was looking to hire superhumans at this time. It was also an opportunity to see how good he was, despite his recent awakening. If this was the year 2018, it had been 2 years since the last gate had appeared. It was then that superhumans with mana and special skills began to replace the police and army, and guilds rose to power. Every time a new superhuman appears, everyone starts fighting for him. It was at such a time that our hero returned. He became annoyed that in a short time his phone was already full of incoming messages. There were many superhuman criminals now, and there was still no plan in place to deal with the monsters, because some of the 6 calamities were already approaching. Lim Dae-in thought that he had no choice. The guy decided to use his knowledge of the future to retire in just 3 years, and he will make sure to live a wonderful life in retirement. The messages on my phone wouldn't stop coming. It's kind of crazy. A man approached our hero and said he was Kim Gil-soo, the guild manager of the ruling family. After watching a video of a man defeating monsters, he immediately wanted to meet him. If the guy hasn't signed with anyone yet, he has an offer. A girl entered the room and told the young man to stop. His name is Lim Dae-in, right? The girl wondered if the star from the monster fight video was in front of her. He looks even more amazing in person. More people entered the room and began to offer their unique terms to join the ranks of their guilds. Lim Dae-in told those present to be quiet. If he heard another word, he would not join anyone for any money. Lim Dae-in met with the guild representatives in a more relaxed atmosphere. The guy asked how much of a signing bonus they could offer him. Kim Gil-soo said that there were clauses in the contract that couldn't be disclosed. Why doesn't the young man listen to everyone in turn? The manager added that their guild is prestigious and has a century and a half of tradition. Lim Dae-in, still drinking tea, asked how long he should wait for the next sentence. Competitors began to call huge sums of money and tell about favorable conditions. Our hero wondered how much the Black Hounds would offer. He was with them until he returned in time. White House Guild manager Baek Yoon-hui made an attractive offer and said that nowhere else is the young man so sought after. The White House Guild was recently founded, but in 3 years will be one of the top 3 in the country. The guy thought maybe that was the reason for their tough approach. Lim Dae-in said for everyone except Ms. Baek Yoon-hui to leave. However, they can leave their business cards just in case. Baek Yoon-hui said that she re-watched the video of this fight several times on her way here. The young man's skill is impressive. Just yesterday, he was just an ordinary person. Lim Dae-in thought it was a very elegant way to show that the person he was talking to had made inquiries about him. The girl expressed her belief that the young man was either a genius or had acquired characteristics that gave him an advantage in battle. The manager added that they would like to nurture the youngster's talent for the future of their White House Guild. Lim Dae-in familiarized himself with the proposal. In his previous life, he would never have thought of such a thing. Our hero asked if the manager would mind if he added a few conditions. The girl, smiling, said she didn't mind. Baek-yoon-hui, still smiling, said that her interlocutor is a big joker. Lim Dae-in replied that it wasn't a joke and he had already finalized his demands. Baek-yoon-hui read, a 4-day work week, a timely end to the workday, and the right to refuse tasks that take a long time to complete. The manager, with a change in her face, said that it was definitely a joke. Lim Dae-in said that these were his conditions. Baek-yoon-hui wondered where the young man got so much confidence from. Lim Dae-in said that the White House Guild would not regret signing him. The manager got up from her seat and said she would review the terms once more and come see the young man in a few days. Baek-yoon-hui asked with a wink if Lim Dae-in would mind meeting next time, not over a cup of coffee, but over a glass of liquor. Our hero thought he wouldn't be impressed by that. The girl thinks he doesn't know that her father is the head of the guild. Lim Dae-in also got up from his seat and said that he agreed. He also needs to register as a superhuman. At the branch of the disaster center located in this country, our hero was asked if he really wanted to register right away. The person responsible for this is not here right now. The girl added that she was new here and would now try to contact her superiors if necessary. Lim Dae-in told the girl to get in touch. He needs to take care of things here and leave as soon as possible. The girl reported to the right place and asked the young man if he had any special skills. The young man replied that he used physical strength and had no skills. Lim Dae-in realized that he was telling an outright lie. No one believes in the existence of magic now, so they can only find out about his abilities if he shows it himself, but he wouldn't do that in this life. The manager said they would start with the test first. Will he be able to lift that barbell? The protagonist grabbed the barbell with one hand and lifted it up, making it clear that it was no problem for him. The girl noted that this guy is really superhuman because the barbell weighs 200 kilograms, no less. After passing all the tests, our hero was issued a temporary superhuman certificate. The manager said they would contact the young man when the official certificate was ready. Our hero said goodbye. The manager saw the incoming head and greeted him. Our hero thought it was best to bypass this person. It was Ju Sang-wook from the Superhuman Support Service. Nothing good could be expected from him. Lim Dae-in decided to never come here again. The head asked the manager, "Is this the new superhuman?" The girl gave the name of our hero. She had already warned about him on the phone. Lim Dae-in has fallen into a pollution control zone. It has been closed, destroyed, and abandoned due to monsters. But everything will change when the spatial gate opens. The continent of Gaia is a fantasy world where swords and magic exist. A year from now, its dimensional gates will open on Earth, and humanity will be introduced to a new civilization. There is only one gate that will open in the country, and that is here in the control zone. Our hero thought as soon as he gets paid his signing bonus, he'll buy the place. When the gate opens, he'll be rich. Lim Dae-in decided to start by unpacking his belongings and going monster hunting. Lim Dae-in heard a warning. If they took even one step closer, they would be finished. He wondered if this was the language of the Guy people. Our hero used a special skill called concealment. By blending in with the environment, he can hide his presence. It was because of this skill that he was sent on dangerous missions of reconnaissance, espionage, and secret destruction. Lim Dae-in heard the same voice tell them not to come any closer. Could it be that someone is following her? We need to check what's going on. In the abandoned place, 3 men stood in front of the girl. The girl said they asked for it and activated the fireball. The men marveled. Is that really a superpower? It's magnificent. They will pay for it as much as they ask for it. Our hero, watching from the sidelines, thought the girl was speaking Guy's language and using his superpowers. Could she be a refugee? What bad luck. Of all people to run into slave traders. One of the men told the little girl to give up and come to them, and they would buy her food for it. Lim Dae-in saw the tattoo on that man's arm. This is the tattoo of the Red Serpent criminal group. Are they also involved in the slave trade? Our hero didn't have much mana left, so he decided to stop using concealment for now. It's been a long time since he's met the people of Gaia. Is it worth saving her? He drew his hunting knife and approached one of the slave traders, stabbing him in the back. His opponent cried out and began to bleed. The same fate awaited the other slave traders. Lim Dae-in acted decisively and bravely and neutralized his opponents.
Lim Dae-in asked the girl, "Is she from the continent of Gaia?" He has a question.
The girl wondered, Could this guy really speak her language? Lim In asked the girl if she liked meat. The girl thanked the guy for saving her and promised that she would pay him back one day. Lim In offered to buy the pork and asked how many servings she could eat. The protagonist asked if she had crossed the dimensional gate alone. The girl nodded affirmatively. The guy asked where she had been before and where her house was. The interviewee lowered her eyes and said she didn't want to talk and didn't want to say how old she was. Lim In thought that he never learned anything in the end. The girl asked if the young man could help her. The girl said she didn't know anything about the place, couldn't talk to anyone, and had almost no strength left. All she can do use fire, however it doesn't work out very well. Lim In said that being a babysitter is very difficult. He must have a reason to take care of that girl. Lim In said, giving the interviewer a month. That's exactly how long she can stay here. He added that he would teach her the language and give her basic knowledge. In return, she would take care of the household and run his errands. The girl rejoiced. Was she really allowed to stay here? Lim In handed the girl the dirty dishes and said that nothing would be for free. She must wash it now. The girl announced that her name was Lily. She hopes they'll get along. Lim In showed the girl a place where she could wash dishes. Our hero thought the name seemed familiar to him. Lily, who uses fire, is that really the same girl? The monster that would burn half of the capital in 10 years had hair the color of flame and the ability to control fire. Her name was Lily, and she came from the continent of Gaia. This is the Fire Witch, one of the 6 scourges. The girl looks a lot like her. They are literally 2 peas in a pod. As far as our hero knows, the Fire Witch was kidnapped as a child by a criminal organization and raised to be someone who would cause a disaster. Lim In thought maybe he could stop one of the 6 disasters. Lim In went to the market with the girl. He decided to make her a special meal today. A guy asked the meat department if they had raptor fillets. The vendor replied that he had fillets of various raptors to suit all tastes. After the first spatial gate opened, there was a food crisis and people switched to monster meat. Now the supply exceeds the demand because no one has realized its usefulness yet. The usefulness lies in the richness of the meat with mana. You can't live without it in the future. The appearance of the gaunt girl made the sellers sympathetic, so they offered her bigger and juicier pieces of meat. Lim In said to buy Lily some clothes and suggested that she pick something out. Lily picked out her clothes to her liking and chose a red tracksuit. Lim In thought that he would have walked around the junkyard in such clothes himself and declared that they were going home. Our hero decided to make a mana-enriched specialty for dinner. Lily wondered, would they really eat that? Lim In replied that wholesome food always looks like that. Lim In said that he took the chicken for later, but he thought he could eat it now. Lily got excited when she saw the chicken meat. Lily kept eating and couldn't calm down. How could chicken be so delicious? From now on, she would only eat this dish. Lim In said that the girl must eat the rest too, or else he will throw her in the soup. Lim In tasted the food he had prepared and thought that such a meal would kill him. Our hero thought if he hadn't gone back in time, he would be ordering delicacies at a restaurant right now. After the meal, the guy told Lily to wash the dishes and sit down to read a book. She could leave him alone. When left alone, the protagonist meditated in the lotus posture and applied the Great Sea technique. It increases magic power and allows you to use it more skillfully. Our hero had practiced this technique before returning. It was great, mana growing faster than expected. In the past, no matter how much effort the protagonist put in, there was no such effect. This is due to the proper diet. He feels his dantian increasing in size. If one continued to eat mana-rich food and mastered the mind technique, one could become even stronger than last time. After increasing his magic power, our hero decided it was time to call it a day. For some reason, his stomach was already rumbling. After 2 days, our hero achieved an amazing result, and it was achieved in such a short period of time. With the current level, you can even go on a treasure hunt. Baek-yoon-hui contacted our hero by phone. She said she was a little disappointed, thinking that the young man would call first. Doesn't he care about her at all? In fact, our hero had already forgotten about the guild. The guy said that he had some business to attend to and asked how the contract was being renegotiated. Lim In said, judging from the default of the interlocutor, the guild had difficulties with this. Baek-yoon-hui said she was able to convince their head. He would hire the young man if he could prove that he was capable. Lim In was surprised. Does the guild really want to test him? Actually, he agreed, but he had one condition. At the White House Guild headquarters, the young people met each other. Baek Yoon-hui asked who the cute little girl was. Lim Dae-in replied that the girl's name was Lily and she was his half-sister. The guy added that Lily had lived abroad, so she doesn't speak her native language well. He would have to take her everywhere with him for a while because of unforeseen circumstances. Lim Dae-in explained to Lily that this girl would give them money. Lily thought that in that case, this girl was a very good person. After all, she could buy a lot of chickens with money. Baek Yoon-hui said that Lim Dae-in may not worry as she doesn't interfere in her members' personal lives. The head of the White House Guild said hello to our hero and introduced himself. He was Baek Chung-song. The man added that they were supposed to visit the young man first, but business got in the way. He hoped for understanding. Lim Dae-in stated that everything is fine. It can be considered that he came here for a tour. The guild leader said that he had been told that Lim Dae-in had added new conditions, double the amount of the contract if he passed the test. So the young man agrees to take the test? Baek Chung-sung wondered, was Lim Dae-in really worth that kind of money? Our hero was sure that this man had no martial arts or magic, and yet he could create overwhelming energy with his mana. A monster is a monster anyway. Lim Dae-in thought that he would not be intimidated by such a thing this time. The guy said he would prove his worth to the guild. Baek Chung-sung told his daughter to rewrite the contract. The head of the guild said that they would triple the original amount and also add a condition that the young man would receive 20 billion if he passed the test and signed the contract. Hearing such a proposal, our hero said that his interlocutor was a fiery person. In that case, he is ready to start the test right now. All those interested gathered at the underground training ground of the White House. The test will be considered passed if the young man defeats 3 guild members. Since it's not a real fight, we should try not to hurt each other. Our hero has been introduced to his first opponent. His name is Hwang Jong-hyuk. Despite his young age, he is a member of the First Guild Association. Baek Yoon-hui asked what kind of weapons the fighters would take. Lim Dae-in said that his watch would be enough for him. Hwang Jong-hyuk thought, why a clock? This guy awakened not too long ago and he wants to fight for hours. The guild leader standing to the side said that the young men could begin. Lim Dae-in suggested that they give it their best. Hwang Jong-hyuk thought about what he would make of his opponent. Our hero thought, what's wrong with his opponent? He had only read about this guy in a magazine. Hwang Jong-hyuk's skill lies in his speed. He has the ability to become faster the more he moves without respite. Our hero decided that the opponent must be defeated quickly before he became even faster. The opponent did not dare to attack directly. Hwang Jong-hyuk ran in a circle around our hero and accelerated very quickly. It's quite difficult to defeat a member of the First Association. After approaching a dangerous distance, Hwang Jong-hyuk said he would finish off his opponent and swung his sword. Lim Dae-in dodged the attack and counterattacked, striking his opponent in the jaw while holding his watch in his fist. The one who let his guard down was the easiest to defeat. Our hero thought that his opponent shouldn't have attacked him because his speed works against himself as well. Hwang Jong-hyuk lost his balance and fell on his back. Lily thought it was a victory. Baek Yoon-hui wondered how this fighter could be downed with just one punch. Lim Dae-in asked the guild leader who will be next. The guild head said that Mr. Lim Dae-in's performance was amazing. Our hero asked, is Hwang Jong-hyuk okay? Baek Chung-sung replied that his life is not in danger. The doctors will take care of him. After a few days of rest, he will recover. The guild leader said, it's good that Lim Dae-in held back his strength. Lim Dae-in was surprised. Did the guild leader really feel that way? The guy thought if he didn't control his strength, his opponent's head would fly off his shoulders. It turns out that it didn't go unnoticed. Our hero thought that this contract was already in his pocket. After all, he meets the requirements of this guild. Lim Dae-in decided he could have some fun for the rest of the test. Lily asked, why is the guy smiling like that? Lim Dae-in replied that in battle, one must remain the master of the situation. The second sparring venue was a training ground in an artificial forest. The girls said that the White House had 2 associations of 6 teams, with 5 people in each team. The next opponent will be the head of the 6th team of the First Association. The opponent gave his name as Yoon Dae-hoon. He expressed his hope for a good fight. It was the White House's main tank, the Buffalo Yoon Dae-hoon. Lim Dae-in thought that the current opponent was clearly ready to destroy him. The opponents announced that they were ready, and as the gong sounded, the fight began. Lim Dae-in attacked his opponent and struck his shield with a powerful striking blow. The shield withstood the onslaught, after which Yoon Dae-hoon swung his sword and struck our hero. Lim Dae-in managed to dodge. The forces were roughly equal, and the fight did not reveal a clear winner. Yoon Dae-hoon said that his opponent has great physical stamina. He is quite strong. Lim Dae-in thought that he had planned to hide his capabilities until the last opponent, but in this fight, it wouldn't work. The guild leader wants Lim Dae-in to show him everything. Yoon Dae-hoon tells his opponent that he's going to ask to get him on his team. He thinks they won't work together. Lim Dae-in inquired who was handling this matter in the guild. Yoon Dae-hoon replied that this matter would be decided by the winner. The head agreed. Lim Dae-in said that in that case, he would become the head of the team if he defeats the opponent now. Those present wondered, what is this guy saying? He's taking on too much. Lim Dae-in told the guild leader that he would create his own team and recruit people for it. They would perform the tasks independently. At first, our hero wanted to gradually bring it up after demonstrating his abilities. But why wait if he would already defeat the existing chapter? The guild leader agreed, but if Lim Dae-in lost, he would have the signing bonus and double the length of the contract. Lim Dae-in replied that he agreed. The opponent was surprised. Was the guy really sure he would beat him? Our hero thinks his rival likes Baek Yoon-hui. He dreams of finishing him off because she shows interest in him. Does he really think that winning will give him the right to act arrogant? Yoon Dae-hoon will become a very controversial character in the near future. He will have to go through all kinds of humiliation and eventually be expelled from the guild. Yoon Dae-hoon got angry and said that he was about to show what this upstart's future commander was made of. Our hero thought that this was the buffalo mode that activated when he lost his temper. It increases his mana and physical stats. The buffalo thrust its sword forward and rushed towards our hero. Lim Dae-in applied the Great Sea of Mind technique. He also used Lightning Fist and advised his opponent to block it with his shield. Those watching were surprised. Had the rookie really defeated Yoon Dae-hoon? After the fight, the protagonist thought his body hurt a lot. How hard it is to make money. Lim Dae-in thought that his body was still weak. He couldn't believe that he had lost so much strength after just one Lightning Fist strike. Using the pause, Lim Dae-in decided to recover with a mind technique. After all, he would need his strength in the next sparring session. Baek Yoon-hui walked up to our hero and congratulated the head of the 7th team. Lim Dae-in thought that sounded good. According to the contract, defeating 2 opponents would add another 1 billion to him. Now he could aim for the full 20 billion. Lim Dae-in asked the girl who would be his last opponent. The guild leader said that the opponent would be him. He didn't think that the young man would defeat Commander Yoon Dae-hoon. The guild leader added that he had no choice and would have to do the 3rd battle himself. Our hero wondered, would he really have to fight this monster? The protagonist said he was giving up. Baek Chan-sung wondered, why? The guild leader reminded that the young man could get a multi-billion-dollar contract for just a few minutes of fighting. Lim Dae-in replied that he couldn't fight anymore. Baek Yoon-hui said it's time to finally sign the contract. Lim Dae-in, after reading the new contract terms, said that the terms were awfully good. He agreed and expressed confidence that they would work together in the future. Baek Yoon-hui asked how Lim Dae-in planned to recruit people for the team. Our hero replied, gradually, and asked if he could sign others. Baek Yoon-hui replied that she could, and asked who exactly. The guy replied that with those who aren't members of any guilds but are very talented. That's his half-sister Lily. Lim Dae-in said for the girl to create as big a flame as she could. Lily said she was hungry now. Our hero promised to buy her 3 whole chickens. Lily agreed and warned that she had been promised 3 hens. So she agreed. Lily activated her abilities, and with the words 3 hens, she reproduced a sea of fire. Baek Yoon-hui was surprised and asked, is her sis also a superhuman? The fire doesn't scorch things, which means she has perfect control of the ability. That's surprising, since he's only been training her for a few days. In Lily's past life, she was a disaster for a reason. Lim Dae-in suggested discussing the contract payment to his little sister. He said we could start with 3 billion. After the fire was out, Lily asked, how about the chicken? The promise was fulfilled. The girl was satisfied. Lily became a member of the 7th White House team with a paid contract, a building the White House owns. His large company has enough permanent employees to maintain the training rooms, living quarters, and dispatch centers. Baek Yoon-hui asked her interlocutor if he was surprised by their ultra-modern equipment. Lim Dae-in replied that it was hard to surprise him. The guy thought that this equipment was old compared to what he saw in the future. The young men entered a workshop for the development of equipment. This place impressed our hero. Baek Yoon-hui said if Lim Dae-in needs anything, they'll fulfill the order here in a week. Our hero said he would bring some things from here. Lim Dae-in took the blades and said that this would be enough for him at first. Baek Yoon-hui said since it was the young man's first day at the workplace, it would end after meeting with the guild head. Baek Chan-sung said that there was an urgent message from the control room. All the teams are on missions right now, so he's in a tight spot. Can't Lim Dae-in go on a mission on the first day? Our hero was hoping to get off work early today if the case wasn't so urgent. Lim Dae-in asked the guild leader where he should go. At the scene, our hero was reported that the portal was 10 meters above the ground and a huge number of slugs were coming out of it. Where slugs have crawled through, a sticky viscous mass is left behind, making it difficult to move around. Lim Dae-in told the companion that most of the monsters had already been dealt with. Should they really interfere? The office said they need a sample of these new monsters. At least 3 should be brought in and try to preserve their original appearance as much as possible. Lim Dae-in knew that these monsters would be avoided in the future. They were huge stinking slugs. They are weak, but they explode on impact and spew stinking slime. Lily said it stinks really bad in here. Do they really need to fight these slugs? Lim Dae-in told the girl that he blocked her sense of smell with mana. If necessary, he can teach her how to do it. The guy added that it's unlikely to work the first time, but if you practice, there's no problem. Lily happily said that she had succeeded and she couldn't feel anything anymore. Lim Dae-in thought that he didn't even have time to explain anything. This girl is very talented. Our hero realized that no one has been able to get a good sample so far. Slugs explode even from a small amount of mana, and without mana, they have no effect on them. Lim Dae-in decided it was time to catch specimens and noticed a single slug crawling up a tree. Our hero approached the tree and kicked it with all his might. The slug couldn't hold onto the tree and began to fall downward, snapping. Lim Dae-in applied a Tai Chi technique to keep the slug from exploding. After a while, our hero bagged a whole slug and said one was ready. Lily asked the boy to teach her this method of collecting slugs. Lim Dae-in didn't want to waste time on the girl and said he would teach her for 100 billion. Lily replied that she didn't agree because that money could buy a lot of chickens. Lim Dae-in reported to Baek Yoon-hui over the phone that all 3 copies have been assembled. They'll hand them over to the assembly team and be done with their work for the day. The manager was surprised. Is it really that fast? Baek Yoon-hui wondered, since this was the first assignment. Wasn't Lim Dae-in nervous? Did he have any questions? Our hero replied that there was nothing to worry about. Young people approached our hero and asked, "Are you from the White House? We haven't seen you before. Are you a newcomer?" The man said, "Judging by the shoulder patch, we're looking at a squad leader." Don't they have enough men to put newcomers on teams? 5th Team Captain Jang Seok-hyun of the Blackhound Guild asked, "That movement you used, is that your ability?" Lim Dae-in thought that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. It was his former boss. The protagonist asked, "What do you want?" Jang Seok-hyun said that slugs take forever to explode, and they haven't been able to collect normal samples. Lim Dae-in inquired, "Do you really want me to share?" The boy added that he would refuse. Jang Seok-hyun wondered, how old is that young man if he talks so familiarly? The other men told our hero not to be so harsh with his comrades. After all, they will have to meet often on the battlefield, so it's better to help each other. Baek Yoon-hui told Lim Dae-in not to give in to them. She will file an official complaint to the guild head. Lim Dae-in thought that he had gone through something like this more than once. If he didn't share, they would try to take the bag by force. Lim Dae-in threw the bag on the ground and said that Jang Seok-hyun could take it. Our hero sat down on this sack and added, "You can have it if you can make it." The head of the 5th Guild team squinted his eyes and said as he tried to negotiate amicably. Jang Seok-hyun, clenching his fist, said that this guy decided to deal differently. He had asked for it himself. Lim Dae-in said to the girl, "When I give the signal, you must set fire to everything here. Let them worry." Lily wondered, "Do I really have to burn them too?" Lim Dae-in replied that you shouldn't touch them, as it would cause trouble. You can only set the ground on fire. Our hero must not let the girl become a disaster in the future. Jang Seok-hyun said to Lim Dae-in to get up from the sack. "I'm about to teach that insolent man a lesson." Suddenly, there was some sort of commotion in the portal. A burst of energy appeared from the portal. A giant slug has entered this world through a portal. Everyone present prepared for battle. and put aside the clarification of relations for the time being. Putting their swords forward, the young men headed out to attack this monster. Lim Dae-in picked up the slug bag and decided to move to a safe distance. Lim Dae-in told Lily that they should take the bags to the car. The hunters tried to destroy the slug, but its tentacles would not be cut by their swords. How could this monster have so much strength? One of the hunters fell into the trap, and the monster wrapped its tentacles around his body. The bags were loaded into an automobile. Our hero was told that he must go and fight this monster. It is enough to strike once so that we can claim the spoils, he was told. Lim Dae-in replied that there was no need to worry. The young man thought that this monster would never be defeated this way. Someone shouted that it was necessary to deal with the monster's tentacles first. However, its slime was dissolving the shields. Chuk Sung-hyun shouted to his men to retreat for now and prepare to attack from afar. This monster is not like those little slugs. Lily asked Lim Dae-in how long they would be looking at this. The guy replied that it would be until everyone left. One of the young men was trying to leave the affected area. He was told to move faster. This hunter was the Black Hound Guild's guild representative, Wang Gu-ho, nicknamed Smudge. One of the hunters said his guns are already all corroded and the slug is coming at them. Another command to retreat was given, and everyone began to scatter in different directions again. Wang Gu-ho shouted to be taken away and not left here. His colleagues told him to use his abilities to escape. The young man, once captured by the slug, said he couldn't move. The monster lifted its tentacle and brought Smudge up to its mouth. Wang Gu-ho once again shouted for help. Lim Dae-in looked at the fleeing men and wondered if they really called themselves this guy's comrades. The hero cut off the tentacle with a single blow and freed the young man from the slug's grasp. Lim Dae-in said that's not how Wang Gu-ho should use his powers. If Wang Gu-ho wants to learn how to use his abilities, he should look for Lim Dae-in after the fight. Lim Dae-in told the girl that they were now getting into action. The hunters, who had scurried away to a safe distance, were surprised. Where had so much fire suddenly come from? Lim Dae-in said that backup will be here in 5 minutes. It's better to take all the loot for yourself now. The drone flying over the fire couldn't get any closer. It has to be moved farther away so it doesn't burn. Bak Yoon-hui, watching from a safe distance, said that they didn't care about all the loot, it was too dangerous. Lim Dae-in said over the intercom that there was no need to worry. He will defeat the monster and return unharmed. It was an extraordinarily beastly monster, which is why there is an entry about it in the illustrated book. It was a stinky snail king. It is important to remember the strategy for defeating monsters in case of an emergency. Fire is the monster's weakness. He definitely slowed down after being tricked. Lim Dae-in told the girl to cover him, and with big jumps, he headed towards the monster. The guy noticed that the monster's tentacles were growing back. He was recovering quickly. I need Lily's help. After chopping the monster's tentacles into pieces where possible, our hero told the girl that they were continuing. When most of the tentacles have been cut off, the monster will hide in a shell to recover. During this period, the monster becomes inaccessible when exposed to outside influences. The book says that the Snail King even closes the passage. Lily wondered what they were going to do now. Lim Dae-in said it was necessary to use the tool they took from the car. This monster's shell is incredibly tough, so you have to aim for different places. Lim Dae-in tried to make holes in the sink with a tool across the surface. The hunters watching from the sidelines couldn't figure out what this guy was doing out there. Wang Gu-ho remembered how our hero had told him that this was not how he should use his abilities. Was Lim Dae-in really right? The entire surface of the sink was in the prepared holes. Our hero said it was time to move on to the last stage. Lim Dae-in said that the nails were hammered in, and now he should aim for the center. He should make the strongest shot he could right now. The protagonist swung and applied the Great Sea of Mind technique. The shell should not be able to resist. A lightning-fast fist was brought into action, and a crushing blow occurred. The entire surface of the shell was covered with glowing cracks. Charges of electricity ran through it. The nails glowed from the increased energy. The monster couldn't take the strain and ended up outside. Our hero had achieved his goal. During the test, he thought that using the technique twice would be overkill, but his body was so weak that he couldn't perform anything normally. Lily ran up to the boy and asked if he was okay. Lily asked fearfully, "Did he really get electrocuted?" Lim Dae-in said that the girl was supposed to be helping him. Leaning on his knee, our hero said that they had probably defeated the monster. Lily asked if the wall of fire could be removed. Lim Dae-in replied that it needed to be held up a little longer. They had worked really hard so they would take all the loot for themselves. Lim Dae-in scooped the sliced tentacles of the monster into the bag. Its meat is very soft and rich in nutrients. Lily thought she would have snail chicken. Lim Dae-in decided it was the perfect ingredient for a nutritious manna stew. The captain of the second team contacted our hero on the intercom. He said that he had been informed of the situation and that he was on his way to help. Lim Dae-in said that there was no need to rush. They should go in when he removed the firewall. Our hero thought that he hadn't taken the most important thing yet. The captain of the second team wondered, isn't it hard for Lim Dae-in to resist the slug? After all, it was his first day on the job today. After Lily loosened the wall of fire, the people from outside saw a monster lying on the road. The hunters were surprised. Had Lim Dae-in defeated the monster on his own? Lim Dae-in replied that he fought until the victorious end. Fortunately, he was lucky. Second squad leader said it didn't make sense. How did Lim Dae-in manage to do what they all couldn't do together? Lim Dae-in said he wanted to leave the cleaning to Commander Ban. The interlocutor replied that he didn't mind. Lim Dae-in had done a good job and could go to rest. Commander Ban added that if Lim Dae-in was seriously wounded, it would be better to return to headquarters to be treated there. Our hero replied that he wanted to rest first. Lily said she wanted to eat and sleep. Lim Dae-in noticed that the girl had done a good job today too. Lily suggested that in honor of the victory, they eat a lot of meat. When she saw a lot of meat, she couldn't believe it wasn't a dream. After a hearty meal, Lily said she wanted to go snail fishing again. After tasting the alcoholic beverage, the protagonist said it was the best reward for today's monster. Lily thought, why does this guy say that word every time he eats? Lim Dae-in, hearing this word from the girl, thought that he should control his speech in front of children. Our hero said that it was a bad word and shouldn't be used. Lily was surprised because Lim Dae-in said it himself. Lim Dae-in, secluded away from the bustling city, decided to meditate in the lotus posture. He has been using the Great Sea of Mind technique for a long time. Our hero thought there were difficulties that continued to depress him. Though what could be expected after drinking the night before? This technique works more like an emergency. A phone call rang out. Baek Yoon-hui asked why the commander didn't answer. Lim Dae-in said his muscles were really sore. He was still just sleeping it off, having overworked himself yesterday. Baek Yoon-hui said that she plans to actively recruit people for Lim Dae-in's team, so she would like to hear his opinion. Many people are needed to lead the team. You need teams for filming, support, and medical assistance, and a cameraman to communicate with everyone from the control room. We even need secretaries who are responsible for developing group schedules and dealing with paperwork. Lim Dae-in said that these people would definitely have an impact on the team's effectiveness, but asked that Baek Yoon-hui herself choose them to her liking. Lim Dae-in added that the girl is a good judge of character. Lim Dae-in, our hero, told the interviewer that in that case, he would like to take one superhuman to him. This person is Wang Ho of the Black Hound Guild. The guild head told Lim Dae-in to take 3 days off. Our hero replies to the boss that he's just a little tired. Baek Chan-sung remarked that his daughter had told him everything, and it's unlikely that Lim Dae-in will be able to go on the mission until they get the whole team together. Our hero thought that he really didn't mind not going to work for a few days. The head of the guild said that the young man should rest and not overexert himself so much next time. After all, he is the future of this guild. Lim Dae-in thanked the head and said that he would rest properly. The boy asked Lily if she was hungry. Lily asked excitedly, would they really be eating chicken now? The protagonist replied that he would cook something more delicious. Unlike the past dish, this one is made with fresh and flavorful produce that has a soft texture. This dish will even have the addition of snail heart. This is a particularly healthy manna dish. Lim Dae-in made a hell of a snail meat soup. The color was strange, but it was a healthy meal. Lily saw the dish and said that she had eaten a lot of chicken the day before and was still hungry. Lim Dae-in said he was sorry and tasted what he had made himself. Lim Dae-in tasted the dish and said that it was very tasty and rich. There would be nothing left for dinner, so he would eat it all himself. Lily was surprised. Is it really that good? Lily said she shouldn't eat her portion and took the food for herself. Lim Dae-in looked at the girl and said, she said she didn't want to eat. After Lily tasted this food, she threw up. The girl said that yesterday when she ate the chicken, she was happy. Lim Dae-in stated that there is no need to play out drama. There is plenty of delicious food in the world. Lily said she'd never believe a guy again. Lim Dae-in In noticed that they were having pork brisket for dinner. It cost more than chicken. After a little thought, Lily said that was something to live for. Limday In told the companion that in order to eat delicious food, they need to adjust their digestion. Now they will go treasure hunting. The monsters that survived the opening of the first gate have chosen their own places to live. Some of these monsters were orcs who had banded together to form a tribe. In their territory is a relic from another dimension. Limde Ying, while in the vicinity of the orc territory and observing through binoculars, suggested that this relic must be in a stone statue. Limde In guessed that there were about 200 orcs in the tribe. Thanks to the center crystal, his body had recovered, but there were still too many of them. Our hero told Lily that he would sneak in and she should light the fire when he gave the signal. The girl asked, "What signal?" Limdian replied, "If the torch on the other side goes out, we must set fire to the entrance." It's not a difficult matter. However, if Lily gets distracted and doesn't see the signal, you can forget about the relic forever. Limdayan activated stealth mode and decided to infiltrate their camp unnoticed by the orcs. Our hero realized that right now there was no one among the orcs who could detect him, unless a stronger enemy appeared. The cherished statue was guarded by 10 orcs. They were all armed and vigilant. The protagonist, a mutant orc, drew his dagger and thought he could handle these orcs alone. The leader of this tribe was a mutant orc. He scrutinized the entire area. This tribal leader demonstrated incredible monstrous strength during an attack on the expedition team. Our hero realized that this is a dangerous opponent and decided to act as originally planned. Lily, watching from cover, saw the torch being knocked over. That was the signal for her. The orc warriors rushed to the other torches to keep them alive. The orc mutant commanded his subordinates to check who was the source of the confusion. Limday decided to take advantage of the situation to quickly destroy the statue. Our hero felt the chieftain, swinging his sword, coming toward him. Had he been discovered? Since the opponent was strong, Limday decided to retreat for now and not test his fate. The guy realized that now it was useless to hide. It was necessary to change strategy. Lily wondered from her hiding place, has he really been discovered? Limday said, telling her to get her feet away too. After running away to a safe distance, our heroes decided to rest and catch their breath. Limday thought they hadn't been running for long, but they were already thoroughly exhausted. Lily said she knew this place. The boy wondered, has she been here before? The girl pointed to the cave and said she came out of it when she went through the gate. Lily reminded him that those strange men were here too. They were trying to catch her, so she ran away. Limday remembered that these were the people from the Red Serpent. Could this really be their hideout here? Who would have guessed that they had settled near the orc tribe? The protagonist decided that it was necessary to make proper use of the information he received. Limday motioned for his companion to go inside. Lily asked him, is that really necessary? She really didn't want to go back there. Limday told her to hide in the bushes in that case and sit there quietly. If anything happened to her, she should contact him. Limday activated the concealment mode again. The Red Serpent is a large faction. The boy assumed that judging by the guards, this was indeed the Red Serpent's secret hideout. But why did they choose to settle near the orcs? Our hero visited the laboratory of this organization and thought, what do they do here? In the hands of one of the employees, the protagonist saw a white powder. Could it really be the same powder? Our hero realized it was a kite. Serpent is a drug created from plants from another world. In the past, many people have fallen victim to addictive behavior. They went crazy and eventually died. The police spent years investigating, but all to no avail. Who could have known they were hiding in a place like this? The guards shouted for the employees to move. If they didn't fulfill their quota by tomorrow, they would all be finished. Our hero determined that there were about 100 armed members of the Red Serpent and about 30 drug makers. After looking around with an experienced eye, the protagonist realized that there were approximately 50 kilograms of snake. After all, that's crazy money. One of the managers told the guard that demand had increased a lot in the last few days, but they were short on supplies. The guard excused himself and said that another employee had died yesterday, so the production speed had slowed down. Limdian decided that he wouldn't just let this go, and these rascals would fall for him. Suddenly, the lights went out. The laboratory staff did not understand what was happening. They couldn't see anything. Is there really an intruder here? It seems that the serpent has disappeared. Our hero, under the cover of darkness, using stealth mode, stole the box with the snake. At the safe house, the protagonist and his assistant met. Lily inquired, "Are you finally done yet?" Lim In replied that it was just beginning. They were about to play catch-up, they should get ready. Lim In warned the girl that there would be a lot of people running after them. We should not give them a chance to catch them. Lily smiled and said that sounded fun. The boy warned that it was dangerous. Our heroes were discovered. The guards said that this thief must be captured. Lim In and the box began to move away from the armed criminals. He was followed by automatic gunfire. Lim Ying noticed that the bandits were running after him, and that was a good thing. The bandits couldn't understand why they couldn't hit this guy. Lim In stopped. In front of him was a tribe of orcs. The leader of the orcs, a mutant, was in close proximity to our hero. Lim In smiled and said that he could see familiar faces. This was just what he needed. The orc leader shouted a war cry, calling his companions to battle. The armed criminals were surprised to see a tribe of orcs in front of them. The vector of attention was shifted to the monsters. Our hero opened the box and told Lily to get out of there. As it happens in such cases, Lim In threw the box of white powder high into the air. Everyone watched the flight with attention. The bandits thought this guy was crazy, because it's so much money. The monsters, without lowering their vigilance, continued to watch the flight of the box. Packets of white powder were scattered between two factions, brigands and orcs. The commander of the Red Serpent representatives ordered them to open fire and destroy the orcs. After that, they can take their white powder and deal with this thief. Our hero thought it was time to get out of here and activated stealth mode. The bandits opened automatic fire to prevent the orcs from getting dangerously close to them. However, the orc chieftain was bulletproof and headed straight into the thick of the bandits. Our hero, along with his assistant in a safe place, watched this fight. Lily said that when it was over, she wanted to head out for something to eat. Lim In said for her to sit in silence for now. It's not always easy to bring things to an end. Lim In remarked that there wasn't much longer to wait, so maybe we should do a sweep now. The bulletproof leader, a mutant orc, wiped out every member of the Red Serpent faction present. No one was spared. Taking advantage of the moment, our hero crept up from behind and pierced the orc's body through and through with his sword. The orc, not expecting a stab in the back, dropped his sword and sank to his knees. Lim Ying thought that the head of the orcs had died and the others would not be a hindrance to him. The orcs, frightened, turned around and began to run away. Lim In decided that he would destroy these monsters one by one and send them after their leader. Lim In grabbed a hammer and began to collapse the statue. Our hero got to the jewelry. It was a guardian bracelet. This artifact helps to heal and improve the condition of its wearer. By consuming mana, the hero can activate a protection spell. The effect is enhanced when both bracelets are worn. Putting the bracelet on his arm, the protagonist noted that it had shrunk to fit the size of his hand. That was very nice. The mana he had just used up was restored, just as the description said. Lim In told Lily to come closer to him. Our hero took the girl's hand, and it was very touching. Lily looked at her hand and wondered, why is the guy doing this? Lim In replied that the bracelet has a protective spell. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see it. The second bracelet appeared on the girl's arm. Our hero thought that Lily was still weak. The bracelet would allow him to track her location, which could come in handy in case of danger. The orc leader's hide could make a nice piece of armor. Lim In thought that he still needed to return to the cave. Pointing at the orc camp, the guy told the girl to burn everything there to the ground. After that, he promised her something tasty. Lily said she would fulfill everything and activated the fireball. The girl shouted that she wanted a delicious meal and pointed the fire directly at the orc settlement. Lim In thought that if this girl was starved to death, something might come out of it. He was not interested in the question of humanity. In the cave, the remaining members of the Red Snake faction, upon seeing the intruder, opened fire on him to kill him. Our hero activated the shield and the bullets did not reach the target. The guy explained to the girl that this shield is created with the help of a bracelet. Lim added that once Lily got used to the bracelet, she would be able to create such a shield of any shape. Lily suggested hitting the bandits with her shield. The bandits received a powerful blow, were deactivated and shouted that there were monsters in front of them. Our hero thought that this girl was very talented. One of the surviving bandits asked to be spared. He was ready to tell everything about his group, its size, structure, and bank account numbers. The protagonist said he wasn't interested and asked where the most important safe was. After an hour, Lim and Lily left the gate. Our hero had a full sack behind his back. Limday, in thought that they had discovered a pretty good secret place. In addition to money, he received many different items. Limday, In reminded her companion that the shield could be removed if she was done undermining everything here. Lily asked what if the criminals ran away. The guy replied that there was nowhere for them to run away, and Lily could not worry. The protagonist thought that there were about 35 Red Snake members and drug manufacturers left. He wouldn't just let them go if they were involved in the creation of the serpent. Lim Dae-in called one of the bandits a red bean rice cake and told him to follow him. The bandit wondered why they called him that. However, the bandit got punched in the face for talking a lot. Lim Dae-in said he called him that because he looked like a pie. Our hero added that the rest of the bandits should go to the guard post and surrender. The criminals were upset that they were not going to be released. Lim Dae-in added that if they didn't want to surrender, he would beat them all to death, and after that they would surrender anyway. No one agreed. The guards wondered why there were so many people in the restricted area. Where did the snake factory come from? Lim Dae-in thought that the criminals would be taken to the police, and they would probably tell them about him and Lily. We can only hope that that man won't take their testimony seriously. Titan Kim Soo-ho, in this life we need to connect with him. Lim Dae-in thought that the girl did a good job today, we should get something tasty. Meanwhile, Lily and the red bean rice cake arrived at the tent. The girl announced that she was hungry, very hungry. The boy didn't understand exactly what this child wanted. Lily repeated again that she was hungry. Lily told our hero that he promised her food that tasted like chicken. Lim Dae-in showed the girl what he had brought and said it was very tasty. Lily replied that it smelled bad and looked like a mess. It must be slugs again? Lim Dae-in turned to the red bean rice cake, and the guy said for the master to provide everything for him. 2 pork breasts cooked to perfection, roasted garlic and some seasonal green olives wrapped in lettuce with sesame seeds, and a bit of lettuce so you could eat it in one bite. After trying this dish, the girl said it was incredibly delicious. Lim Dae-in told Lily to take her time, her food would fall out of her mouth. Lily thought, the longer she lives, the better the flavor. 4 days passed quickly. It was time to get to work hard. In the time since then, our hero has bought the land next to his tent with the money he received from the guild under contract. Our hero was asked, was he sure he wanted to buy such a large plot of land? Lim Dae-in replied that one can never know what will happen in the future. Lim Dae-in said that living in a tent is quite boring. Red bean rice cake, our hero brought in, busied himself with building a log house. He said the boss could entrust it to him. The guy said that for 3 years he would be doing construction, cooking, cleaning, and stuff like that. All the work is on him. Lim Dae-in has given him a chance to start his life anew, so from now on he will live a life of honest labor. Lim Dae-in agreed to let this guy work hard for the next 3 years. Lily noticed that he was an excellent cook. It also turned out that the red bean rice cake was a eunuch. Lim Dae-in hit him at certain points in his bloodstream so he can't escape. As long as martial arts aren't available to him, he won't be able to fix this. The protagonist planned to use this guy as labor for 3 years, and then give some money and let him go. White House Guild headquarters. Baek Yoon-hui said that she would be the temporary assistant to the 7th team. They need an experienced person because they are new to this. Baek Yoon-hui said that she'll stay in this position temporarily and then find someone to replace her. After all, she's a busy girl. Baek Yoon-hui said that the official assignment starts tomorrow, and today everyone just needs to memorize what the documents say. Lim Dae-in familiarized himself with the assignment. It was a gate destruction assignment. The contract had a clause stating that he would not take on a task that took a long time. The girl noticed that this assignment came to them from the government a few days ago. There were 4 guilds involved. According to the government's calculations, the cleanup would only take 2 days. Lim Dae-in thought that the government's calculations were not to be trusted. Monster gates are divided into 2 types. Type A gates close after monsters come out of them, which are easy enough to destroy. Type B gates don't disappear after monsters have come out of them, which may not come out in principle. In this case, someone must go inside to destroy the monsters and destroy the core to return. Such a task is called a gate destruction task. Our hero, after reading the materials, thought he recognized the place. This is one of the most catastrophic gates to appear since the first one, the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits. Our hero was an instructor before returning in time, and always mentioned this place for its infamous fame. If he had taken part in this mission then, he would have died. Baek Hui recalled that Lim Dae-in had recently had a clash with another guild. She could pass the task to someone else because of that. Our hero replied that the 7th team would handle the task. She told him to keep his composure and stay calm. Lim Dae-in replied that Baek Hui doesn't have to worry, he's not the type to throw tantrums or anything. The girl replied that she had a different opinion. Our hero thought, in order to clear this gate, he would need a strong tank. If the issue with Wang Guho was taking too long, he would have to pick him up himself. The driver bowed to our hero and told the gentleman to take care of himself. Lim Dae-in told the driver not to do that from now on. He is grateful that this man is driving him around. The driver said he would behave differently from now on. Baek Hui said that the young man was being very honorable right now. Lim Dae-in offered to take care of business. He felt uncomfortable and strange around honest and kind people. He would rather be in the company of aggressive and rude villains. The young man extended his hand and said that he was happy to meet him. He is Kim Hyun-dae from the Black Hound Guild. The guy also introduced his colleagues Wang Guho and Chok Seok-hyun. Our hero shook hands with his interlocutor and said he was also pleased to meet him. His name is Lim Dae-in. Kim Hyun-dae asked if his opponent wanted to take Wang Guho back to his place. He added that this person is their valued employee. Our hero knew that Kim Hyun-dae is the younger cousin of the guild leader and the one who does all the dirty work. Lim Dae-in just as thought that this person could put outrageous conditions to cancel the contract. Baek Hui decided to take the initiative and said that they understood the opponent's position on the issue. However, 5 billion in compensation for the termination of the contract could resolve the issue. Kim Hyun-dae said that Mr. Wang Guho renewed his contract with them this morning. According to the new terms, the termination value of the contract is 10 billion. If the opponents are willing to pay this amount, then they will get Wang Guho. Lim Dae-in thought that this person was deliberately provoking them to start arguing. There must be secret filming going on right now. His tricks were obvious. Lim Dae-in told his assistant Baek Hui that they were leaving. Lim Dae-in thought that Baek Hui was the daughter of the guild head and she was just being manipulated. Kim Hyun-dae wondered if they were already leaving, but Mr. Lim Dae-in had asked for this person to be given away. Wang Guho didn't seem to need him very much. Kim Hyun-dae added that if they change their minds, they can let them know. Looks like the girls like the cake. Better get her to the hospital right away. Kim Hyun-dae added that this cake has long since expired. Lim Dae-in got angry and attacked his opponent. Our hero said he was a rascal and punched him in the jaw. A colleague, Chok Seok-hyun, tried to intercede but was also kicked and flew out into the hallway, smashing through the door. The guards ran into the room, pulled out knives and shouted, "What's going on here?" Lim Dae-in asked, "Do they really want to attack him? Are they sure they're stronger than Chok Seok-hyun?" The protagonist says the jokes are over and he demands that the head of the guild be invited to join him. If they want provocation, they'll get it. Baek Hui said for the young man to keep his cool even if he's angry. Lim Dae-in asked, "Why is the girl smiling? Is she really happy?" Lily asked, "Why did Lim Dae-in beat the people who gave her the cake?" Lim Dae-in advised the girl not to eat what strangers give her next time. Our hero added that next time he would say red bean pie so that Lily would be given food to take with her. Lim Dae-in thought that these people cheated him about the cake because Lily was fine, but that doesn't matter now. Lim Dae-in told the frightened Wang Guho that they would talk later. Lim Dae-in assumed that judging from the powerful energy, the guild leader was coming here. It was Demon King Kim Dae-jin, one of the first awakened ones. The guild leader inquired, had he been summoned? He's waiting for an explanation. Lim Dae-in thought that Kim Dae-jin was acting like he didn't know what was going on here, even though he must have been watching through the cameras himself. The protagonist said he was willing to explain, only it would be better if the others left the room. The guild leader replied that he didn't mind if the interlocutor was willing to take full responsibility. Lim Dae-in said for Lily to go with Baek Hui and wait for him at the headquarters. Lily asked if she could burn the whole place to the ground. Our hero replied that the girl should not be foolish. If she played with fire without his permission, she would never get a fried chicken again. Left alone, the protagonist asked the guild leader what they wanted from him. Kim Dae-jin noticed that the guy was bright and said he would ask directly. The guild leader asked if Lim Dae-in wanted to work for him. Lim Dae-in was surprised. Did Kim Dae-jin really want him to go to another guild? To do so, he would have to pay a huge sum of money to terminate his contract. Kim Dae-jin said that he wasn't asking the young man to leave his guild. The guy can keep working for the White House. He'll just pass on information sometimes. Lim Dae-in was surprised. Did his interlocutor really want him to spy? The head of the guild has promised a generous payment. The interlocutor can read the contract. The offer is great. Lim Dae-in replied, what would happen if he refused? Kim Dae-jin remarked that in that case, the young man would have to pay for what he had arranged here. If he suddenly overdoes it, the guy might end up losing an arm or two. Baek Chang-sung yelled for Kim Dae-jin to give him back Lim Dae-in. The guild leader continued that if that didn't happen in 10 seconds, he would break into that office and blow the place apart. Lim Dae-in approached the guild leader and asked what he was doing here. Baek Chang-sung was surprised because his daughter had told him that the young man had been locked up by the Black Hound. Lim Dae-in replied that he apologized sincerely and was released. His opponents seemed to have been bought off by his sincerity. They even gave him a gift. Kim Dae-jin did offer a large sum to our hero for espionage. If he refused, the head of the Black Hound Guild said that the young man would regret it. Lim Dae-in interrupted his interlocutor and said before he continued, I would like to point out that the guild leader's relationship with his sister-in-law is quite close. What would happen if this became public knowledge? Our hero continued, the nature of the connection with his younger brother's wife might be of interest to many. Kim Dae-jin was angry. How did he know about this? Lim Dae-in said that if the guild leader wanted to keep the secret, he should consider his suggestion. First, Wang Gu-ho should be released without paying the termination tax. The amount for his silence is written on a piece of paper and should be paid right now. Baek Chan-sung didn't understand how this happened because Kim Dae-jin was very cunning. He wouldn't let him go for nothing. Baek Yun-hui remarked that she should be thankful that nothing happened. Lim Dae-in was surprised. Why was Lily acting quieter than usual? Lim Dae-in told the girl that he was saying that fire doesn't have to solve all problems. Lily said she was hungry. Baek Yun-hui noticed that the environment isn't the most favorable. The girl must be in shock, so she wants to eat. Lim Dae-in asked if Lily wanted to have chicken for dinner. He had just cooked it not far away. The guy thought if the guild was their priority, they wouldn't have come to the rescue. His joining the White House had turned out to be a very sensible decision. Wang Gu-ho appeared on the doorstep and said hello to those present. The protagonist said that he had come very early. Wang Gu-ho apologized for what happened the day before. Mr. Hyundai was very insistent on renewing the contract. Our hero said he sorted out the contract as early as yesterday. As of today, Wang Gu-ho is the tank of this team. Wang Gu-ho can address him by calling him Commander. Wang Gu-ho grew up in an orphanage. He is introverted and cold in dealing with people, causing him to be treated as a swagger in the Black Hound. He died when the first disaster struck. Wang Gu-ho asked why such a serious commander chose such a talentless tank. Our hero replied that he needed Wang Gu-ho. Wang Gu-ho wanted to explain to the new boss about his specialization. Lim Dae-in put a hand on his interlocutor's shoulder and told him to freeze. Gunmin Cheol's moving fortress. In 10 years, he will be a supernatural hero that everyone respects. Gunmin Cheol was an expert in fossilization, just like Wang Gu-ho. Our hero saw a piece of stone created by Gunmin Cheol when he was still a rookie, Wang Gu-ho's body. After checking it personally, our hero was finally convinced of it. Wang Gu-ho's stoning ability is superior to Gunmin Cheol's. Lim Dae-in said that Wang Gu-ho will be the top tank of the capital in 6 months. Wang Gu-ho couldn't believe it, for he thought he was someone who had no talent. The protagonist says he'll give this guy a talent that the guy denies. The cook entered the room and said that what the gentleman had asked for was ready. Lim Dae-in told the cook that he showed up on time and added to bring the food here. It was a soup made from the monster's organs and inner core. Lim Dae-in said that there were 3 plates for everyone, and everyone had to eat everything. The cook asked if that applied to him too. Lily said she said no. Lim Dae-in remarked that they would be preparing to go to the labyrinth of fallen spirits for 4 days. 2 days later, the location of the monster hunting mission. Lim Dae-in told the young man that he is a tank and should stop being afraid. Wang Gu-ho replied that he couldn't stop being afraid. He couldn't do it. The commander ordered the tank to get as close to the monster as possible and immobilize it. For 2 days, Wang Gu-ho ate 3 bowls of mana-rich soup each, along with 5 training meals. The result of the petrification strengthening training wasn't ready yet. Therefore, the boy had a hard time. The monster attacked the man and roared loudly. The tank, due to its unwillingness to confront the beast, was taking damage.
Lim Dae-in said that the tank should last at least a minute. If it failed, it would have to eat 6 more bowls of mana-rich soup. There was no way out, and Wang Gu-ho continued to hold on with all his might. The peculiarity of petrification is that the more one breaks, the stronger one becomes. Therefore, Wang Gu-ho must be broken.
Our hero says it's Lily's turn to come out. Lily stated that she wasn't going to do that. She has to eat this disgusting food every day. No one buys her chicken anymore. Lim Dae-in said that in that case, there would be chicken for dinner tonight. Lily immediately told everyone to disperse to the side so they wouldn't get hurt. After a while, the monster was deactivated and lay motionless on the road. Next to it, Wang Gu-ho sat beside it, sighing heavily. Wang Gu-ho was amazed. The girl had defeated the monster with one punch. Our hero said that Lily turned the monster into a lump of coal. Now there's no way to get a sample. If she can't control the fire, she can't have a chicken. Lim Dae-in asked as the dispatcher checked the location of the other monsters. 8 one-horned white tigers came out of the gate 20 minutes ago. We need to fight another one to get a sample. The dispatcher told me where the monsters were, but warned that the warriors of the other guild were heading there as well, and the opponents are closer. Lim Dae-in said he would run forward and his team would follow him at their speed. Our hero also trained with the others and ate mana-rich food. He hadn't reached the level he had before the revival, but he had progressed considerably. The monster was already in sight and could see other warriors approaching it. Lim Dae-in, if competitors strike first, there will be a problem with sharing the spoils. The protagonist used the crescent moon body shadow technique and was the closest to the monster. The competitors couldn't believe how this guy beat them. Turns out he's a superhuman with acceleration, otherwise he wouldn't be so fast. Our hero reported to the dispatcher that the hunt was over. The girl was surprised. The map showed that Lim Dae-in had just arrived. Lily said she roasted the monster just right this time. Will there be chicken for dinner tonight? Dispatch reports no more monsters. The gate has been destroyed and the situation has returned to normal. Our hero said it was time to call it a night. Lily was glad she had chicken for dinner tonight. A cheerleader rushed to our hero. The head of the medical team, Cheon Il-nam, asked if the commander was injured. Lim Dae-in replied that he was fine and added that Lily's arm should be bandaged. The young man said he was finished and suggested that the commander watch the video. It was a representative of the Cheon Yi-im support squad. Cheon Seol-ah, a technical support member, said for the chapter to raise their hands, he will help with the gear. Baek-yoon-hui hired the 3 Cheon twins to be the support squad for the 7th team. Each of them is famous and works in a different field. How she did it remains a secret. Lim Dae-in said that they haven't been on the same team for long, so he hasn't memorized their names yet, and apologizes for that. He knows how hard it is to cooperate with superhumans. Lim Dae-in asked the twins to take care of him from now on. One of the brothers said he caught the boss's entire speech just now on video. The driver told our hero that the commander seemed to be popular. Lim Dae-in replied that he just knows what it's like to serve. Our hero used to be someone who followed orders. He left the guild because he was tired of it, but the people on his team wouldn't have to feel the same way. Guild headquarters, White House. Baek-yoon-hui asked if the commander knew how to communicate with people. After all, he's only 20 years old. Is he by any chance living life a second time? The girl gave a list of items the commander would need. The special equipment he ordered from the workshop would be ready in 2 days. Lim Dae-in said that he was happy to hear this from the 7th team's responsible assistant. They don't have much time, but the girl prepared everything perfectly. On the papers was information about someone who was very interested in our hero. The girl said that she thought it would be difficult to find the information because she had nothing but a name. However, she came across a video on the internet with items that the man had made. He was the only superhuman in the country with a specialization in manufacturing. Chung Yong-shing. Lim Dae-in wondered where that person was now. Is it worth going to see him now? Lily said she was interested in 4 portions of boneless chicken and large French fries. Lim Dae-in said he would keep his promise, and she should pass on everything exactly as she was taught. A young man came into a barbershop. The woman said she would move to the office and cut the young man's hair. The boy noticed that there were a lot of toys. The woman said that her son likes to do different things. Lily said she was bored. Lim Dae-in asked her to sit quietly. Lily started looking at different things. Lim Dae-in told her not to touch anything because she might break it. Lily held up the bird and said it was the hen she liked so much. The hairdresser smiled and said her son had made it. The girl could have it if she liked it. The woman added that they have a lot of toys. The customer asked how old her son was. The woman answered, 13. Zhang Yongxing, the son of a barbershop owner, has savant syndrome. This is a rare condition in which individuals with developmental disabilities have outstanding abilities in one or more areas of knowledge. Because of this, his social skills are very low, and he doesn't really like talking to people. Unlike other superhumans, our hero has to get close to this person very naturally. First, he should come here more often. Even now, this boy is probably creating another item in the storeroom. Lim Dae In asked if they were distracting the boy by talking loudly. The woman replied that her child was so concentrated that he didn't notice anything. Lim Dae thought that they were communicating without whispering, so the boy could hear them if he was a superhuman. Is it worth checking right now? Jang Yong-shin looked out from behind the door and asked his mom if everything was all right. The woman wondered why suddenly came out by himself. Our hero thought if the guy came out right away, he can sense Manu. He is definitely superhuman. Lim Dae thought it was time for a plan. A chicken. Lily walked up to the boy and asked, "Did he make this toy?" "The chicken is insanely cute. How did he do it?" Chang Yongxing asked, "Was the girl really curious about this?" The boy began to explain the intricacies. Lily said it's amazing, and her interviewee is incredible. Chang Yongxing noticed that there was nothing special here. Lily said she really liked the chicken and asked if the boy liked it. Young-shin replied that he liked pizza better. Looking at his ward, our hero thought that the craving for 4 servings of chicken had done its job. Jang Young-shin said that he had a lot of different things and offered to show her. Lily replied that she would be interested in looking at them. The hairdresser couldn't believe her son was talking to someone. Lim Dae thought, did this boy really have a crush on Lily? Our hero got Jang Yong-shing, who would create equipment for superhumans worth hundreds of billions. The boy became a member of the guild and immediately created uniforms for battles the next day. Lim Dae thought that indeed the orc chieftain's skin was perfect for the uniform. He asked how Lily felt about the new clothes. The girl said it was comfortable and beautiful. The new clothes had designs of chicken and pizza on them. Lily liked the chicken and Yang Young-shin liked the pizza. Our hero said that Wang Gu-ho doesn't need new clothes. Good nutrition made him gain weight. The protagonist thought that he had done everything that could be accomplished in a short time. The secretary reported that the support squad has reported that they have finished their preparations. We need to move in immediately. Baekhyun Hui noticed that the commander now had a new style. It must be hard to maintain the hairstyle. Our hero thought it's no wonder there were no customers in the barbershop. There was an indignant question. What do you mean the other guild entered the gate first? The interlocutor replied that he let them in because they said the line had changed and everyone else was late. Baekhyun Hui continued to be indignant. Who said that? According to the mission, 4 guilds will participate. The White House, the Warriors, the Black Hound, and the Red Shark. At a glance, it is clear that these 3 guilds are trying to bully our hero's guild. Lim Dae said that this showdown won't change anything. They just need to act as they plan. Baekhyun Hui replied that even if Lim Dae went now, there was hardly anything left there. They should have made better preparations. Lim Dae said that there was no need to be upset. Perhaps they could find something better. The opponents were able to sweep it all away. It's understandable, though, because it's a dungeon. It was 2 hours after entering the Labyrinth of the Fallen Spirits. Our hero thought he was going to give them a ride, but they missed their chance. They'll see each other again, though. At first, the difficulty level of the Maze of Fallen Spirits was B, but it increased after several failed attempts to close the dungeon, which ended up being the worst. Lim Dae stopped the car and told everyone to stand. There's something up ahead. Wang Gu-ho stays behind and protects the cars. The twins were frightened. What was going on up ahead? The reason the dungeon is called the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits is because it turns people who enter into monsters. Judging by the clothing, they could be members of the Red Shark. Our hero thought they were probably bitten by zombies. They have fangs sharp enough to penetrate defenses. It probably happened when they relaxed and let their guard down. Perhaps they had distanced themselves from the rest of the guild. It was a good thing there weren't that many of them. The commander told the tank to show the results of his training. Wang Gu-ho was scared. Was he really alone? Lim Dae replied that if the monsters scratched them, they would also be infected. Wang Gu-ho thought, he can't be allowed to be bitten. Lim Dae said to the tank not to be afraid. Wang Gu-ho moved forward at the monsters. Tank said he would give it a try. His petrified state was better than when he was practicing. The commander reminded him that the tank should not destroy them. Wang Gu-ho asked how should he go about it. Lim Dae replied that it was up to the warrior to figure it out. Tank hit one of the monsters and deactivated it. The guy loved it. Lily said she was bored and suggested the monsters be burned. The commander remarked that these people were not only civilians, but also members of another guild, so they couldn't just be destroyed. One of the twins from the cheerleading squad said he's already filming. They are using the footage to claim compensation, so filming is in full swing. The other twin stated that he had already finished preparing the repellent suits. We need to deal with the monsters and put those suits on. The medical specialist stated that he had brought the antidote he was entrusted with. That's the main thing in a dungeon like this. Tanks effectively dealt with monsters, but our hero noticed that his strength is gradually running out. Judging from the movements of some of the monsters, it was clear that they were superhumans. Lim Dian also entered the battle and deactivated all the enemies. Wang Guho was surprised at how easy it was for his boss to do this. Our hero said there was no one else. His team was successful. Lim Dian said to Wang Guho to put all the deactivated people in a row. Among the things our hero has prepared for the trek into the labyrinth of fallen spirits is an outstanding antidote against zombie poison. After being bitten by a zombie, the victim has 10 minutes. When the time runs out, the person will begin to behave inappropriately, and after half an hour will become a slave to protect a hive of zombies. It can be accurately determined that more than half an hour has passed since they were turned into zombies. So even after drinking the antidote, they will continue to have mental problems for some time. Lim Dae-in decided to step aside. He needs to concentrate. Our hero told the victims that he saved them, so they should help him. Those with talent can focus on it and improve. But with the increase in survival rate, people like him must acquire multiple abilities. It was for this purpose that our hero traveled to different dimensions in his past life. Lim Dae-in visited the Gaia continent. There was our hero in the Murim. The protagonist also visited the underworld. Lim Dae-in did not pass over the continent of Byron either. Lim Dae-in was able to survive because of the magic and martial arts he learned while traveling. One of the things he picked up from there was a technique to control animals with low IQs. The protagonist told his Red Shark opponents that they would fight alongside his guild from now on. Everyone unanimously expressed their agreement. Our hero said that now they would start hunting zombie bees and listen to his orders. One of the warriors reported to the commander that he had caught the queen bee, but there were too many other bees around. Lim Dae-in told Lily to burn the other bees. After that, they could eat. Initially, our hero did not expect that the members of the Red Shark would actively help him. The twin from the support group asked if the commander had done anything suspicious to them. One of those men said he'd be happy to help, to return the favor. Lim Dae-in said that the insect suit inspection was over, we could move forward. However, our hero noticed that someone from the depths of the dungeon was approaching them. Lily recognized these were the guys she'd seen with the slugs. Lim Dae-in thought that the warrior guild was on board. He hoped that they were also grateful and willing to correct their mistakes. Lim Dae-in wondered what was going on. It was simpler than he had expected. It was the fourth day in the dungeon. One of the twins told the commander that the monsters had gotten to the supplies and eaten them. Judging from the footprints, the monsters must be somewhere nearby. Lim Dae-in called for Lily's help. The 7th squad and all those sympathetic to them rushed towards the monsters they had discovered. Our hero thought that he even felt better about the fact that Lily liked to control these rascals. The monsters turned out to be red-eyed, poisoned mice, or what was left of them afterwards. The protagonist thought that he had prepared for different situations, but everything goes too smoothly. However, one should not let his guard down. Boss-level monsters are still walking around somewhere nearby. Indeed, a new group of monsters has appeared. It was the demonic mirror bat. It was an intermediate boss. Lim Dae-in ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The vehicles should be left behind. Wang Guho as a tank goes first. Our hero has brainwashed the red sharks and warriors so the mirror won't work on them. This monster shows illusions to everyone who looks in the mirror, making them his minions. The rest of his team must be careful. Lim Dae-in told Wang Guho not to look in the mirror. Wang Guho was frightened and stopped. The commander called him a coward. Lily said he was weak. Lim Dae-in said to have Lily make a shield of fire that won't let the monsters through. Everyone should move back at least 2 kilometers. The commander will gather some information and join the group. All members of our hero's group scurried away to a safe distance. Lily suggested not to be ceremonious and burn everything. Lim Dae-in would usually agree with the girl in such situations, but now he said it was necessary to put the fire away. Our hero activated the concealment mode and became invisible. Wang Guho couldn't understand where the boss and Lily had gone. Being invisible, the protagonist began throwing knives at the bat. The monster had no trouble dodging these attacks. He tried to point his mirror at his opponents. Lim Dae In turned away and locked eyes with Lily. The guy realized that concealment doesn't work on this monster. It flies from side to side instead of straight ahead. It's worth stepping back for now to see how the monster moves. The twins were happy when they saw that the commander had returned. They asked if Lim Dae-in was injured. Lim Dae-in replied that he was fine and said that he would now explain what everyone needed to do. There was not much time, so it was necessary to hurry. The monsters sneaked towards the group, and Lim Dae-in shouted for the technical support squad to retreat immediately. The fortification completed, they retreated. Lim Dae-in gave a command for everyone to prepare for battle. Shields were put up, which the monster struck against. Lim Dae-in thought, no matter how fast the monster's movements were, I wonder how long he can dodge its attacks. After reaching the monster, our hero snatched the mirror from the monster. After dealing with this monster, the 7th squad reached the huge gate. Lim Dae-in said that they shouldn't let their guard down just because they had already come here. Lily wondered how long this coward, Wang Gu-ho, would continue to stay like this. Lim Dae-in said that he planned not to touch the guy until they defeat the boss. Otherwise, this young man will be brainwashed again. The next monster was a spirit hunter. He spoke in an incomprehensible language. The protagonist gave the command, and everyone rushed to attack the monster. Ahead of everyone was a tank. The spirit hunter had not expected such an onslaught and expressed surprise. Tank said a hug was always welcome, and as he approached a dangerous distance, he took the monster's attack in stride. Lim Dae-in thought that this guy was a little timid, but he was holding up well right now. He told the tank that this was the kind of moment Wang Gu-ho had trained for. The spirit hunter has used a spell called spirit bonding. This long-range spell turns those around him into puppets. Lim Dae-in knew that this spell wouldn't work on his squad. Spirit hunter made a mistake and allowed the opponents to approach. The attackers from the warrior guild began beating the monster with their fists. The mirror of the defeated demonic mirror bat and his little trick kept them brainwashed. Therefore, the spirit link spell was useless. Wang Gu-ho jumped on the monster's sword and said that they were now inseparable. Lim Dae-in warned that Lily would be out soon. The girl replied that she was always ready. The second ability the spirit hunter has is Devil's Call. It was the magic of summoning monster monkeys. However, our hero had prepared for it in advance. Lily was ready and ignited everything in the neighborhood. The girl said they were going to burn the place down now and go eat chicken. Lim Dae-in praised his ward and said that she would be responsible for destroying the monster monkeys. Lim Dae-in saw that the tank continued to hold on to the spirit hunter's sword. Our hero decided that he would pretend as if none of this had happened. Now it is time for the Red Shark representatives to enter the fray. Our hero's goal was to safely clear the dungeon with minimal effort. The protagonist thought that when the monster had exhausted his strength, then he would join in. 1 hour of continuous battle had passed. The spirit fighter had become powerless. Our hero decided it was time and gave the command. Lim Dae-in declared that he intended to end it. The spirit fighter said something loudly. However, he spoke in an incomprehensible language. Lim Dae-in said that he didn't know what that monster was saying, but it seemed like nothing good should be expected from him. Lim Dae-in and the spirit fighter rushed towards each other. Our hero thought that some people have no choice. They can only live like this. Lim Dae-in pointed the bat monster mirror at his opponent. He thought that this monster couldn't be brainwashed by the illusion mirror, but he could let his guard down for a moment. Our hero used his lightning strike fist and struck the monster's chest with all his might. The chest was punctured. Lim Dae-in saw a spirit stone in the gaping hole of the monster's chest. Not even high-level magic stones can compare to this stone. This treasure allows the owner to perform a miracle and is the reason why our hero decided to enter the labyrinth of fallen spirits. Lim Dae-in retrieved the spiritual stone and said he would find a good use for it. Afterward, Lily asked, "Is it really over?" Lim Dae-in decided that this was an amazing find. Now he would be able to use transformation. If he completes it, his body will go into a practical state for mastering martial arts, but he is not interested in that. Our hero wants to slow down aging and increase life expectancy so that he can enjoy his young body long after his retirement, which he will enter in 3 years. Lily wondered what it was. "Is this rock tasty?" Lim Dae-in replied that the stone was inedible. "You could get sick if you tried it." Lily didn't believe it because he had just tried to eat the stone himself. Lily asked, "Is Lim Dae-in really tired?" Our hero knelt down on his knees. Why did that stone disappear? The protagonist noticed that the hands of his watch were moving. This meant that this watch was powered by magical power. The four guilds, united by one goal, the task of destroying the gate, should have returned by now. 10 days had passed. The experts believed that all the warriors were dead. Baek Yun-hui was studying the information on her phone when a man suddenly appeared beside her. It was the commander of the second White House team, Ban Woo-hyuk. He said that the second team would bring back the seventh team in one piece, not to worry too much.
The girl said that the other guilds have no plans to send rescue squads. She knows that the second squad has the power to clear Airang's dungeon, but caution must be exercised.
Ban Woo-hyuk once again said that he could be relied upon and ordered his squad to move out. The warriors approached the gate, and when they noticed that something was happening, they prepared to fight. The cars of our hero's team appeared from the gate. Lim Dae-in, with a girl on his back, moved ahead of the cars. Ban Woo-hyuk got excited and asked what Commander Lim Dae-in was detained in the dungeon. Our hero said that there were a couple of unforeseen circumstances that should not be discussed in front of everyone. Baek Yun-hui hugged our hero and said she was worried a lot. Lily said she had no more strength left and wanted to go home. Thanks to the 7th White House team, superhumans of all guilds returned home alive. According to additional information, the gate was more dangerous than the government thought. The driver said that the entire country was discussing the action. Our hero stated that it was only a headache for him. The boy inquired while he was in the dungeon, had it rained? Not a cloud in the sky right now. The chauffeur inquired. The boss must be asking because of the rainbow in the sky? It appeared 4 days ago. Lim Dae-in thought that this was not a single phenomenon, but an omen of the first great calamity. Gradually, color by color, the rainbow would begin to disappear. And on the day it is completely gone, the great calamity will begin, the night of the 7 moons. Hundreds of gates will open everywhere, and monsters will pour out of them relentlessly. In the past, our hero barely escaped by holding up in a safe house. But things are different now. The scourge of fire is on his side. Our hero knew he had gotten much stronger compared to last time. Lim Dae-in also has a magnificent watch that has absorbed the mana of the Spirit Stone. Lily tried on the dress and said it was a little tight in the waist. She's going to have a big meal tonight. Lim Dae-in then suggested that his ward wear a jumpsuit. The girl replied that the overalls were ugly. Baek Yun-hui resented Lily's lack of evening clothes. Doesn't she only have homemade tracksuits in her closet? Lim Dae-in told the girl that if she felt uncomfortable, she could change. When the team returns safely from the dungeon, a party is thrown at the White House. The guild leader said that today's main characters had appeared. The head hugged our hero and said that he knew Lim Dae-in would come back alive and bring his whole team.
Baek Yun-hui told the girl that the dress really suits her. Lily thanked her for the gift. The girl noted that Lily was speaking better every day.
Jang Young-shin suggested that the girl go out to dinner together. Lily said she didn't mind. Baek Yun-hui thought, did this boy really have a crush on her? It was so cute. Lily inquired what they would be having for dinner tonight. It looked like everyone was enjoying the evening. In the Black Hound Guild, our hero couldn't dream of anything like this. The guild leader asked the boy what his goals were. What are the dreams of young people nowadays? Lim Dae-in replied that his goal is to retire, and after that, he would like to live in comfort. The guy added that he plans to raise a lot of money and build a mansion of 10,000 square meters, invite friends there, and do whatever he wants. Wang Gu-ho said that a peaceful life sounds tempting, so there will be no training. I wondered, wouldn't the interlocutor want to become strong by training with him? At first, our hero planned to avoid the dangers that would happen in the future, but now he has the potential to become stronger. The guild leader didn't expect that there was such a beautiful lake in the forbidden area. The man threw himself into the water and said his spirit was lifted by his intimacy with nature. Our hero called the chapter and the others to spend a week's vacation with nothing to lose. The girl asked for the commander to rub her back. She couldn't reach it herself. Lim Dae-in said that the girl should practice stretching and showed her how to do it. Baek Yun-hui was surprised. Couldn't he just agree? The guy replied that if it was so necessary, he could ask Wang Gu-ho and the cook. The girl said she hadn't even said hello yet. Who is this guy? The cook wondered if the pretty girl was interested in him.
A young man came up and said his name is Kim Min Jae, and his nickname is Red Bean Rice Cake. A girl can also call him that.
Baek Yun-hui said that she is happy to meet Mr. Kim Min Jae, but they are not close enough to call him that yet. The protagonist told his cook that if he acted like this, he would be renamed Whipped Blood Pie. Our hero suggested that the head should compete in swimming. The man replied that it sounded like fun. The one who could reach the other side of the lake the fastest would win. The head of the guild vigorously took up rowing and pulled ahead. Our hero thought that Mr. Beck is the first superhuman and is very fast. Thanks to him, it is possible to get a big catch. A huge monster appeared in the path of the competitors. Mr. Beck stopped. The guild leader shouted, "How dare this monster interfere with their competition?" He jumped on the monster and started beating it with his fists. The guild leader would not be appeased, and the monster, while receiving injuries, was defeated. Lim Dai-ying was surprised. Was the guild leader really fighting with his bare hands? Our hero thought taking this man with him was a good idea. The monster was deactivated. Lim Dae-in asked if Mr. Beck was okay. Lim Dae-in said that he did not expect that there could be a monster here. Mr. Beck said he was glad the young man was not hurt. The restricted area is full of surprises. The guild leader said they sailed very far away. He's worried about the others, and it's better for them to go back. This kraken should be taken to the lab. Lim Dae-in said that he would be late because he planned to inspect the bottom of the lake. Mr. Beck told the young man to come back for lunch. Our hero thought that he had already cleaned up the area where people were resting, so the monsters would not appear there. Lim Dae-in activated his shield and dived into the lake. The guy thought the kraken died because it got in their way. The real problem is downstairs. Our hero didn't know how deep to go down, but there would definitely be treasure there. Lim Dae-in saw an underwater cave and thought he had found it. Now he could go back to the guys and enjoy his vacation, and he would come here later with Lily. However, the protagonist felt something dragging him down. What could it be? The shield cracked and shattered into pieces. Fainting, our hero thought that he had promised Lily he would return soon. Zhang Yongxiang offered the companion a drink before the commander returned and fed her some strange food. The girl agreed. She decided to get full before he returned. Our hero opened his eyes. Someone said he was awake. The strange creatures asked what they would do. Should they expect something bad to happen? They asked who this guy was. Our hero thought he knew these creatures. Lim Dae-in tore the seaweed binding his hands and asked if they were the ones who brought him here. The creatures were frightened. He had torn the ropes and looked very angry. Is he going to kill them? Lim Dae-in said he wouldn't touch anyone and they could calm down. Why are they so fussy? The continent of Nostal is home to magical plants, animals, and fairies. When he worked there as a guide for a few months, he met fairies only at the clear water. Snowy is one member of a species of kind and innocent fairies. Lim Dae-in asked the creatures, "Aren't they snowmen?" The creatures were surprised. Did he really know them? The fairies asked, "Has he really been to Nostal and knows their language?" Lim Dae-in told them to take turns asking questions. Lim Dae-in thought that in his past life, there was no information about fairies dwelling here. It would be problematic if the course of events had changed. Lim Dae-in asked, why did the fairies end up here? The fairies answered that they lived in the lake, but suddenly it was moved to another dimension. Our hero thought it was about the first gate. The monsters that appeared fought and ate each other. The octopus destroyed many of the fairies. It was scary. The fairy added that this was why they hid at the bottom of the lake and found their salvation there. Lim Dae-in agreed that those fairies had a hard time. Our hero thought they had been exterminated. That's why there was no information. The fairies said that they have no future. They are getting weaker because of the lack of sunlight and can't get out because of the octopus. Lim Dae-in said that the kraken has been destroyed and the fairies can come out. The fairies didn't believe this man at first, but after checking his words with their abilities, they realized it was true. The fairies were happy that they could get out and thanked the guy for avenging them. Lim Dae-in asked them to calm down because the fairies were giving him a headache. Lim Dae-in and the fairies traveled to the surface. Our hero's original goal was unearthly power. If he had it, it would be easier to deal with the first disaster. But it's guarded by a guardian. He's been trying to find out exactly where it's located. However, due to a coincidence, our hero got along with the snowbirds. Our hero thought about how much money he would make if he converted this lake into a snowbird theme park. He'd probably make a fortune. The fairy said there was a trap ahead and it was impossible to step on it. Lim Dae-in thought it would be difficult for him if he was alone. The fairy said they were almost there. Snowy offered to say hello to their friend, since he was the one who let them live here. Lim Dae-in wondered, who was he talking about? Is it really that stolid white rogue who is half his height? The fairy wondered, Do they really know each other? Snowy said he was strong, which is why the octopus couldn't get in here. They meant the guardian. Our hero said they could say goodbye, he would wait here. He was told he didn't have to go anywhere, they were already here. A white, small, and solid guardian appeared from the shadows. The guard said there was an intruder ahead and the passage was closed. Our hero thought that his escape route was cut off. The sentinel said the intruder assessment is complete. Target destruction confirmed. Limdayan asked, is it definitely a good friend? After all, he called him a target to be destroyed. The fairy said that his appearance had changed. The sentinel did take on a different appearance and said he was beginning the annihilation. Limdayan said he was fine with it and could experience it. The protagonist thought there was nothing he could do about the weight class difference. But it's not that bad. After another attack, the guard's right arm was damaged. He probably wouldn't be able to use his right side. The guard reevaluated the danger level of the intruder and unlocked the high-class weapon. Limdayan didn't wait for his opponent to regroup and gave him a staggering blow. The guardian activated the self-healing function. Our hero was surprised. Is there really a robot with self-healing ability? Limdayan sensed a problem already from putting some mana into the glove. The protagonist thought he should back off for now. He decided to break the wall and get out of here. After that, he would bring Wangu-ho and Lily here. The fairy swam up to the guard and told the snowblind man not to fight. The fairy said that the man was a friend of theirs. The sentinel noted that the target before him was not for destruction. This target cannot be destroyed. The fairy wondered why the man was beating the snowblind. Limdayan answered her that they would talk later. The fairy grabbed her head. After all, they were all friends. After a series of blows, the guard looked shabby. The fairies cried and told Snowblind not to die. The fairies were angry with our hero because he had destroyed a snowblind man who was their friend, Limdayan justified himself by saying that the guardian was the first to attack. Our hero asked the golem if he had proven his qualifications. The guardian said that the test was over and the mission was accomplished. Limdayan got the key and said that now all that was left was to find the safe. The fairies said that this guy is no longer their friend. Friends don't destroy friends. Limdayan replied that he didn't do that. This guard could be resuscitated. The fairies checked and were convinced that the man was telling the truth. Our hero thought that these fairies were a walking headache, but very naive. Current technology can't recreate a golem like him, but Zhang Yongxing has a specialty in crafting, and he has the power to restart this robot. Limdayan opened the gate with the key and was surprised. It was the first time this place had opened. What were they looking for? Our hero replied that he was looking for something very important. Something important was discovered. It was the drink of life. It was a golden drink with an infinite amount of healing ability. Potions hadn't been invented yet, and he already had an endless supply of healing potion in a high-end decanter. Its flavor is so good that it can be sold in a blink of an eye. On the night of the first calamity of the 7 moons, when the monster army appears, our hero will be able to save countless superhumans and civilians. Limdayan tasted the drink. Fairy said she wanted one too because it smells delicious. The fairy tasted this drink and screamed. Our hero realized that for water fairies, this drink has a different effect. The fairy said that her body had become lighter. It had shrunk. Limdayan thought that he didn't need anything else here, and it was time to get out. The fairy offered to take the golem with her. The higher our hero climbed, the warmer the water became. Emerging from the water, Limdayan thought he had made it to the sun. However, our hero was wrong. It was not the sun. He looked up in surprise. Limdayan saw Lily high above, creating a sea of fire. The boy wondered, is she wandering around in a dream? Or is she just playing with fire? Limdayan said for Lily to put away the fire and come down to earth. Does she really want to destroy the lake? The guild leader from the shore shouted out where Limdayan had disappeared for so long. If he stayed a little longer, there would be no consequences. Limdayan told Mr. Beck that the situation was an emergency, so he was delayed. The guild leader expressed satisfaction that the young man came back in one piece and was able to stop the girl. Otherwise, she would have dried up the lake. Baek Yoon-hui was glad that her father had discovered the commander. The guild leader said it was okay to stop the search. Baek Yoon-hui wrapped her arms around our hero again and asked where did the commander disappear to. The snowflake fairies misunderstood the girl's gesture, deciding that their friend was being insulted, and decided to come to his aid. The head of the guild shouted that monsters had appeared behind the young man. The boy replied that they were new friends. He would tell everything in detail later. After that, our hero received a series of fist punches to the stomach. It was Lily. The girl asked where he was. It was dinner time and he couldn't be found anywhere. She was worried. Lily grudgingly said that she had to skip dinner to find Lim Dae-in. The protagonist apologized to everyone for being late. The vacation didn't last long, and everyone went back to their daily duties. The monsters had broken into the city. Only our hero's guild was here. All civilians were evacuated to safe zones. The huge monster screamed loudly and was about to do rampages. Lim Dae-in said that it was now Wang Gu-ho's turn to go out. His daily duties included eating 5 mana-rich dishes and practicing hard. When the request to destroy monsters came, Wang Gu-ho, of course, went first. This warrior's pace was beyond our hero's expectations. With any luck, Wang Gu-ho would play a big role during the first calamity. Lim Dae-in said he gives a minute to Lily. She has to do her work in that time. The girl said she would burn all the monsters for fries. As time passed, Lily said she had done her part and added that now she needed to buy a set with a monster burger. "Turn off the stopwatch, Ajurin," our hero said, adding that the girl was 5 seconds late so she wouldn't get the whole set. Wang Gu-ho asked the commander if he can join the dinner tonight too. Lim Dae-in pushed Wang Gu-ho aside and repelled the attack of the monster attacking him from behind. The commander said it was a shadow goblin that was waiting for the moment to attack. Lim Dae-in said that dinner was out of the question since Wang Gu-ho was acting very lax. Wang Gu-ho apologized and said that he would eat something nutritious today and exercise extra. Lim Dae-in thought this guy had a pretty good attitude and told him to keep it that way. Our hero's abilities have reached the level he possessed in his past life. The shadow goblins were no problem for Lim Dae-in. His mana reserve had also increased, and if he continued like this, he would become even stronger. Lily lifted her head and looked at the rainbow, wondering what color was no longer there. The red color was missing. Our hero thought, would the rainbow disappear in 2 weeks? To survive the night of the 7 moons, several things must be prepared. You'll need firepower to quickly destroy the monsters coming out of the gate, a special team to destroy the gate core, and a plan to minimize the destruction of the city. Restoring the physical strength of superhumans and treating wounds is also important. Our hero has taken care of the latter. What's left is to prepare for the rest. The assistant said she wanted to report on the status of the potion sales. The sales will start this week. Lim Dae-in said to keep monitoring them and any problems should be reported immediately. Lim Dae-in asked if the conditions for selling the food had been approved. Baek Yoon-hui said that even without advertising, superhumans would line up. She listed the prices for each meal in the report. The portion per person was fixed and the price was high. Our hero said it was good. Baek Yoon-hui asked if she had pleased the commander. Lim Dae-in asked Young Shin, "Can the golem move yet?" Baek Yoon-hui remarked that no one else would be able to do it, and this guy says he can do it. Lim Dae-in noticed that this guy could be relied on. Young Shin can definitely handle it, for the sake of getting a chance to go to the zoo with Lily. This document identifies our hero's friends who were at his retirement party. If his intervention changed the future, there's no guarantee they'll meet. That's the list our hero kept for himself. Baek Yoon-hui asked if the boss needs anything else. She wants to work with him some more before he goes on a week's vacation. Lim Dae-in asked the driver how long it took him to get to work. The driver replied that it took about an hour. Lim Dae-in said that it was quite far away. It must be difficult for him, right? Does he want to move to an apartment near the guild headquarters? Lim Dae-in told the assistant to prepare the driver's suite. The boss said to make sure this apartment has enough room for the driver's whole family. He'll pay for it himself. Lim Dae-in told the driver that it would be more convenient for him. He has a lot of money, so the man should not refuse. The driver rejoiced. Is he really asleep? Or is it his birthday today? Our hero thought, if there is a potion, money is not a problem, but you can't evacuate all the people close to you in this way. Lim Dae-in thought that he still had a lot of work to do. Lim Dae-in told the cook to take care of the house in their absence. Lily added that it would be impossible for him to escape. Lim Dae-in and Lily watched Wang Gu-ho, who walked up to the huge stone. Lim Dae-in said for them to keep quiet and move on. This guy is focused right now. Wang Gu-ho stood beside the stone and said that he was acting too slowly. This was no good. If he doesn't get stronger, the commander will throw him out. Lim Dae-in thought that this guy was still worried about being kicked out. Whatever the motivation is, it's good that he's getting stronger, so there's no need to get involved. Lily said they will fly further and she will create a shield. Lim Dae-in In said, "It's amazing. Since when did she know how to do that?" Lily replied that she tried it once, and it worked for her. Our hero arrived at the cave. He believed that it was his personal treasury. The protagonist collected things that came across in the forbidden territory. The fairy and Lily said hello. The fairy said there was nothing to report, nothing had happened. Lim Dai-in said that the fairies should patrol near the cave. The fairies declared that they were protecting their friend's property. These creatures drank the elixir of life and became fast as bullets. Our hero uses their powers so that they will communicate with him quickly in case of an invasion. Lily wondered why they were here. Lim Dai-in looked at the mask. It was a charlatan's mask. It made a person look attractive and charming, and it also changed his voice to sound like a speaker. The sage cloak, when used with mana, emits an aura that is difficult to deal with. The wooden staff shines when mana is injected into it. Lily put on a robe and a mask. The boy said she looked very believable. The girl noticed that her voice had changed and sounded strange. The preparations were completed and the operation could begin. Almost everyone left the dungeon area through the gate. Lim Dai-in, along with Lily, also came out of the gate and revealed invisibility. The hunters wondered who it was, for he had just come out of the gate. Lim Dai-in thought it was good that there were many witnesses. The stranger said he was an Aximus mage from the continent of Gaia. The mage said that he had come to warn that disaster would soon fall upon these lands. People were surprised. Who is he? What language does he speak? It was a language no one had ever heard before, but he came out of the gate. The mage said not to worry, he would use translation magic. He decided to introduce himself again and repeated the same words. The mage told those present to listen to him carefully. That was the signal, and the shield they were standing on rose up. People saw the two rise into the air and said that it was indeed a mage. This rainbow is a sign of the curse. The moment all colors are gone, a calamity will fall upon these lands that will open thousands of gates to hell. Monsters and demons will flood the earth and the heavens. The living will sleep and the dead will rise. People should unite and prepare for the coming catastrophe. The people asked how to understand this. The mage thought he'd done a great job of catching these people's attention. In fact, it was strange that the colors in the rainbow were disappearing. The special mask made our hero's voice more imposing, and the sage's robe exuded an aura that attracted attention. The staff simply emitted light and helped him look spectacular. The policeman asked the magician how to avoid this calamity. The magician replied that one can only minimize the damage caused by it. Aximus asked where the king of this world was. He will be given all the details. Our heroes found themselves in an interrogation room in a blue house. The head of Superhuman Support Services, Ju Sang-wook, said he had never met a mage from another dimension. Aximus said that he understood that his interlocutor was astonished, but he had only come to warn him of the danger. Why was his staff taken from him? The magician said he wanted the king. He must be escorted to the king immediately. Ju Sang-wook wondered why the mage was sure he wasn't a king. Perhaps their cultures are different, and that's why he looks different from a king from another world. The staff would be returned to him when he was sure it was safe. Aximus said, finding his words hard to believe. However, he can read fates, though not very skillfully. Now he sees a little of how events will unfold that will leave an imprint in history and the fates of great men. His interlocutor is not a king now, but will strive to become one in the future. Ju Sang-wook wondered how Aximus knew about it. Lim Dai-in remembered that he saw this guy's presidential candidacy in the future. He's also a judge of superhumans who hates it when they commit crimes. The magician said he can't say anything else. That's all he sees. An aide looked into the audience and said the president wanted to meet the man personally. Ju Sang-wook said that he would personally escort Mr. Aximus to the president and return the staff to him.
The current Blue House was rebuilt a few years ago. The first gate opened right on its roof, and a monster emerged from there. In the end, the president and most of the parliament there died. The election of a new president only somewhat settled the resulting chaos.
The Blue House is now sturdy and resembles a military building. Ju Sang-wook said that they had finally arrived. In the president's office, an aide told the young men to come in. The man said hello and introduced himself. He is the president of this country. He heard that the young people came from another dimension. The guest said he is the mage Aximus from the continent of Gaia, and they are happy to meet him as well. The president motioned for the magician to sit down in an unusual chair. It is a device for detecting lies. If a guest lies, it will be immediately visible. Aximus said that it would be nice if the president sat in such a chair too. The magician added that they had nothing to hide. Aximus sat down in that chair and said he was ready to answer. Lily thought it would be fun. The president asked if the story about the disaster was true. The magician replied that that was why they had come here, to warn people. However, his assistant knows nothing about it. Lily didn't understand half the questions. She was hungry all the time. Our hero practiced martial arts and could control his breathing, heart rate, and perspiration, so the lie detector didn't work on him. The president asked to remove the instruments from the magician. The head of state apologized for those present doubting the man. The president decided to ask a personal question. Before disaster strikes, can the mage help him fly to his continent? The president wondered if the continent of Gaia was safer, right? If that's where Aximus came from, it's likely. The mage wondered, does the king really want to abandon his men and fly away? The man said he wasn't the king. He just happens to be the king. If a magician needs money, he'll get it. The president says he's tired of this dangerous world, where there's no telling how much longer one can live. He wants the magician to take him, his family and friends away. Our hero didn't expect the president to do that. Aximus said he was of a different opinion of the president and added that they are leaving now. The magician says these people will never know what's on his mind right now. He wants nothing, so he declines the president's offer. The president said it's not necessary, but there's no new choice either. The first awakened titan, Kim Soo-ho, appeared in the room. The man, like a huge wall, stood in front of our hero. The guy mentally cursed. Aximus thought he couldn't look this man in the eye. Kim Soo-ho inquired, "What's so funny?" Aximus asked, "How long is the real king going to keep up this shenanigans?" Kim Soo-ho asked, "How did the guests know about it?" The magician replied that he had noticed the king's huge star of destiny. Kim Soo-ho is the hero who brought order to the country after the opening of the first gate. After awakening his abilities, he mobilized the police force to protect the townspeople. And after the presidential election, he rebuilt the Blue House and began to govern the country. This man has dedicated himself to bringing the city to order and rebuilding the country. All the people of the country know about it. Disaster Response Center Headquarters. Before the meeting begins, the president would like to introduce the magician who brought the prophecy. The magician says his name is Aximus. He hopes that those present will listen to him carefully. Repeating his story, the magician said that this was all the danger of the calamity. Our hero thought that all the influential people had gathered here. Guildhead Baek Chen Sung said that 10,000 monsters was a huge force. There would probably be some very strong monsters. Demon King Kim Dae-jin was present. Hearing from magician Aximus was Ice Queen Han Ji-hyo. Min Dae-woon, the Iron Wall, was also at the meeting. They were the first to awaken. The president said he plans to declare a state of emergency in the country tomorrow morning and will try his best to prepare for disaster. He is asking those who have awakened to help him in this endeavor. Kim Dae-jin wondered, how could Mr. President believe such an unrealistic story? Min Dae-woon agreed with his colleague. This narrator sounds like a liar. Declaring a state of emergency without a reason is a hasty decision. The president said he's already checked it out. Don't forget what happened when the first gate was open. If nothing happens, there will be no accidents, which is good too. However, they would suffer huge losses if they did not prepare for the disaster, Min Dae-woon said as he worked very hard. The guy jumped up from his seat and rushed over to Mage. Aximus thought, is this really an attack? Min Dae-woon grabbed the kid's mask and said that he was annoying him the whole time. There's no need to fidget, I just want to take off the mask. Min Dae-woon asked, what is the reason this person is wearing a mask? Does he really want to avoid being recognized? The mask flew to the floor, and underneath it was a ferocious fire cat. He shouted loudly. Aximus picked up the mask and put it back on the animal. He told the cat to calm down. The man was just mistaken. He didn't know anything. Aximus told the audience that it was a great shame for a member of the perfect race to show his face to people. That is why, when traveling with him, the animal always wears a mask. In case such a situation arose, our hero coordinated his actions with Lily. In addition to changing the voice, the cat mask has a spell that transforms the wearer into a cat if the mask is removed. The president said that Min Dae-woon's train of thought was wrong. What will he do now? Kim Soo-ho said that Min Dae-woon should immediately apologize to the guests. The guy apologized to the cat for taking off his mask without permission. Our hero thought that Lily was flawless in her role as a cat. The next day, Kim Soo-ho declared a national emergency through television and radio broadcasts. There was a bit of commotion after the announcement, but everyone quickly adapted. The military, police, and superhuman guilds immediately began large-scale military training. The man asked if it was true that the great sage was leaving today. Aximus replied that he was. The interdimensional travel spell was almost over. He would have to return in a few hours. The interlocutor asked the mage for a small favor. Aximus replied that he would do his best. These were books obtained during the reconstruction of the country. Only those in good condition were selected. Could the great sage take a look at them? Time is short, so only the most important ones can be checked. The magician said that his knowledge is scarce, so you shouldn't count on much. Our hero thought he was only good at things related to magic and martial arts. Mage Aximus saw one book. It was the secret records of the Sword Emperor. It was written in the book that Namgung Yuhyol is the Sword Emperor in Murim. Our hero recognized the language of Murim. The record was indeed left by the Sword Emperor. The interlocutor asked the great sage, "Is there something wrong with this book?" Aximus said that he was not sure that it was authentic. The book must be checked thoroughly. Aximus said that this book may have been written by the devil himself. The mage inquired, "Was there anything else at the place where the book was found? Let's say a sword or something like that?" The sword can also contain devilish energy, so it takes hold of the person holding it and harms people. The interlocutor said that he would check it out right away. The interlocutor was told that no sword had been found nearby. Aximus said that this book is very dangerous, so he will take it with him and seal it. The king of this country is too busy, so he should not report it. He was born as an illegitimate son of the Namgung family. Even though the heavens granted him a talent for martial arts, he was constantly discriminated against because of his background. He couldn't even observe the development of martial arts in the noble Namgung family. After his mother passed away, he hid all the family records of their arts and elixirs. Our hero wasn't interested in the introduction, the last part what he already knows. A sword emperor who had become a highly skilled master fought a heavenly demon, and after winning with a slight advantage, he disappeared. Aximus told Lily to stay out of his way and play or read something. The magician said, if Lily is going to go for a walk, then by all means she should be back by lunchtime. Aximus delved deeper into his reading. Studying this literature, he thought that that gentleman was too talkative. Finally, our hero has found the mind technique that destroys the heavens. But why is there so much writing? Finally, our hero gets to the heart of the matter, what he took this book for. Adopting the lotus pose, the protagonist decided to try to repeat what it said. There are three main levels of meditation. Accumulation. This is about how much internal energy is accumulated in the Dantian. Stability. This is how stable the energy in the body is. Emission. How quickly the energy is released outward. While the Great Sea Mind technique, which he mainly practiced, only pursues stability, the heaven-destroying mind technique is a perfect harmony of the three levels. In other words, it is ideal for meditation. Now our hero understood why the people of Murim were on the brink of death, trying to master the perfect martial arts. Looking at the clock, our hero decided that it was time for lunch. Why hadn't Lily come back yet? Looking up at the sky, Aximus saw that a gate had appeared. They are open, and soon monsters will appear. Through this gateway, a minotaur descended to Earth. Aximus activated the shield and told the men to stay within the shield until reinforcements arrived. The magic would protect them. Our hero decided to test the power of the sky-destroying mind technique. The boy thought if he used magic, the royal palace would be destroyed. There is nothing left but to fight with physical force. After Aximus landed a few blows on the minotaur, the monster kept flying backwards. The boy wondered why this beast was so weak. Is he really a minotaur? Our hero swung and hit the monster in the chest with all his might. The opponent lost his balance from this blow. The protagonist thought that it was not the minotaur who was weak, but he had become many times stronger. It is necessary to master other spiritual methods as soon as possible. Lily appeared on the shield and said she was finally back. The mage inquired where the girl had been. Lily answered that she was eating with a friend. The boy wondered how in such a short time she had managed to make friends with someone. A huge number of minotaurs fell to the ground from the sky. The monsters kept coming. Our hero didn't want to damage the royal palace, but there were too many monsters, so there was no choice. Aximus said that the fire would become rain and fall on the enemies. After that, Lily used her powers and the monsters were incinerated. The young man thought it was supreme magic. Did he really bring in superhumans? In the square of the Blue House, a statue of the great sage would be erected in the distant future. The president told Mr. Aximus that they would never forget his kindness. The magician replied that he had only done what he had to do and hoped that the people could stop the disaster. The president has given a gift as their gratitude. Though the gift is insignificant, the magician must accept it. Aximus accepted the gift and thought that there were a lot of top-level magic stones here. However, his time here had expired. Aximus and his assistant said goodbye and told him it was time for them to go back. The magician expressed the hope that all the people would remain unharmed. Back home, our hero asked the red bean rice cake if he had defended the house well. Lily said she really missed his food. Cook asked where they had been all this time. They were in trouble. Lim Dae-in asked what was wrong. Red bean rice cake said that when the rainbow in the sky completely disappears, disaster will descend upon them. According to the president, countless gates will appear. The cook added that Mr. Wang Gu-ho went to an emergency meeting. Lim Dae-in said that he was going to the guild. Our hero thought that this guy would run away and there would be no one here. It's commendable that he kept waiting for them, even in such a situation. Lim Dae-in and the cook chose the right side. It is now necessary to gather the right things. Looking at the rainbow in the night sky, the protagonist decided they had less than a week to spare. Baek Yoon-hui wondered where the commander had been all this time. They're having an emergency meeting, and he even turned off his phone. The girl asked if Lim Dae-in understood how serious it was. Our hero said that everything had already been explained to him. The cook said hello to Mrs. Manager and told her that they had already met at the lake. The girl wondered if this guy was going to evacuate somewhere. Lim Dae-in asked if the guild would have any spare rooms. They would be staying here for a while. Baek Yoon-hui said she would call a person to escort them out. But right now, it was more important to meet the guild leader. Baek Yoon-hui said that her interlocutors were the only ones who didn't show up for the emergency meeting. That's why the head of the department was really angry. Lim Dae-in and Wang Gu-ho met and said hello. The commander asked if the boy had been living well in his absence. At that, the commander slapped the young man. Wang Gu-ho wondered what had happened to the commander. Why is he attacking out of the blue? Lim Dae-in wondered how this guy could think that he would leave him behind. Our hero added that this tank is very useful. Lily said that Wang Gu-ho is a big do-gooder, so she won't leave him either. Lim Dae-in came to the guild leader's office. Mr. Baek told the young man to take a seat. Baek Yoon-hui reported that Lim Dae-in was out of range. The guild leader asked if the young man had heard the news of the disaster. Lim Dae-in said that the great sage Aximus contacted and relayed the prophecy for him personally. It is necessary to leave the 7th Night Squad alone and give it to the Wheel of Fate. In that case, he'll bring light to everyone. No matter how much he thinks it's about our hero's team, after all, he's got the 7th Squad. Lim Dae-in asked that when disaster strikes, his team be given full freedom of action. They will handle all the problems on their own. That was the prophecy, right? It's a waste of time to eliminate monsters wherever the guild deems fit. It is better to take care of destroying the core of the main gates after getting free action. The reason why the calamity will begin on the night of the 7 moons is that among the hundreds of gates, 7 special gates with different colors will open. When the main gate, which is the root of the surrounding gates, disappears, it will take several dozen nearby ordinary gates with it into oblivion. In the guise of Aximus, our hero relayed information about the 6 main gates that needed to be destroyed. Now, the red energy seems to be beyond his vision. He's not picking up its location. The only thing our hero didn't tell us was the location of the red gate, because that's where the spirit stone is located. This time, the dream of beautiful skin will come true. The guild leader wondered, could the prophecy be so simple? Baek Yoon-hui wondered if there might be some hidden meaning in it. Wang Gu-ho said it's hard to understand because his words are too abstract. Lim Dae-in wondered, had the great sage who had decided to help them made some complicated prophecies? There was no need to twist his words. There was no hidden meaning in the prophecy. After much persuasion, the 7th team was given free rein. It's been 3 days, the White House training room. Lim Dae-in asked the tank if he remembered exactly how the mana moved through his body. The young man replied that he didn't remember. Our hero said he'd do another one, so we'd have to be more careful. The guy was rereading the Ball Emperor's notes saved in his notes. This art only strengthens the body and helps perform basic techniques. But for Wang Gu-ho, it is extremely useful. After reading it again, our hero asked if the young man now understood. Wang Gu-ho replied that the effect was the same. Lim Dae-in was angry. This was the 30th time he had shown the same thing. This boy is not even at the level of a monkey. Wang Gu-ho said he will try to train further on his own. What was left was the purple color of the rainbow, the calamity of which was right in front of his nose. Lim Dae-in inquired, "Is it tasty, girls?" The commander said he had bought 3 hens, however. Lily had already straightened everything out. Lim Dae-in said that in that case it was time to get up and work off the food. Lily asked, "Is that why Lim Dae-in bought her these chickens?" Inside the red gate they will enter when the disaster begins is a valley of flames. Since the area is filled with flames and boiling lava, they will have to walk through the heat. A must-have item in the local boss fight is the Ice Dragon Fang. However, by an unexpected coincidence, this artifact is in the possession of our hero's former employer. The young men on the shield flew up to the Black Hound's headquarters building. Before our hero returned to time, the Black Hound Guild was the place where he had worked like a slave for 3 years at the age of 20. His work-life balance was broken, and he could only think of vacations when he was injured. If our hero could heal his knee back then, his life would be a little different. Just like now, when the sword chi energy changed while reproducing the heaven-shattering mind technique. But thanks to that demanding job, he knows everything about the layout of the headquarters, the surveillance cameras, and the location of important facilities. Lim Dae-in opened the window of the building and climbed inside, telling Lily to follow him. The Black Hound's security control room. The guards lamented that everyone had gone to the evacuation area and they had to stay on duty at such a time. The guards wondered why they were obliged to be here in an emergency. The markets and stores would be completely emptied soon, and they couldn't leave this place. As soon as disaster struck, they would immediately rush to the guild's evacuation point. One of the guards wondered, why is one of the infrared cameras off? Why is the lens broken? The door to the room is ajar, and someone has stealthily infiltrated the guards. But why is the camera showing what is at the entrance to this room, right in front of the door? Lim Dae-in snuck into this room, deactivated the guards, and said that they could sleep soundly until the next morning. Our hero took off his mask, sat down at the control panel, and said he hadn't been here in a while. It's on speakerphone that there's been an emergency. Someone has broken into the head's room. But who is this madman? Lim Dae-in announced that 4 people had been discovered. They were armed, but didn't look like superhumans. All the guards in the building should go there. The guards, having received the order over the loudspeaker, rushed to execute it. However, having penetrated into the premises of the head, determined that there was no one there. Did the criminals escape? At that moment, the door to the premises began to close. The guards were locked out. They reported this information to the Security Control Center. Lim Dae-in thought that half of the job was done. He said that the intruders had been caught and it was boring to be locked up, so he would play music for them. Our heroes had infiltrated the secret vault. Lim Dae-in was surprised. Why do they say running a guild is hard? Lily, looking around, was surprised. How the gold shines! The girl asked, will they really take everything that is here? But she only wants the golden chicken? Lim Dae-in replied that there was no need to reward herself with useless junk. Our hero found a room in a secret vault that held the artifact he was looking for. The guy said that the guild had taken good care of the preservation of this thing. He would take it with gratitude. After taking the Ice Dragon Fang, Lim Dae-in said that they should now return. Lily pointed to the wall and said that there was a lot of magical power lurking behind it. The guy told the girl to step back and hit that wall with force, smashing a hole in it. Our heroes got into the next room. Lim Dae-in saw the contents of the room and said that it was a great fortune. There was a huge amount of magic crystals stored there. Lim Dae-in praised his companion for her attentiveness and said he would buy her 3 cheese balls as a bonus. Lim Dae-in told the companion that he would absorb the next spirit stone so that she could absorb all the others. The guy looked at his hand and thought that nothing much had changed, only the claws had grown. Was it worth it to use so many spirit stones? Lim Dae-in decided that it could be considered a payment of the severance pay he didn't receive at that time. Now it was time to return home. The next day, Rainbow was gone. Lily was upset that she didn't get her cheese balls. Our hero said he would buy them next time. One of the twins asked the commander what had happened. The boss replied that he had finally received all the benefits he was entitled to after resigning from the company he used to work for. The equipment setup was complete. All that was left was to check everything one more time. Our hero was checking communication with the rest of the team. Lily stated that she was insanely uncomfortable. Wang Guho said that these clothes are very embarrassing. The twins said that Lily has an armor that provides high protection, and Wang Guho has a battlesuit made of a new flexible material. It is a unique outfit created especially for the two of them. Lim Dae-in wondered, is Wang Guho really going to stand in this pose during the battle as well? The guy replied that when he activated petrification, it would be completely different. Buk Yun Hui reported to the commander that the people he mentioned a few days ago were safely delivered to the evacuation site. Does he wish to see his friends? Lim Dayan replied that now was not the time, he would meet with them later. Our hero asked for a personal favor, to provide protection for the friends who were with him at the retirement party. All of them had lost their families in the past during the first disaster. No such thing would happen this time. The guild leader said that the disaster could strike at any moment. However, he, Baek Chan-sung, will stop this tragedy. Our hero said the guild leader was so agitated that he didn't even sleep a wink all night. Baek Yun Hui said she sometimes feels like she's raising a son. Baek Chan-sung shouted for calamity to come soon. Lim Dae, in thought that with such resources it would really be possible to stop this disaster. Our hero saw the new arrival and said that Jang Yongxing had made an amazing success. After all, this is now their ally. There was an addition to the ranks of the defenders. It was the golem the boy had repaired. Lily said that she welcomed snow blindness. The robot replied that he was not snowblind. He said he was Young Shin. Indeed, this robot was controlled by a boy. Lim Dian noticed that the voice was coming from inside. Did Zhang Young-shin really modify it so that one could be inside? Lily said that she wanted to go there too. Zhang Yongxing said that he would ensure their safety. Our hero replied to his ward that there should be a time and place for love. Someone shouted for the commander to look up at the sky. Our hero thought it was already starting. The guy said for Baek Yun Hui to go back to the command center. A huge number of gates began to appear in the sky above the city. Birds circled in flocks over the people. Lim Dae, in thought that this was only the first wave, and people's fingertips were already shaking. Lim Dae-in said that the enemies were simple monsters that they had already dealt with countless times. Everyone needs to focus on preparing for battle. We need to get into combat positions and provide fire support on the ground. The twins said they would try it again. Our hero thought that now that they had recovered, they could be trusted to protect the evacuation site. The command is given, open fire! The superhumans are the first to deal with monsters that have come close to the base. Guild head Baek Chan-sung said, finally, the monsters have shown up. It's been a long time since I've been to the battlefield. Baek Chan-sung decided to destroy the dark blue gate that looked like a steel prison. The man waving his instrument of destruction said he would destroy everything, including the blue gate. The main gate was decided to be divided between the first awakened and a professional team of superhumans. Our hero planned to move separately and accidentally wander into the red core gate. Lim Dae-in said to Jang Yongxing to keep his eyes open, this is the battlefield. The boy inside the robot said he would follow the commander. Lim Dae-in said that time is running out and Young Shin should cover for them if necessary. Orders have been given for the 7th team to set up in their positions. They're launching their own operation right now. From this point on, one must pretend that they are moving without much purpose and take a course towards the core of the red gate. The twin told the commander that monsters were coming from all sides. Lim Dae, in order to keep up the speed and the vehicles should move in a crescent. Our hero wasn't used to dealing with combat weapons, but for a superhuman with 20 years of experience, mastering something like this was easy. The commander got a report that there were monsters heading straight for them. Lim Dae, ordered the technique to keep moving forward and climbed onto the roof of the armored vehicle. Our hero asked if Lily was ready. There was a lot of nasty stuff ahead. The girl would have a job to do now. Lim Dae-in received a readiness report from the assistant and told her to attack the monsters in front of her. Lily said that she would deal with them quickly and directed flames toward the enemies. After that, she intended to go to the butcher's pantry. Lim Dae-in ordered that the technique should not slow down and continue on the given route. Young Shin activated the jet engine and flew upwards, sending the robot through the air towards the monsters. Lily was thrilled with her friend's actions and said it was great. After the battle, she was going to eat all the food. Lim Dae-in thought that this girl knew a lot about food and understood what to eat. The commander ordered everyone to move forward at full speed. As the combat vehicles moved, a red spot appeared at the end of the street. The commander thought that they would soon be at the target. Lim Dae-in announced to the 7th team that they were entering the red gate. However, at this moment, a giant Tyrannosaurus of the flame variety jumped to the ground from the red gate. The operator said there's a monster 1 kilometer away. Should I slow down? Lim Dae-in said that the operator should keep the current speed. The commander thought if they hesitated here, other monsters would appear and they would be surrounded. Lim Dae-in sent Wang Guho forward. The guy rushed towards the monster and said that he was going to show the progress he had made in training. The tank got close enough to the dinosaur and activated its stone abilities. The commander saw that the young man was using the Golden River Flow technique. Wang Guho was still able to master this technique, even though his speed was slower than that of a monkey. The commander said it was Young Sin's turn to provide support. He himself claimed that he could provide protection. The boy said he was taking on the monster and began circling his flying machine around the dinosaur. The monster closed its jaws, wanting to bite the golem, but missed, and the golem reached down and grabbed the monster by the tail. Our hero and his helpers, watching this, decided they wanted to ride it too. Lim Dae-in armed himself and approached the monster. A monster of this size should obviously have a core inside. This stuff is said to have a good tonic effect. Wang Guho told the commander that the monsters were coming again. Lim Dae-in warned that in that case, everyone would jump into the gate. To destroy the red core gate, you must destroy the fire giant sleeping in the volcano. The armor replacement has been completed. The refreshing effect of these clothes was much stronger than the commander had expected. Not only the helmet, but also all the protective equipment was equipped with the refreshing effect, so they would be comfortable traveling in such conditions in the future. The twin said that when he first received it, he was also extremely surprised. The whole outfit is made by Young Shin. He is really a very talented boy. Young Shin asked as Lily pressed that button. After the girl fulfilled the request, a much-needed item appeared in her hands. Lily thanked her friend. Lim Dae-in said that if everyone is ready, it's time to move out. A pack of monsters appeared ahead. The fiery beasts rushed straight at our heroes. Wang Guho said that he would deal with them himself. The commander noticed that the tank learned to move very quickly. Our hero decided after such a long time to refresh his shooting skills. Wang Guho shouted for the fire monsters to attack, for he wasn't used to being hot. Thanks to the iron golem, one could relax and shoot a little. It was great that the commander had decided to prepare a liquid nitrogen firearm in advance. Lim Dae-in sent Young Shin to have the guy put the finishing touches on it. The golem was once again effectively attacking the fire monsters. Our hero thought that he felt comfortable in this world. The squad leader ordered them to continue at the same pace. A fire millipede awaited them ahead, and then they would encounter a fire slug. Lim Dae-in saw the distraught girl and asked what was wrong. Lily replied that the fire wasn't working. The commander said it shouldn't be working. Lim Dae-in added that Lily should just rest now. The girl wondered if there was no use for her right now. Lim Dae-in, without taking his eyes off the shooting, said that when they were done with everything here, the girl would have plenty of opportunities to have fun properly, so she should be ready. The commander said we should slow down for a while. So far, there had been no difficulties in moving forward. However, this lava lake is a huge problem. There are no monsters near the lake. The commander ordered the medical team to bring in the corpse of one of the monsters. Our hero threw the corpse of the monster into the lake, and a fire serpent jumped out of the lake and devoured the corpse. If they started to cross without making a check, there would be trouble. First, we need to catch this monster. The technical support team must have a giant fishing rod. The twin asked, "Does the boss really want to fish for that snake?" Lim Dae-in replied that he wanted to at least try. While the CO was waiting for a rod, he decided to choose the bait that would be on that rod. The commander told the golem and Wang Guho to play rock, scissors, paper. As a result, the bait was Wang Guho. The guy was put on a fishing rod and thrown over the lava lake. It didn't take long for the fire snake to appear and swallowed the bait as it emerged from the lava. Everyone pulled the fishing rod and the snake was on the hook. Now we had to get it out of the lake. Wang Guho considered the device he should use once inside the serpent. As a result, the snake's head was pierced through. The commander told the golem to pull as hard as it could now. The serpent showed itself completely out of the liquid. He roared loudly, and the golem continued to pull him to dry land. After the snake was pulled out and its mouth was opened, Wang Guho was free. The commander asked how the guy was feeling. Wang Guho replied that he was fine. Our hero looked at the top of the volcano and couldn't believe it. Would the sparker really come out of there now? The sparkler did indeed show itself. It was a huge stone giant. He was awakened by the noise. We'll have to rethink our strategy. The first thing to do is to deal with that snake and retreat to a safe distance. Lim Dae-in once again grabbed his cold weapon and rose up to fight the monster. Wang Guho, using his stone abilities, grabbed the snake by the tail and held it tightly. The commander told Zhang Yongxing to attack the snake on the left. The golem, under the boy's control, headed that way. The serpent wouldn't let up. Our hero thought that this thing wasn't giving them a second to regroup. Lim Dae-in thought that Zhang Yongxing didn't have enough experience to face this kind of monster. The boy said that the robot had a self-repair function. The commander said to let young Shin retreat anyway. He would divert the monster's attention to himself. Lim Dae-in said for Wang Gu-ho to go back to the camp and check his condition. The commander said that as long as he would fight the monster alone, he saw no problem with it. It was necessary to investigate this place with cameras. But now, compared to the snake that everyone is confronting, there is a more significant problem. That stone giant on the mountain presents a much more serious problem. He's about 40 meters tall. Perhaps it was because of its size that it was approaching too fast. The closer it got, the more our hero felt its size. Before the return of time, the attacks on this place were organized by the First Awakened. But now it was our hero who confronted this monster. What should we do now? The commander told the 7th team to take their places in the vehicles, hide in the rear, and wait for his signal. The original plan was to catch the monster snake in the lava lake, then stab the ice dragon fang into the body of the fire giant sleeping in the volcano. After that, quickly run away before the fire giant awakens. After all that, hunt a giant weakened by the energy of the ice dragon fang. It was a flawless plan. However, now everyone must wait in the rear when the commander calls them. Wang Gu-ho wondered how they could leave the commander and go. Lim Dae-in replied that if his team stayed, they might die. Now they need to get the monsters to fight each other, to drive themselves to exhaustion. Lim Dae-in, using his unique abilities, jumped high up and approached the snake. The protagonist ran through the snake's body, applying a flying step of heaven-shattering energy. The serpent tried to attack our hero, spitting out a green stream of liquid from its mouth. However, the opponent dodged this attack. Lim Dae-in asked his men if they had all had time to move to safety. Lim Dae-in heard Lily shouting that she didn't want to retreat and would go to her commander. Our hero has instructed that Lily is not to be allowed in to see him under any circumstances, even if she refuses to listen to them. The heat from the giant was so intense that despite the protective gear, it was hard to breathe. The giant snakes approached each other and, after sizing up their opponent, prepared for battle. Lim Dae-in hid behind a corner and watched this fight. He thought that all that was left was to find the right moment and use the fang of the ice dragon. It would only have a good effect if he stuck it in the area near his heart. Lim Dae-in thought that as soon as he got the chance, he would plant this fang right into the giant's chest and run away. The serpent wrapped its body around the giant's neck and began to strangle him. Lim Dae-in activated the stealth mode and began to approach the monster. Without leaving a trail behind him or attracting attention, the protagonist approached within a dangerous distance of the fighting monsters. The snake opened its mouth and was about to bite the giant's head. Lim Dae-in prepared the ice dragon fang and swung to deliver a striking blow. Our hero used the flying step of heaven-shattering energy. While the opponent is intoxicated with victory, we should hurry up and attack. Lim Dae-in approached the monster, however. At this moment, his shield was deactivated. What should we do now? At the most crucial moment, Lily showed up and provided invaluable support. Lim Dae-in bounced to a safe distance and had a chance to catch his breath. Lily said that without her, he would definitely die. The commander asked why the girl had come. Lily replied that she was here to work off the food she received. The monster was engulfed in flames. After receiving a fire charge from Lily, it tried to digest it.
Lily directed a new stream of fire at the monster and said she would destroy it. The commander told her not to do that.
However, the giant was able to absorb all the fire the girl directed at him. Lily wondered, could this monster really eat her fire? The commander said he'd warned her. Our hero thought it was like putting gasoline in a tank. He dropped his weapon when Lily saved him from certain death. What do we do now? First, we have to go back and develop a new strategy. Lily said she could do that too. Lily began to absorb the entire stream of fire that the giant unleashed on them. Our hero and the girl were on the shield, and the boy wondered how Lily had such abilities. The monster turned around and began to retreat. Our hero thought, is the giant running away because the girl has a higher level of fire control? After a while, the monster petrified, cooled down, and stopped moving. Lim Dae-in thought that this was an astounding strategy. Our hero never thought that victory could be won in such a way. Turns out Lily can absorb fire. Shortly after the destruction of the Red Gate, the other main gate was also completely destroyed. The catastrophe was averted more quickly than the last time, and within a week, most of the construction companies and citizens had volunteered to rebuild the city. Cook told the twins to hurry up and get it over with today. Everything that happened here was about the 7th team. The work to rebuild the city was boiling on all sides. The 7th Squadron was in full swing. The staff workers were surprised that the 7th team of the White House Guild was here. Normally, people from the Superhuman Guild wouldn't take on manual labor. The cook wondered, what good was a person who was just chilling in the guild? If help is needed somewhere, you should run and give it quickly. The workers thanked the guild representative for such a pro-life stance and offered to have a drink and rest with them. They were also offered something to eat. The worker asked why everyone was working up a sweat, yet one of them was slacking off and doing nothing. One of the twins said it was their commander. He just hadn't healed his wounds yet. The worker wondered what kind of wounds we were talking about. His snow-white face showed that he had never faced any hardship in his life. The twin objected that it was the commander who had offered to support the community. Wang Guho said he had already eaten, rested, and was ready to continue helping. The workers said it was time for them too to call it a day and start work again. One of the workers added that the man should follow him. After the end of the catastrophe, the interdimensional gate would not open for 31 days. According to the last prophecy left by the great sage Aximus, the gate has not opened in the last few days. Thanks to this, many people united and quickly rebuilt the city. The superhuman guilds also had busy days, disposing of monster corpses and conducting research. Baek Yunhwa noticed that the commander was still resting. The girl asked, "Am I bored with idleness?" The boy replied that his dream was to spend his life doing nothing. Lily said she knew what she had to be, unemployed with lots of money. Our hero thought that this girl, in view of her merits during the raid, should be given plenty of rest, despite the fact that she was so talkative. Baek Yun-hui noticed that the skin on the commander's face had become perfect. Lim Dai-in smiled. Did the girl really notice? This is the flesh change activated by the fire giant's spirit stone. Now he can enjoy life in a body with beautiful skin, even after retirement. Lim Dai-in told the girl that he had undergone a series of treatments a few days ago. Baek Yun-hwa wondered where exactly. Could he share the contacts of that place? Lim Dai-in replied that this firm went bankrupt and went out of business. Baek Yun-hwa insisted, because her interlocutor shouldn't keep it a secret. Lim Dai-in was surprised. Had the girl come to ask him that? Lim Dai-in thought, even though he still had half of the spirit stone's mana left, he had already found another use for it. The assistant said that she had come to report on the potions. They have increased the number of production facilities to 3, but the supply is still insufficient. There are also suggestions for partnerships. The DB potion is gaining explosive popularity after playing an important role during the disaster that occurred. It is made from the drink of life and is now exclusively supplied by the White House. Thanks to it, the people who were supposed to die survived safely. Even those who were destined to live the rest of their lives crippled have recovered. It is estimated that the number of victims has fallen by 1/10, so demand will continue to grow. Lim Dai-in said that the manager has done a great job. She can solve the partnership issue on her own. Baek Yun-hui said that the next report is about the fire giant's body. Lim Dai-in asked him to keep 20 kilograms of skin, bones, and blood, and dispose of the rest at his discretion. Baek Yun-hwa asked if the boss would participate in the joint funeral ceremony for the fallen today. Lim Dai-in replied that he would refuse because it was likely to be crowded today. Baek Yun-hui wondered why the commander had asked for information about the families of the deceased. Lim Dai-in replied, even though it's summer on the calendar now, he decided to call Santa Claus. The president of the country said that 7 days ago, they were fighting a gate anomaly phenomenon known as a catastrophe. And on that day, 427 people died. Among them are soldiers, policemen, and superhumans. Each was someone's parent, child, friend, citizen of this country. The president added that they will never forget the sacrifices of these heroes. Many of those present cried. The girl asked her mother what to do if Santa Claus doesn't come just to her. Her mother answered that she should behave. The head of state thought that he didn't have the courage to face the great sage. Someone here said that there was something moving in the sky. Could it be monsters? But the prophecy didn't say anything about monsters. The little girl told her mother that she could see Santa Claus. Everyone present at the ceremony saw a sleigh in the sky above the building, which could indeed contain Santa Claus. The president said for everyone to remain calm and stay vigilant, the military must protect civilians. The president remembered that he was also the defender of the fatherland and rushed to the defense of the state. Who could have appeared at such a moment? The heavenly sled was leaving behind a fiery light. At first glance, it didn't seem to be a danger. The little girl told her mom that Santa Claus had really come. Fireworks appeared in the sky, and all the children in attendance waved their arms and shouted, "Santa Claus showed up!" Snow girls dressed as good elves flew over the city, and snowflakes swirled around them. The children were very happy about this phenomenon. The president told an aide to rescind the attack order. The president of the country said it wasn't a monster, but Santa Claus flew in. Santa Claus landed on the roof of the White House building. Lily happily said that they left presents at all the houses. It was a lot of fun. Lim Day. In remarked that everyone had worked hard. Now it is necessary to eat something delicious. Baek Yoon Hui asked the commander, "Did he get off safely?" The guy nodded affirmatively. The sled and suit had come in handy. The assistant wondered why the boss would make such a plan. After all, to provide monetary support to all families of the deceased is in a sense very labor-intensive. The fallen were all soldiers, policemen, and superhumans, and most of them heads of families. And what their families need most right now is real help. Government subsidies are not what you'd call them. They're not much. Lim Dae-in said that he had the power to do such a thing. He decided to do it because he had the opportunity. He often sleeps during the day and is idle, and when he gets bored, he helps those who are having a hard time. Our hero added that he thinks he can continue to live well even if he maintains this lifestyle. Baek Yoon Hwa said she was really worried. The interviewer wondered if she was afraid that he would become a sissy and a slob. Baek Yoon Hui said that it's completely different here, and if he keeps it up, she will truly fall in love with him, even though she still likes him now. Lim Dae-in replied to the girl that she could take her romantic relationship somewhere else. Lily ran to the party ahead of everyone else. The girl was in a good mood, as always. The cook told the gentleman to come quickly. All the boys worked hard at rebuilding the town. Young Shin invited the girl and said that he prepared this table of food especially for Lily. Lily said that Young Shin was the best. Lim Dae-in sat down next to Lily and said that there were only 2 chairs at the table. Young Shin would have to bring another one. Lily was already eating pizza. Our hero thought that his charges had never once struck up a conversation about their parents. Lim Dae-in asked if the little girl wanted to see her family. The commander added that she had never told him about her family. Maybe Lily was bored or curious about her relatives. The girl put the pizza aside and became sad. Young Shin wondered if Lim Dae-in had scolded Lily. After all, she was sad. The commander said it wasn't that, but they were having a serious conversation. Lim Dae-in remarked, if the girl doesn't want to answer, she doesn't have to. In return, she can only say if she wants to meet her parents. Lily replied that she did. Lim Dae-in remarked that in that case, one should go and meet them on the continent of Gaia. Lim Dae-in said that it had been a long time since he had spent time sightseeing. Moreover, he needs to stock up on some items. In the meantime, he could also stop by her parents' house. A girl is running alone in a dark forest. Something has frightened her. The girl sees a man standing ahead, calls out and runs up to him. This man turns out to be Lim Dae-in. The girl asks him for help. She says she has to help Wendy. Suddenly, this man turns into a masked villain who wonders, is the girl really telling him that? Lily jumped out of bed in fear. It was a nightmare. The girl sits up in her bed and cries. Lily is scared. She runs off to Lim Dae-in's room and says she honestly doesn't want to go back. Lily continues to cry. She adds that she has to go back. She wants to see her mom and she made a promise to Wendy. She hopes they are all doing well. Lily told our hero that she was always hungry there. The girl and her mom are lying in bed. They look tired and very hungry. The woman apologizes to Lily. The girl says it's okay and she's glad they're together. The woman told Lily to listen to her carefully. She will go to work as a maid in a very rich house. If she obeyed her masters, she would not have to starve. Lily replied that she understood. Lily said she would be sure to come back later. The girl and her mother hugged each other. The woman looked at the wagon taking her daughter away. In addition to Lily, there were other children in the wagon, boys and girls. A girl came up to Lily and asked her what her name was. She introduced herself. Her name was Wendy. Wendy said she was a little cold and asked if she could sit closer. Wendy said Lily was very warm and asked how old she was. After a while, the wagon stopped and the children were told to get out. The children asked fearfully where they were. After all, they had been told they were going to the city. The man struck the ground with his whip loudly. The children were frightened and cried.
A masked man with a whip in his hand said the children had better shut their mouths and follow him silently.
That evening, Lily, along with Wendy, was locked in a huge cell. The children who had arrived with them disappeared one by one. After that, memories became hazy. Further back, the memories were scrappy. Lily remembers someone talking about multiple surgeries, fire spirit essence, blood, shard, all successfully implanted. The hooded man asked if the body was rejecting them. The person replied that there were no symptoms yet, but that the possibility was very high. Then someone said that it was a success. The branding had been placed on her body. At last, their long-cherished wish has come true. Won't there be any side effects? Because this girl is going to be a monster. From that day on, Lily began to feel even more hungry. The brand was on her stomach. Wendy suggested that Lily eat her portion of bread. Wendy added that if Lily didn't eat that bread, she would throw it away. Lily agreed. Lily apologized. She was very hungry. Wendy said it was all right. One day, Wendy offered to run away. The girl showed the crystals in the palm of her hand. Lily wondered how she did it. Wendy replied that she didn't know. Lily noticed that her friend's hair color had changed. Wendy said she wanted to get away from here with Lily. Lily agreed she too was eager to leave this prison. The fugitives were caught in the woods. The masked man grabbed Wendy by the neck and lifted her off the ground. He didn't expect this girl to have awakened already. Said if she had spoken up sooner, she wouldn't have had to be tortured in that cell. Lily yelled for them to let Wendy go immediately. Wendy shouted that she would destroy the villain and pointed the ice crystals in his direction. The masked villain managed to activate the defense and said it didn't even leave a scratch on him. The villain said that in the future, by becoming a puppet, Wendy would do great things. Wendy thought, even if she had to die, there was no way she was going back to her cell. Wendy screamed that at least Lily had escaped from here. Wendy tried once more to attack the villains and she succeeded. The masked man was outraged. How dare she do that? Lily also raged, and a vortex of fire appeared around her. The frightened villain stepped aside. Lily said that she, like Wendy, had something awakened in her. The girl didn't expect to be able to activate the fire. The masked villain said that the other girl had also awakened. They both needed to be captured. Wendy yelled for Lily to gather her thoughts. Wendy shouted to her friend that now was her only chance. Wendy added for Lily to run away immediately. Lily turned around and rushed away into the forest. A wall of ice formed behind her. Lily ran and repeated that she would definitely come back for her friend. Lily heard the pursuers rushing after her. A gate appeared ahead, and the girl jumped through it. After that, the gate closed. Lily thought that she would definitely come back and save her friend. Lim Dae-in sat silently and looked at the girl who had fallen asleep. After Lily told our hero everything, she felt better and was able to sleep. Lim Dae-in remembered that the villain had a goblin mask on his head. The guild leader was furious. What the hell was going on in Lim Dae-in's head? They had just recently survived a disaster, and he was asking for a month's vacation. Doesn't the young man know how busy the guild members are? Our hero told the chapter that he should certainly take his leave, and he had one personal request to make to Mr. Beck. The guild leader said if Lim Dae-in wanted to go on vacation, he could offer him 1 week next month. Our hero thought that he didn't want to resort to extraordinary methods. Lim Dae-in asked Madame Yun Hui about the expected profit from the DB potion this month. Lim Dae-in said that the number of orders was so large that they didn't have time to produce the potion. Therefore, he had a thought. Shouldn't they focus entirely on supplying just him alone? The guild leader wondered what this guy was getting at right now. The value of the loot from the main gate is said to be enormous. However, even if one were to combine the achievements of all the teams, they wouldn't come even an inch closer to the success of the 7th team. So should he stay in a guild where he was treated like this? The head wondered. Was the young man really threatening him now? Lim Dae-in asked about the compensation for breach of contract. Mr. Beck said he understood. Didn't he just want a vacation? This guy's too callous. Our hero thanked the head of the guild and said that he would be sure to buy him a gift when he returned. Mr. Beck inquired what the young man was going to do for a whole month. Our hero replied that he had to find one person. Baek Yun Hui said if it's about searching, they'll be much faster. Should she get the search networks involved? Our hero replied that he should handle this case alone. The guy said he had to bring one man here and track down one scoundrel. Lim Dae-in added that this rascal would definitely be finished off by him. Squad Leader 7 reminded the guild leader that he had another personal request. Mr. Beck said he was listening. That same night, our hero was showing Lily a map of the continent of Gaia. The young man marked on the map the place the girl had mentioned. The place was in about that neighborhood. Lily had said that her house was there. Someone knocked on the door of the room. Lim Dae-in asked the little girl, was it her calling someone she knew? Lily shook her head negatively. The hairdresser and her son entered the room. The woman asked if the owners would mind if they came in for a while. Young Shin and Lily said hello.
The woman said that the reason for their visit would be told by young Shin himself now.
Young Shin says that he wants to go on vacation with Lily too. In fact, our hero talks so much about vacationing that this news reached this boy as well. Traveling becomes easier when there is a craftsman around who can make anything out of anything. Limdae In asked if the boy would be allowed to go on vacation. After all, they would be crossing the control zone, there would be dangers everywhere, and they would have to face a lot of surprises. Young Shin said he could take the golem with him. That child's mom said she agreed. Young Shin isn't the type to refuse to go because of a ban. He just needs to bring it back safely. Limdae promised the woman that her child would return unharmed. Young Shin told the girl, even if he was weaker than her, but he would try his best to be helpful. Lily smiled and said she agreed. Late night, White House building. Our hero didn't think he would come here on his own feet. 12th underground floor. Guild head Bak Chan Song's personal training room. The man said that this guy was late. Our hero noticed that he came 10 minutes early. Bak Chan Sung was surprised. He was so excited that he decided to stretch and lost track of time. The guild leader said that it was unexpected. The guy had asked for a 3-day one-on-one duel and a personal request. However, he had previously dodged every time he was asked to fight. There are stronger warriors on the continent of Gaia than the ones currently on Earth. Therefore, our hero needs to test the effectiveness of the martial arts he has learned from studying the records of the Sword Emperor. The head of the guild is the strongest person our hero can easily schedule a meeting with. Lim Dian said that he was counting on Bak Chan Sung for the next 3 days. The guild leader replied that it was mutual. Bak Chan Sung adopted a fighting stance and said that it was time to start a little warm-up. Lim Dian told his opponent that he had behaved too impertinently during the day. Bak Chan Sung interrupted the guy and said more business and less words. After 3 days had passed, Lily wondered, the boss has an eye? Did someone really hit him? She's ready to give that person a beating. Lim Dae-in said that the girls should do a better job of packing the luggage. Thanks to the 3-day duel with the head, our hero was able to become accustomed to using the Sword Emperor's martial arts. However, the day before, as a result of the failure to repel the attack, our hero was mercilessly beaten. Lim Dai-ying, thinking back to the guild leader, wondered how the world was able to breed such a monster. First floor of the White House lobby. The guild head said, Lim Dae-in finally showed up here. A man notices that today is the start of a guy's vacation. Is he already burning with anticipation? Bak Chan Sung told the young man not to go anywhere and not to let anyone beat him up. Lim Dae-in replied that thanks to the guild leader, it was now unlikely that anyone would be able to beat him up. The commander said that during his absence, Wang Guho would lead the 7th team. The boy was surprised. Can he really do that? The commander said, if Wang Guho behaves weakly, then everyone else will become the same. If the team's reputation is ruined by the time I return, then we can prepare for the consequences. Wang Guho said that he would try his best. Our hero thought that this guy didn't know yet that he was one of the best tanks. Baek Yun-hui stood with a blush on her cheeks, covering her eyes. The commander inquired, did the girl get a speck of snot in her eye? Baek Yun-hui asked, doesn't the boss know that you have to kiss goodbye? Baek Yun-hui asked, does Lim Dae-in really only intend to exploit her? Our hero looked at the guild leader's facial expression and thought that he wasn't ready to die yet. Lim Dae-in and Lily said goodbye and said they would be back soon. All present wished the young people a good rest on vacation. Bak Chan Sung inquired, why does his daughter have such a worried look on her face? The girl replied that she was troubled at heart, as if they would not be able to see each other again. The guild leader said that there was no need to worry about it. Lim Dae-in is much stronger than he looks at first glance. Bak Chan Sung remarked that he had almost gotten into trouble himself the day before. When this guy comes back, we should ask him to fight again. Until then, we need to devote ourselves to special training. Lim Dae-in thought as he suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. Lim Dae-in asked Young Shin, did you say goodbye to mom properly? Our hero also assured the woman that the trip was safe, so she wouldn't worry too much. On the way here, Young Shin heard that the vacation trip is a lie. They planned to go to another dimension to pick up Lily's mother. Young Shin said that nothing mattered if it was about Lily. He had already prepared everything and also modified the golem as the commander had requested. The boy showed how with the push of a button, the golem transforms into a carriage. Young Shin said that the golem originally had a transformation function. He only tweaked it slightly. Lily wondered, how is that possible? The protagonist said they needed to open the gate first. Gaia's continent and Earth are already connected. The passage is just still closed. The fixed gate should open on its own in a year, but if you use a spiritual stone, you can open it right now. Our hero did just that. The gate was opened. He told everyone to move to the carriage. The journey begins. Fires were burning in the city. The man said we had to find him, even if we had to turn everything upside down. A man tied with a rope to a pole said that these scoundrels deserve to be punished. How could they do such things? The villain with the club in his hand said that the man should tell him everything he knew. The villain added, if the captive continues to keep his mouth shut, things will end miserably. Or is he wishing doom for his relatives? The villain wanted to know where they were hiding him. A man with a hood on his head was hiding around the corner. The hooded man drew his sword and was about to rush to his defense. He couldn't let the head man, his benefactor, die like this. The man with the sword said that he was the one they were looking for. At that moment, a strange carriage with a horse appeared. The man wondered, what was it that fell from the sky? Is it really a teleportation spell of immense power? However, it looks like a carriage. A young man got out of the carriage and looked around. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have entered the carriage after arriving here. Lim In got out of the carriage and looked around the area and familiarized himself with the situation. He saw a man tied to a pole and the villain standing in front of him. Not far away, a building was burning. Lily, looking out of the carriage, asked what was going on in there. Lim Dae-in said for the girl to sit inside and not come out yet. Our hero thought they had arrived at a bad time. A man hiding around a corner and hiding his face under a hood was wounded and bleeding. Our hero was furious. Do these rascals not realize what a village this is? In this village, a year later, the gates leading to Earth will open. Consequently, if this area is developed, the price of his land will increase markedly. The hiding man knelt down and asked Mr. Mage for help. The man said that given teleportation of this magnitude and an unusual carriage, the man in front of him must be a mage who had reached heights never even dreamed of. The man added if the mage was helpful, they would reward him handsomely. Lim Dae-in thought that rewards were always welcome. Our hero grabbed a few magic stones to exchange for cash, but things turned out much better. If these thieves were taken care of, the magician would be paid 10 times as much. The bandits thought they had accidentally gotten into places they shouldn't have. One of the villains said that the man next to the mage is clearly the one they are looking for. His companions must be nearby as well. We need to call for reinforcements. The villain told the mage to take the money he was now given and get the hell out of here. Lim Dae-in, ignoring the villains, counted the money he received. Our hero told the man that there were 35 gold coins in the bag. He reminded him that he had been promised 10 times as much if he dealt with the thieves. Lim Dae-in said that he was willing to destroy the villains for 700 coins. However, the man was surprised, for it was 20 times as much. Lim Dae-in said if the person doesn't want to, they break up. The stranger replied that he agreed. Our hero was going to do it anyway. Now he would just finish 2 birds with 1 stone. Lim Dae-in told the man that he was accepting his request. The head of the villains told his associates to shoot and destroy this mage. However, the protagonist managed to activate his shield, and the shots did not reach their target. Lim Dae-in opened the carriage and told the children to get out. First, the fire must be put out. Lily stood against the burning building and concentrated a fireball in her palm. After devouring the fire that was spreading in the neighborhood, the girl said that this fire turned out to be quite unpalatable. The bandits wondered, is this girl also a mage? The bandit commander ordered his companions to bring out the battle ogre. A huge green monster entered the arena and screamed loudly. Lim Dae-in said for Young Shin to deal with that ogre. Young Shin saddled the horse and told him to head forward. The horse turned into a golem again. The green ogre accelerated and tried to attack this robot. Ogre swung his weapon and prepared to strike the robot. However, upon contact with the golem, the monster's axe fell apart. The monster screamed loudly. At the same time, the golem gave it a staggering blow with its hand to the head. The villains were startled. Their battle ogre appeared defeated. How can this thing even be defeated? Some of the perpetrators became frightened and turned to flee. The leader of the villains walked up to the old man and leaned his club against his head. The villain said that he would kill the old man if anyone took another step. The man asked Mr. Magician to help the old man, since the head man is his benefactor. Our hero thought, if the old man near the pillar is the head man, then he really needs to be saved. The offender said, if these people want to save the head man, it is necessary to put out the fire and remove that horse. The magician must cast his sword aside. The bandit had not yet finished his sentence, and our hero was already with his sword behind him. The art, which is a combination of concealment and flying ball of energy, is destroying skies. The protagonist used it for the first time in real combat, and the result was not bad. The headman said that without these benefactors, they would have all ended up dead. As the headman of this place, he is extremely grateful for saving the village. Limdian said that he had been paid, so he did the favor. The headman remarked, if it was all about money, the benefactor would not have spent such an expensive potion to heal the villagers. The headman said to make these people feel at home. He hopes they will enjoy the dinner too. The man announced that he was truly grateful for what the man had done. If it was okay with those present, he would join this meal as well. The attendees exchanged pleasantries and continued dinner altogether. The man introduced his companions. They were his wife and the knight accompanying him, Lim Day. In said hello and said it was a pleasure to meet him. The guy was surprised. The person who was nowhere to be seen when confronting the bandits turned out to be the accompanying knight. All the people present stared at our hero. The boy thought they were about to drill a hole in him with their stares. The headman inquired, is the benefactor also traveling? He wonders where this man is traveling to. Lim Dae-in said that the destination is a small village in the Teru kingdom. He needs to find someone there. The interlocutors said they were also heading to the kingdom and were about to cross the border. The headman rose from his seat and said he would bring more food. Our hero thought that the headman was also involved in their affairs. The interlocutor said that he had a request to make to Mr. Magician. The interlocutor asked, couldn't this man escort them at least to the border? Lim Dae-in said he wasn't sure. Wasn't I told that you already have an accompanying knight? The knight said their benefactor has excellent skills. Besides, they were going in the same direction anyway. The knight also repeated this request. Our hero thought that this knight had such an imperious tone, as if it was normal for him to treat his interlocutor with disdain. So he's in front of him now. Lim Dae-in said that he was refusing these people's request. He put the sheet that the bandit leader was holding on the table. The sheet said that Hawken Allen was wanted and that he must be brought alive. The link between Earth and the continent of Gaia will be established in about a year, and only 6 months after that they will begin to fully interact. Our hero is far from immediately traveling to the continent of Gaia, but he knows some important events that happened here in the past. Our hero's current location is the Principality of Hicks, located in the southeastern part of the continent. To be more precise, a tiny town called Rowan. If Lim Dae-in's understanding is correct, there was an uprising in the Hicks Principality around that time. There is a high probability that these people had something to do with the uprising. The person asked if this was the only wanted flyer. Lim Dae-in replied that it was the only one. The interlocutor said that in that case, Mr. Magician could just turn him in and get a reward. But in return, he would escort his wife and bodyguard across the border. Lim Dae-in asked his interlocutor, until when is he going to lead him around by the nose? Our hero said that the woman sitting there was much more dangerous than him. Lim Dae-in wasn't sure if his guesses were correct at first either. Lim Dae-in wondered, the person in front of him was Princess Elena, right? The last member of the ruling family of this country that was destroyed in the rebellion. The accompanying knight asked who was really in front of them. Our hero said these words at random, and it seems to have hit the mark. The knight grabbed his sword and told Her Highness to get behind his back. The guard of the princess decided to attack our hero. However, the guy dodged to the side and counterattacked this knight. Lim Dae-in showed his knife and said that they should just talk. The opponent shouted for that mage to stay away. Her companion said if the mage took another step, she would use her power. She held a ball of fire in her hands. Lily said that's not allowed. If she got naughty at mealtime, she'd be scolded. Lim Dae-in wondered, why are these people acting like this? It wasn't like he had promised to eat them. He just wanted to talk. An elder with a sword in his hand appeared and said that this guy wouldn't dare touch the princess, even if he was called a benefactor. The old man rushed at our hero with his sword and said that he is now a headman, but was once a knight. He is ready to give his life to protect the princess. Lim Dae-in applied his abilities to this headman, and the man found himself deactivated, lying on the floor. Lim Dae-in asked, would they all calm down? The princess's protector said no one would dare lay a finger on her as long as he was alive. The princess yelled for everyone to stop. She added that she knew this day would come someday. The princess said she would obediently follow the man, but he must leave her companions alone. Her Majesty said she was ready and this mage could take her with her. Lim Dae-in asked, would those present stop making him out to be the bad guy? After all, they were the first to attack, and he never said he was going to destroy the princess. The princess wondered if this man would not catch her and report her to the rebels. Our hero replied that he was still thinking about it. The princess thought she knew it. This man is no different from the others. The princess threw off her cloak and said her doubts were dispelled. She grabbed her dagger and swung it. The princess tried to strike our hero with her dagger, but the guy effectively dodged her attacks. Lim Day In thought that the princess was also a surprise. The princess grabbed Lily and brought the dagger to her throat. The girl said if her opponent wanted the girl not to get hurt, he should obey her. Lim Dian said that the princess took a dangerous step. Young Shin told his friend that he protected the food. Lily told the princess that she was peacefully eating a sandwich and not touching anyone. The princess told the girl to be quiet and not to touch her sword or she would get hurt. At that moment, the shield was activated and Lily found herself in a protective sphere. The princess flew aside. Lily said she was heading out for more food. Our hero asked the princess if she would finally give in. The princess said it was absurd, and a great number of knives rushed toward our hero. However, they did not reach their target and Lim Dae-in effectively repelled them. Lim Dae-in activated the concealment mode and came close to the princess. The guy grabbed the princess by the face and threw her to the floor. The princess screamed to be released immediately. Our hero decided to check if it was really the princess. The princess said the act was an act of unheard of rudeness. Lim Dae-in noticed that the princess now looked like a half-elf. He had checked everything, and she could calm down. The knight who jumped up said for the man to take his hands off Her Highness the Princess. Lim Dae-in was getting nervous. These people had already frayed his nerves, but they were at it again. After calming down his opponents by temporarily deactivating them, Lim Dae-in told them to sit still and listen to what they were being told. All three ended up tied up. These people thought they had been captured after all. The princess wondered what this guy was going to do to them. Our hero replied that he hadn't decided yet. Princess Elena is a member of the direct line of the ruling family of the Principality of Hicks, granddaughter of the Supreme Elder of the Elves, a half-elf of noble descent. Initially, the princess had a horrible ending, and her death later became the spark for an interracial war. But our hero was at a severe disadvantage. The protagonist said he was considering three options. The first is to sell these people to the first person he meets. The second option was to pretend that he knew nothing and go his own way. The princess's companion said he would give the magician all his money in that case, Lim Dae-in noticed that he could shake the money out of their pockets without much effort. The third option is to take these people to the Elven Forest, for that is their destination. Lim Dae-in added that he was going in the same direction anyway, although he would have to pay for the favor. Our hero said that if Elena gave him the opportunity to meet her grandmother, he would deliver her to the Elven Forest safe and sound. The princess thought that the offer wasn't bad. Compared to her request, it was an extremely small fee. Elena wondered why the interlocutor wanted her grandmother. She couldn't make an agreement until she knew the purpose of the meeting. Lim Dae-in said he had no intention of harming her grandmother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such a deal. The purpose of traveling on the continent of Gaia for our hero was to find Lily's parents, as well as to search for several items. And for the sake of achieving this goal, he should use all the resources that will be at hand. Lim Dae-in said that he has one goal. There is someone he wants to meet after receiving the cooperation of the Supreme Elder. It is said to have mastered all the knowledge and spells in the world and is the longest-lived creature on the continent of Gaia. This is the wisest dragon, Abraxas. If someone like the Supreme Elder puts in a good word, he can meet him. Lim Dae-in said that it is not such a difficult request. The dragon might know about that watch. The princess said that even if the grandmother asked, there was no guarantee that the dragon would want to meet. The boy asked that Elena just provide assistance, and then he would take it from there. The people traveling with our hero inside his carriage could not believe that such a device existed. Lim Dae-in told them to sit quietly. If the children woke up, there would be a lot of trouble. Lim Dae-in said that Grandpa, who is sitting outside the carriage, seems to be injured. Is it normal for him to be driving the horses? The princess said that Sir Leonard was poisoned and has already undergone detoxification. Possibility due to the age of Leonardo Cheese, it will take more time to recover. Lim Dae-in said that it doesn't bother him anymore anyway. Our hero told the princess that he was curious about something. The princess told the man not to talk to her. Lim Dae-in wondered, had Elena forgotten about the rules that were set before they went on their journey together? First, she should not expect to be treated like royalty. Second, she must follow his instructions without reservation. Third, until he was in the Elven Forest and met with the Supreme Elder, the royal seal would be used as collateral. Elena realized that the seal left in the royal palace was a fake. Even her bodyguards don't know that the real seal is in her possession. How did it become known to this person? Lim Dae-in asked what Elena intended to do when she was in the elf forest. The princess replied that she would first of all get the royal seal back. Lim Dae-in asked, would she really live quietly and peacefully in the forest after this? Elena replied that she had no intention of hiding for the rest of her life. The princess added that she is going to gather all the forces under her to punish the traitors and take back her country. Lim Dae-in clarified, meaning the girl wants to start a war, although he wouldn't recommend it. Elena asked, is her interlocutor suggesting that she leave alone the enemies who destroyed her parents? Lim Dae-in said that she could do as she wished. If the princess becomes obsessed with revenge or achieving success, she'll waste all her golden years. But that's just the grumbling of an older person, and she can ignore it. Elena said that her interlocutor was very lazy and overly optimistic. The guy replied that it was his lifestyle. The carriage stopped. Our hero wondered if they had been overtaken by a detachment sent in pursuit. The coachman told the princess that it was the Marquis of Ormonde's pursuit party. Had they caught up with them? Lim Dae-in woke up Lily and young Shin and said it was time for breakfast. The commander says the enemy is near. The boy must stop the carriage. Sir Leonard wondered why the horses had suddenly stopped obeying him. Why weren't they going to go as fast as they could? Lim Dae-in told the knight to sit inside the carriage and rest. After a short stop, they would set off again. Surprised, doesn't this guy see enemies ahead? The enemies are the night squad of the principality. They are different from the thieves they encountered the day before. Lim Dae-in said that it was no big deal and repeated for the knight to sit inside the carriage. The enemies approached and began to surround the carriage. Lim Dae-in kept his cool. An enemy knight approaches and says he hasn't seen Sir Leonardo in a while. Is there a half-elf inside the carriage? Sir Leonard said to silence Viscount Manchi, he is a vile traitor. Manchi said that he was no longer a viscount, but an earl. The so-called hero Leonard is very funny. It's an undeserved title for someone who never became a swordmaster. It's a skill a hero should have. Manchi said he would deal with the lowlife himself and ordered his warriors not to interfere. Manchi knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands and wounded Sir Leonard. Leonard, bleeding, was forced to fall backward. Count Manchi said he was about to take one more, final blow. At this moment, Lim Dae-in appeared between the rivals and repelled Count Manchi's attack. Our hero's punch was so effective that the opponent lost part of his mustache. It was comical and tragic. While Count Manchi lamented that he had lost his dignity, Lim Dae-in poured a potion into Leonardo and said that he would not die now. Our hero told the companions to get this old man into the carriage. Count Manchi said not to let this boy hope for an easy death. He would use the aura blade to chop him into pieces and destroy his soul. Lim Dae-in was surprised. Was his rival pretending that the aura blade's something truly grand? Lim Dae-in said that he can create an aura blade as well. It's not a difficult trick. The opponent said that such a boy is not capable of wielding an aura blade. The opponents met, and everyone in the neighborhood heard the clash of metal as their swords clashed. Lim Dae-in said that he thought the Count was a more outstanding fighter, but he only had an entry-level sword skill. The Count shouted again that he would finish this boy off. Lim Dae-in thought that his opponent was not as simple as he seemed. Thanks to the duel with the guild head a few days ago, our hero was able to achieve the manifestation of Blade Aura for the first time. The changes to the Sword Emperor's body and writings also helped improve the skills. However, it is difficult to defeat such an opponent with sword arts alone. The Count laughed. All your opponent can do run away like a rat. Our hero smiled, for he hadn't even started anything yet. After saying these words, Lim Dae-in unleashed his full power on his opponent and began to land many staggering blows on him. Count Manchi ordered his warriors to attack the carriage and destroy all but the princess. Young Shin told his colleagues not to let anyone escape. He'll take care of the rivals himself. The boy seated himself in the golem. Lily inquired, is he really going to fight alone? Young Shin replied that his alone was enough. The attackers noted that the horse had changed its appearance. Count Manchi couldn't believe that the horse had changed appearance. Is it really a real mage in front of him? Lim Dae-in said, telling the Count to stay focused and concentrate on the battle. The Count gripped his sword tighter and said that he would go to the end. I will destroy this boy, but no one else. Lim Dae-in realized that his opponent actually had a demonic sword in his hands. Count Manchi said that his opponent was not badly informed and pointed his sword straight at his opponent. Lim Dae-in said that the Count lacked the ability, so he decided to use a cheater item. But does the Count have the strength to handle this sword? The Count replied that he could handle that sword quite well. But where does your opponent keep trying to escape to? The Count struck with his demonic sword, and our hero's sword shattered into pieces. At this moment, Lily attacked Count Manchi with her fire. Count Manchi ordered his sword to consume those flames. Lily was upset that her flame was destroyed. Young Shin said he would try to stop that rival. The boy said it was dangerous and companions should not enter this fight. After a long time, our hero finally got a taste of real combat. He suggested to the Count that he leave childish games behind. Lim Dae-in told his opponent that he was about to show what a real cheater item meant. Our hero got a special glove. The Count, feeling invincible, once again rushed to attack his opponent. However, our hero made a powerful striking blow with his gauntlet and said that there were no survivors. This was the first time he had ever used this item, so he set a limit of 25% energy output. The gauntlet was much more useful than he had anticipated. In the place where the Count had just been, only his demonic sword remained. Lim Dae-in took the sword in his hands and examined it. There wasn't a single scratch on it. The sword had good durability. Our hero thought he knew a similar blade. Is it really the demonic sword of Salith? This sword gives immense power in exchange for blood, but the user is consumed by demonic energy and soon goes insane. That's why the sword is constantly changing hands. Initially, it only came to light in the midst of an interracial war. No one expected the sword to fall into the hands of our hero. They say it has the best characteristics among demonic swords, but I don't want to use it myself. Lim Dae-in decided that he could later exchange this demonic sword for a holy sword. Sir Leonard inquired, how much farther to the border? Lim Dae-in said that they would arrive in Rendal soon. There, they would need a pass to cross the border. It would be 3 days after leaving the city before they reached the border. Leonard said he wasn't what he used to be and wasn't sure if he'd last until he arrived. Even magic can't help with the loss of energy. The princess said that the mere fact that Leonard was by her side gave her strength. He must never again utter words that could be considered a sign of weakness. The princess asked what her companion was studying. The princess and Sir Leonard looked intently at their companion. The knight asked the young man for a favor. Lim Dae-in replied that he shouldn't even try to do it. Leonard was surprised, for the guy hadn't even listened to what she was about. Leonard asked the young man to help them get their kingdom back. He promised the boy everything, whether it was a title or money. The princess told Leonard to calm down and be quiet. If only he could cross the border with them. Throughout his life, he had achieved great success in several wars. He was called a hero and evaluated as a man who would soon become a master swordsman. After all, he couldn't get to that point and didn't protect Her Highness from traitors. Leonard thought that now he wasn't a protector, but rather ballast on her shoulders. Lim Dae-in thought he had heard his companion and would not offer anything more. The carriage pulled up to the entrance of Randall Fortress. There were guards at the entrance. Lim Dae-in said that only he, Lily, and Princess Helena will go to the fortress. The others will stay in the carriage. The princess's companion said that she would risk danger if she entered the city. Lim Dae-in asked how he can trust them and leave everyone in the carriage. He's taking the princess with him, so they won't do something stupid. The opponents said they would never stoop to such a shameless act. The princess wondered, had they forgotten how they had taken Lily hostage? She said she would go with this guy. The outskirts of Randall Fortress, Princess Elena asked if there was a store here that sold supplies. Lim Dae-in said that they need to settle another matter first. The companions should stay focused and follow him. The princess said there's a terrible stench in here. We have to get out of here quickly. Lim Dae-in said it's just a normal slum smell. The princess couldn't understand how one could live in such a place. Lim Dae-in noticed that her companion didn't know much because she had never left the walls of the royal palace. However, this was also a part of her kingdom. In the tavern, our hero was asked if he would like a beer. The guy replied that he was not interested in alcohol. Lim Dae-in said that he would like to make an inquiry to the Thieves Guild and still buy some information. A gold coin was offered to the bartender. The people present in the bar took out their knives, deciding that this man didn't look particularly strong, yet he had gold coins. Perhaps they could find something else useful. Our hero decided he had come to the right place. So that no one would think anything bad about him and his companions, Lim Dae-in and told Lily to demonstrate her fire abilities to the people present. The people in the bar changed their minds about attacking the guests, thinking they were real magicians. The bartender inquired as to the exact request these people wanted to make. Lim Dae-in said that he needed an information pass. A man who appeared nearby said for the young men to follow him. Our hero has been offered a pass, but where do they keep going? Lim Dae-in couldn't believe that there was such a huge space in the basement of the inn. The guy said he was interested in the Teru Kingdom. How long would it take to make a pass? The interlocutor said he needed a minimum of 1 week. Lim Dae-in gave the interlocutor a bag of money and told him what he needed to do in 2 days. The status is wizard and 5 servants. The interlocutor said that they would do everything to the best of their ability. The princess was dumbfounded that she was enlisted as a servant. Lily had cleaned up all the gold coins that the knights had, so there was no need to worry about money. Lim Dae-in says he's looking for a man who wears a goblin mask. He doesn't know the name, but it's probably a one-armed wizard. Lily said to start by seeing if there was any information about him in the data they had. Lim Dae-in thought that these rascals seemed to know something. The interlocutor said he would take them to headquarters. The requested information can only be viewed there. The person accompanying our people thought that these people called themselves magicians and thought they had outstanding abilities. As soon as they arrived at the headquarters, they would be immediately disposed of, and the gold coins would flow into another pocket. Unless one is a member of the Thieves Guild, finding out the location of its headquarters is a difficult task, because most of the outsiders who have gotten in have never been able to get back out. On the other hand, it means that there are a lot of valuable things in there. Our hero can't wait to see what their treasury is all about. Lim Dae-in asked Lily if her legs hurt. The girl replied that she was fine. Lily stated that she was a little hungry. Lim Dae-in gave the girl a candy bar and said that it should help her relieve some tension. The guy thought that the surroundings must be making her think of the past. Lily thanked and immediately started eating the bar. She said it was really good. At the Thieves Guild headquarters, the attendant said for people to settle down and wait for a while. He would now go get the informant. Lim Dae-in was surprised since they had been walking for so long. Do they have to wait again? The man pressed a button in the wall, and our heroes found themselves imprisoned in a cage. The princess asked what he was doing. The man reported to the head of his guild that the men had been captured. A woman appeared in the room and asked, "Is it really them?" Lim Dae-in thought, if it's about the guild head, then it means that Goldilocks is in front of him. Goblin Mask is such an influential figure that she intervened. The princess said that these people cheated them, so they are scoundrels. The guild leader asked who the woman in the cage was. The assistant said he didn't understand who she was either. Lim Dae-in told the audience that this girl has a lapse of judgment at times and should not be paid attention to. He will personally handle the negotiations. The guild head said, based on the latest information, it looks like Princess Elena is in front of her. The princess said that these people mistook her for another person. Goldilocks said that the princess has changed her appearance. She doesn't have the face she is familiar with. The guild leader said that they were lucky. She would be able to send those people information about the princess. Goldilocks wondered, would her colleagues be interested in what this girl would actually look like? Goldilocks thought those people wore goblin and orc masks. The guild leader thought that this was a dangerous guy looking for information about them. They say he's a fairly high-level fire wizard, but other than that, she doesn't know anything about him. The guild head asked our hero, who is he? Lim Dae-in replied that he paid the money. Why on earth would the questions be asked to him? He is waiting for his questions to be answered. Goldilocks wondered, has this guy still not realized the situation he's in? If he turns up his nose at believing his magical abilities, he should give up all hope. The woman said that there was a barrier sealing magic in this room. Our heroes really felt that this barrier began to activate. Lim Dae-in thought that the opponents were using mana. He somehow didn't take care of it beforehand. The woman said that now this guy has to answer why he's looking for the goblin mask. Lim Dae-in said when he found that man in the goblin mask, he would do the following to him. Our hero pulled out a gun designed by Youngsik from behind his sinus and fired a shot. The guild head was injured and fell to the floor. The woman's leg was bleeding. The protagonist fired another series of shots, and the armed bandits were wounded.
Continuing to shoot at the opponents, our hero told the princess and Lily to hide under the table just in case.
The name of this gun is Zeus. It will be Zhang Yangshin's original weapon. After a series of shots, our hero said that his opponents did not have such weapons. The wounded guild leader said that this rogue is locked in a cage anyway. She will come back and destroy him. Lim Dae-in drew his sword and told the woman not to rush anywhere. Even without the use of mana, our hero is able to shatter those thin bars of the cage. The guild had wondered, wasn't this guy just a simple wizard? Our hero said that he was just asking for a wizard pass. Pointing the muzzle of the gun at Goldilocks' forehead, our hero said that now it was his turn to ask questions. Lim Dae-in asked where that rogue with the goblin mask was now. Those waiting in the carriage wondered where their companions had gone. The sun had already risen and they were still gone. Perhaps they should go to rescue the princess. Sir Leonard and the young man heard something explode and saw a huge column of flame shoot up toward the sky. Our hero, accompanied by his companions, returned to the carriage. Each of them carried a sack on his shoulder. The knight said that they were very worried about the princess. Lim Dae-in said he deliberately initiated the explosion to destroy evidence, and added that the bags contained gifts. Among the gifts were an emerald staff, mandrake marinated in honey, a blueprint for a magical weapon, a shadow bracelet for a perceived change in appearance. Also among the gifts was a character necklace. It all looked very nice. Our hero gave everyone what they needed for the moment. Lim Dae-in said that with this kind of harvest, it was safe to say that the bandits' treasury was really not bad. Lim Dae-in basically realized that he had wasted his time because he had not obtained the information he needed. However, our hero found out that the golden-haired woman had been brainwashed. She replied that her opponent dare not speak disparagingly of these people. They are her masters. Although she showed blind loyalty to them, she didn't really know anything about them and didn't realize she was brainwashed. In our hero's hands was the only thing he had managed to get his hands on. It was a magical instrument of communication, which only takes calls and which is used by those scoundrels in the shadows. Once in the carriage, the protagonist thought everything was very confusing. However, the children were already asleep. First, there are a limited number of places that are able to invest large sums of money in experimenting on young children. This is either the Empire or the Kingdom. If these two options are not true, then the culprit is a faction with as much enormous influence. However, it is enough for our hero to catch the mask of the goblin, but the scale expands exponentially. Pondering further, our hero did not realize where this man was or how to find him. Lim Dae-in thought that Lily had run away, and they must be looking for a child with fire-colored eyes right now. Lim Dae-in can just wait for that person to come to find Lily. The border wall of the Principality of Hicks is built in the deepest gorge on the continent. It is a historic barrier for hundreds of years, blocking the path of monsters descending from the central mountain range. Our hero's plan is to cross the border wall, travel to the elven forest located in the northern part of the central mountain range, and then to the kingdom of Teru to find Lily's mother. Lim Dae-in asked the princess and her staff why they were so gloomy. After all, the border is just a short distance away. Sir Leonard asked, had Lim Dae-in himself not fallen into despair after coming up with such a reckless plan? The plan being to run at full speed and break the barrier. Lim Dae-in told the interlocutor that they didn't get a pass, maybe he has an option. What other way to choose? Leonard said Lim Dae-in just doesn't know who is guarding that border wall. Lim Dae-in replied that he knew. This is Count Golkon. He's the commander of the Black Lion Knight Order that fights the monsters outside the wall and a master of the sword. Sir Leonard said that Lim Dae-in had already defeated Count Manchi, so his confidence is understandable. However, Golkon is a different matter. He is the only one in this country and the best swordsman in the world. The princess added that when the traitor Ormond had rebelled, it was enough for Golkon to step forward and his majesty would be safe and sound now. However, when the rebellion broke out, the swordmaster did not respond to the call, saying that the wall could not be left unattended. The reason he guarded the wall for so long was because he needed something to protect. At the entrance of the border wall fortress, the guards said to prepare a pass in advance and wait and stand in line according to their status and purpose. A border fortress has 6 gates. The larger the size of the gates, the more high-ranking person can use them, and the number of users varies greatly depending on status. Lim Dae-in told the princess that the other gate was empty, so would the heavens fall to the ground if it was inadvertently used by the lower class? The princess used to think that status differences were natural. The common people are trying to leave the country because of the civil war. What is the difference between those who have lost their home and her? The princess prayed to the Almighty for a chance to rectify this situation. Sir Leonard said that he would create such a chance for the princess. The young man added that he would also help the princess. Even if Manahart brings down his anger, he will break through the wall for the princess. Princess Elena said that she is very grateful to everyone. Lim Dae-in said that there was no need to make things so complicated. The commander said to get ready, their turn was coming up. Lim Dae-in added for young Shin to continue driving the carriage. The boy did it with a joystick. The guard stopped the carriage and told the passengers to give their names. The guards thrust their swords forward. The protagonist stepped out of the carriage and told his companions to pay attention to what he would do. Our goblin-masked hero said that he was going to the Teru Kingdom right now. Lim Dae-in thought that this was the only way the real one would show up for their souls. The guard was surprised. What is this man saying? A gun appeared in Lim Dae-in's hands and he fired a shot. The guard shouted that the enemy was at the gate and the wall should be sealed immediately. Lim Dae-in, wearing a goblin mask, told young Shin to gallop at full speed. The carriage, picking up speed, moved forward. Lim Dae-in said that Lily could handle it, and the girl activated her abilities. She reproduced a huge amount of fire directed towards the pursuers. The commander thought that the entrance in front of them was for dignitaries, and the defense was worthless. Lim Dae-in ordered the carriage to break through the gate, and it shattered into splinters. The guards reported that the enemy had destroyed the gate and entered the fortress. The carriage must be stopped. The aide said to have Count Gulkin accept the sovereign's decree. The aide added that the count was showing unheard of insolence. He should immediately kneel down and accept the order. The count went up to the man. Did he really just now say to take a knee? The aide, startled, said that it was not he who had said it, but the sovereign. There is a high probability that the escaped princess and her companions will try to cross the border. So it is necessary to strengthen the guards and make sure to catch the princess. The count pushed the aide away and tore up the paper on which the order was written. He said that he had never recognized Ormond as the ruler. If he wanted to say something, let him come in person. The count threw the aide off the balcony and said that was his answer. The knight asked the commander what to do in case the princess was discovered. The count replied that the princess had escaped, abandoning the country. If she was discovered, she must be destroyed on the spot. Count Gulkin thought there was an interesting point in the contents of the letter. The letter said that some boy had destroyed Monchi. Is there really a strong warrior on this tiny piece of land that he doesn't know about? Lim Dae-in and his friends climbed to the roof of the carriage to fend off the attackers. Lim Dae-in and his friends were wearing goblin masks to hide their identities. Count Gulkin felt the presence of the blade aura. So this man is not simple. Lim Dae-in has ordered everyone to take their positions. This is where the fun begins. The border wall is a two-tier structure. The distance to the next fortress wall is 1 kilometer. It is necessary to break through this wall as quickly as possible. Arrows flew at our heroes from all sides. Lim Dae-in and Lily activated the shield at the same moment to avoid the attack of those arrows. No arrow could now hit the moving carriage. The attackers used slashing wind, fireball, and ice spears. A young man with a staff in his hand shouted that he would block all these spells. The reflective shield was activated as well. The spells were no longer frightening. The carriage continued its lightning-fast movement. A gale wind was activated with the staff, and the warriors attacking the carriage were thrown off in different directions. Lim Dae-in told the companion that he appeared to be a master of his craft. The companion replied that he was someone who was constantly being called a genius. It was a pity that he didn't originally have such a staff. The pursuers were ordered to break the wheels of this carriage. Sir Leonard decided to thwart his pursuers. The knight said his enemies couldn't do that as long as he was alive. Sir Leonard, however, was attacked and badly wounded. He inquired how much farther to the fortress wall. Lily replied that they were almost there and said that they had to hold on a little longer. The girl reported to the commander that she was ready. Lily had a fireball in her hands. Lim Dae-in said to Lily to aim her fire strike straight at the wall. Our hero sensed that something dangerous was coming. Lim Dae-in jumped off the carriage onto the ground to prevent the opponents from attacking and told the carriage to keep moving towards the wall. Lim Dae-in, without removing his mask, put his sword forward and prepared to face a dangerous opponent. The opponent appeared suddenly and immediately attacked Lim Dae-in. It was Count Gulkin. The Count said he was surprised that his opponent was able to block a powerful punch and still stand firm. Lim Dae-in wondered, why did his opponent think he was firmly on his feet? What kind of force was attacking him? Count Gulkin asked. Turns out his opponent is real? The Count said to let his opponent humor him properly. In the next instant, the Count was already beside Lim Dae-in and gave the guy a staggering blow. Lim Dae-in thought that just as he had been told, this Gulkin was obsessed with martial arts. He doesn't spare anyone during a fight. He has the look of a madman. The opponents circled against each other. Lim Dae-in repelled the onslaught of the oncoming enemy. Lim Dae-in thought, although the Earl's strength is immense, it's not the opponent who has the advantage in speed. Our hero took out a pistol and fired a few shots, Gulkin dodging bullets effectively. The protagonist noticed a gap on the Count's body and decided to strike at that spot. Putting the gun aside, Lim Dae-in struck his opponent at the very same spot with his sword. The Count said interestingly, his opponent's sword is hardened in real combat. Now the guy has to show what he can do. Lim Dae-in said, if the Count is curious about it, he should be prepared for it to be painful. Lim Dae-in activated his destructive gauntlet. Our hero decided to hit with only a quarter of his strength so that he would have someone to talk to later. Count Gulkin stopped and rested on his sword, saying that this young man made him feel like a living person for the first time in a long time. Our hero remarked that it would be nice if the man felt like a dead man. After taking a little break, the Count said that he had to see it through since he was the one who started it. Lim Dae-in thought that he couldn't stand fighting that wasn't beneficial. Right now, the carriage should have reached the fortress gate by now, so it was time to leave slowly. Suddenly, Lily appeared on the shield and said she would help. Our hero wondered, he was trying to buy time for them. Why did she come back and make a fuss? Lily said she can't leave Lim Dae-in and just walk away. It's against her morals. Lim Dae-in saw that the carriage had returned. His companions said they could not go away leaving their comrade in distress. Our hero realized that the place is already surrounded by a huge military force. And on top of that, we'll have to fight Gulkin himself. If they plan on getting out of here, you have to be prepared for one of them to die. So there's no other choice now. Count Gulkin grabbed his head and laughed loudly, which looked very strange. Lim Dae-in wondered what made his opponent laugh so much. The Count said he was curious about something. With this ability, the guy could punch a hole in the wall much faster, but why didn't he destroy anyone? The Count's face became serious. Did the opponent consider them unworthy? Lim Dae-in responded to his opponent because that was the customer's request. Count Gulkin realized that the princess was the customer. Later, all these people will be her subjects again, so she doesn't want any of them to get hurt. Lim Dae-in wondered, was the Count not going to fight further? Gulkin replied that that was the end of the fight. He would issue a pass. In return, all the carriage passengers would stay here for the night. Our hero's astonishment was unparalleled. What was the Count thinking? The Count hosted a dinner at the Black Lion's residence. Gulkin is interested in any powerful beings. Once even superhumans from Earth were invited to a meal while passing through the wall. Our hero did not expect to find himself in such a place of honor in this life. Rumor has it that Gulkin even gives gifts if he likes the fight. Gulkin said seeing his opponent's face, he catches himself thinking that the guy is younger than he thought. Lim Dae-in replied that he naturally has a baby face. In reality, he has already lived for a long time. The Count said his guest was from the wrong country. Where did he learn to wield a sword like that? After talking to the interlocutor, our hero learned that the Gulkin family had been guarding the wall for generations and would continue to keep watch on it in the future. That was why the Count had so many questions. Lim Dae-in wondered, if the Count was so curious, why didn't he go outside the wall and see what was going on? Gulkin says that's unacceptable. He cannot leave the family business because of his greed. The princess asked, until when would Gulkin Burger pretend not to notice her? Elena continued, is Gulkin testing her? Or can't face her because he didn't protect the sovereign? Gulkin said that if this guy wasn't around here, he would have personally slit her throat. She should be grateful she's still alive. The princess jumped up from the table and shouted that she was Helena Reinhardt, the rightful heir to the throne. The princess said that Gulkin Burger is a knight of the wall. If he hasn't forgotten his knight's oath, he should behave more politely. Gulkin said Elena is definitely better than her father. She has a lot of courage and speaks well. The princess told the Count not to dare insult his majesty. Gulkin noticed that her father was a coward. Ever since he had taken the knight's oath, her father had been afraid of that power and had never looked to him for support. The princess said that was no reason to insult his majesty. The Count remarked that if he intervened, the civil war would drag on for a long time, and if the wall was left empty, the risk of invasion would increase. Gulkin added that his majesty was a ruler who was not worth endangering the whole country, and the princess too, after tomorrow, dare not enter this land. Helena declared that she would surely come back, punish the traitors, and take back her country. The Count was surprised. Did she really think that if she became a ruler, something would change? The princess replied that she had seen and learned a lot about this country on her way here. She recognized the knights who had laid down their heads to defend it. Elena added that she also recognized the poor people who are out of their skin to survive among evil people. She'll be back to set things right. The princess said that the first thing she would do would be to make the 6 local gates publicly accessible to all and ensure that her people were above the class system of this country. Count Gulkin was indignant. Does the princess really think he's going to let her make the gate public? While the princess and the count were arguing, our hero decided he needed to find a secluded spot and rest. A man was telling a guard that he had an extremely important mission and he had not been able to get in for an hour. The guard replied that the process takes some time, so you have to wait. The man said that Ormond's men should stay at the gate for a few more hours, and then they should be thrown out. But what is the commander going to do with the princess? Count Gulkin said he would wait and watch her for a while. After all, one day they would meet again on this wall, the central mountain range, the entrance to the forest of the elves. Our heroes were told that they were waiting for them. The High Elder sent them to meet these people. The person they met said he was Garan, an explorer from the elven forest of Sefersil. They would be the escorts from this place. Princess Elena said to be taken to the village soon. The Supreme Elder of the Elves has the gift of foresight. It is now safe to walk through the village itself. The elf asked our hero if he had an item with demonic energy. Garan said he sensed a stinking demonic energy from afar. In such a state, a person cannot enter the village. Our hero thought it was because the elves hated humans. Limde took out his sword and told the elf to take it. It might be because of him. Limde said that the problem was now settled and they could proceed further. Garan countered that not all problems were settled. Garan pointed his sword at Lily and said she was a vile devil. She should stand still. Lily was at a loss for words from surprise and fright. The elf said that his eyes didn't deceive him. There was a devil in front of him. Limde remarked that you can't say that. The elf added that he sensed an eerie demonic energy and immense evil. The girl suppresses the urge to destroy that is fueling her from within. Lily said she wasn't like that at all. Limde once again told Garan to shut up. The elf was indignant. Doesn't this ignorant person realize who he is protecting right now? Limde said that he knew everything. That's why he was telling the elf to stop. Garan didn't bother. Even if this person looks like an ordinary child, inside this creature has received demonic baptism. The elf shouted that this girl needed to be destroyed right now. Limde showed his fist to Garan and asked, "Can't this elf hear him?" Our hero loudly told the elf not to say anything like that in front of the child again. A warning punch to the jaw followed. The other elves put out their swords and told this man to move away from Garan. How dare he dare to attack them? Limde said that he had been silent the whole time until now, and this Garan was acting tactlessly. Limde said for the greeters to warn the Supreme Elder. They would not enter the elven forest. Let her come here herself. Our hero added that if she didn't show up within 2 days, he'd burn the place to the ground. The young man said that if Limde was sleepy, he could go lie down in the carriage. The boy replied that it was fine. The young man added that he was embarrassed to look into Lily's eyes. What kind of absurd statement is it that Lily had undergone demonic baptism? When baptized, even healthy adult males die 9 out of 10 times. Limde said his interlocutor is knowledgeable on the matter. Demonic baptism can only be performed by a highly ranked sorcerer. This activity requires a huge expenditure of money and materials. Most of them can't stand the infernal pain and die. Our hero thought that he would definitely kill that villain in the goblin mask. Limde told his companion to stop talking and go to bed. Lily was next to him. The girl said that she couldn't get to sleep. Limde suggested that she switch places with the magician in that case. Lily inquired of our hero, would she really become a demon? Limde honestly admitted that he didn't know. The girl asked what would she do if her mom hated her for it. Limde said that Lily is certainly like the devil. She doesn't listen to anyone, eats a lot, and has a bad temper. Limde added that he was exactly the same. As a child, he didn't listen to anyone or study and was only busy having fun with his friends. His parents probably thought he was a demon too. The guy added that nevertheless his parents were very concerned about him. Her mom is no different. Lily suggested that when they found her mom, the 3 of them should stay to live together. Limde said that this would disrupt the natural course of events. He would buy an apartment near the guild, and the girl would live there with her mom. After our hero did put Lily to bed, An elven woman came up to him outside and told him that the man and the girl had had a very heart-to-heart conversation. Because of the risk of a surprise attack, our hero extended the range of his senses, but completely failed to notice the presence of this woman, although she came close to the camp. Lim De-ying thought that only one person had such power among the elves. He asked, "Is she the Supreme Elder?" The woman bowed and said that the young man was right. She had heard that her children had been rude to them, so she apologized. The Supreme Elder said that she would like to thank the young man personally. She thanked him for saving her granddaughter and changing her fate. Lim De-yin said that he was not the one to apologize to, but he would still accept the apology. He asked if the Supreme Elder had been told the terms he had agreed to bring the princess here. The woman replied that she had already contacted the dragon. The Supreme Elder said that there has been no response from the dragon yet. It would take several days. She asked if the boy would like to wait in the elven forest for an answer. With the authority of the Supreme Elder, she would like to invite guests to Sephersil, the elven forest. The elder added that if things were left as they are, this girl would be a disaster for the world. She could purge her of her demonic baptism. Elven forest Sephersil. The elves, while talking, noticed that these people had a demonic sword, and there was a strong demonic energy emanating from the carriage. They asked why the Supreme Elder had brought them here. The princess said cheerfully that everyone had gotten there safely. The young men met and told each other they were glad everything turned out well. Our hero has been told that Leonardo's condition has worsened, so he is being cared for now. When the time comes, Lim De-yin can visit him. Lim De-yin gave the princess the promised seal. The princess said that was the end of their contract. She would definitely repay the boy for his favor. Lim De-yin said that it would be a good idea for the princess to think about the matter well over the next year. Something like giving the White House a monopoly on the principality's magical goods would be suitable. Princess Elena asked if Lim De-yin would come in a year to meet her. Our hero nodded affirmatively. The princess said that in that case, she too would reach her goal in a year. Elena said she would use the royal seal to find the relics of her ancestors and gain strength. She will also make a pact with 6 elven families. After that, her preparations will be completed and she will return to the wall to get Golkin's support. The Supreme Elder told the girl that things would get better after the purification. Lily said the pain doesn't scare her, she's used to it. Lim De-yin asked if all the preparations had been made. The elder replied that everything was ready. The protagonist held a sword filled with sacred energy. He would need it during the purification. The Supreme Elder said they were starting, and the girl plunged into the pool. The man behind bars told his interlocutor that it turns out he wasn't lying. Nevertheless, seeing that he is still alive, one can state that he is extremely lucky. Using the magic orb, the man could see that the girl was using fire for her own purposes. The man became nervous and said it was a child of fire. The masked interlocutor said it was the very child he had missed. The man was angry. How dare they mock him by wearing those masks? The man said with fury in his eyes that after that day he became a test subject. His opponent stated that he would give him one last chance. He was offered a red goblin mask and told to right his wrongs himself. Lily continued to move forward and dive into the pool. Lim De-yin and the Supreme Elder watched the girl. The woman began to use her elven magic and say something in an incomprehensible language. The water around Lily began to swirl like a whirlpool. The girl closed her eyes. The Supreme Elder said that she had seen it coming, but the demonic energy is truly enormous. It will be a little hard, but the girl should be patient. Lily said she was in pain, and dark energy began to concentrate in her stomach. A blob of dark energy left the girl's body and rose upwards. Lim De-yin said that it was necessary to prevent that energy from returning back to the girl's body. Only by destroying that demon could the demonic baptism be destroyed. The dark blob of energy turned into a huge insect monster. Our hero drew his sword and said that this monster jumped out just in time. Lim De-yin added that he just needed a punching bag. Our hero had that very glove on his hand.
Lim De-yin swung his sword and delivered a powerful blow to that flying monster's body.
The insect monster was wounded and began to bleed, but was able to climb higher. Before returning to time, our hero had been fighting demons regularly and was already tired of them. The guy thought, if he tried hard enough, he could find a weakness and easily finish off this monster. But he couldn't let it die so easily. After all, it is a flying creature. Lily came to her senses while in the High Elder's arms. The woman asked how the girl was feeling. Lily looked at Lim De-yin and asked, is he really angry? Our hero was about to strike the insect monster with his fist at that moment. The Supreme Elder said that it could not be otherwise. When someone hurts a dear person, it is bound to ignite a fire of rage in the heart. After the monster was aggressively destroyed, our hero said he relieved a bit of accumulated stress. However, the monster did not give up. Even though it was hit, it continued to recover. However, compared to the beginning of the battle, its speed had decreased significantly, and its concentration of dynamic energy had decreased. Our hero was still at the level of mimicking the steps he had read hundreds or even thousands of times in the heaven-destroying mind technique. The wounded monster rose into the air again and aimed at its opponent. Lim Dae-in used the heaven-shattering divine sword. Activating the Heaven's Revenge option, Lim Dae-in delivered a crushing blow to the monster. A bright flash formed. The Supreme Elder and Lily had to even squint their eyes. Our hero's body took on a very strange color after this flash, and spots appeared on it. Our hero realized the reason why he shouldn't use it until he reached the Huagyan level. However, the sword in the protagonist's hands was broken. The guy said that this sword wasn't bad, but this martial art was hard for even a holy sword to withstand. What fell out was the core of a demon. A demon of this level should definitely have something like this. Lim Dae-in thought that this core could be used as a magic stone or be used to produce an artifact. The protagonist stuck his sword into this demon core. Magical energy beams began to spread in different directions. After examining the sword afterward, the guy came to the conclusion that its appearance seemed to have even changed, and it looked pretty good. Lily ran up to our hero and hugged him. The boy asked if the girl could let him go, because his body hurt a lot. Lily inquired, "Has Lim Dae-in let off steam yet?" Our hero replied that he now felt a sense of lightness inside. Meditating, our hero thought that after yesterday's battle, he hadn't used any restorative magic or potions. To imprint new martial arts skills into his body, it was better to recover naturally, so the muscles would remember the pain. Lim Dae-in noted that while doing so, the internal injuries also healed well. The Supreme Elder asked, "Is Lim Dae-in feeling better already?" Our hero replied that he was already feeling much better thanks to the Elder's care. The boy asked how Lily was doing. The woman said the effects of the baptism still remain on her body, but she will quickly return to normal if she undergoes a course of healing inside the sacred tree. The Elder said if there was anything that bothered her, it was the child's enormous appetite. Lim Dae-in noticed that the girl always ate so much. Lim Dae-in thanked him for his help and said that he was sincerely grateful to the Elder. The woman replied that she did so because the guy saved her granddaughter Elena. It was just payment for his kindness. Lim Dae-in said that he and the princess had an agreement, and the Elder's help was a different story. Therefore, he would repay such a favor. Lim Dae-in said that he should explore the Misty Forest. He thinks the Supreme Elder is also interested in it. The Misty Forest is a mysterious forest that at some point expanded into elven territory. The fog that stands there is very destructive to the elves. Lim Dae-in clarified. That mist doesn't have any effect on other creatures, right? I'll have to check it thoroughly. The Elder said she should make a formal request and prepare a reasonable reward. Our hero replied that it was payment for her kindness, and he had plenty of money, so there was no need for a reward. Sir Leonard thought it could happen any day. Our hero asked him how the old man was feeling. Leonard wondered, did this guy really destroy the demon again? The princess joyfully shared this news with him. Sir Leonard saw the book in our hero's hands and asked how interesting it was. Lim Dae-in replied that it was interesting only in places. It was written by an old man and is almost entirely filled with self-praise. The old man said that during the battle at the border wall, he squeezed all the strength and mana out of himself, and then he saw the limit of his skill. The old man wondered how things would have turned out if he had seen him a little earlier. Let's say 3 years ago, or at least a year ago, a level that can be reached by overcoming a limit. To see the limit is to be able to overcome it in just one step. Our hero found something in the manuscript and thought this tactic might help the old man. The body shriveled like a baked apple, and there wasn't even an ounce of mana left in the core. The boy read further. His appearance was no different from a corpse. Leonard wondered what his interlocutor was talking about. He reflected on his life from the beginning, about how he felt the first day he picked up the sword. Finding himself on the brink of death, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten about the sword a long time ago. What he needed was simply to master strong martial arts. The old man thought, although these words were written by someone with a different origin and living in a different world, he, as a swordsman, deeply understands these feelings. Leonard asked if his interlocutor could show the fencing of the author of the text. Lim Dae-in said he's not good enough yet, but he can show once. The guy demonstrated the skills he had learned. He thought that going beyond his limit was really very useful. Leonard said it all again. Our hero said that now he couldn't even be called an old man. While in the misty forest, Sir Leonard said that now all monsters can attack him. He is not afraid of anyone. Sir Leonard said that he was ready to defeat all the monsters with his aura blade, and that would be the end of the enemies. Lim Dai noticed that his interlocutor was overly optimistic. The young man told Lim Dai not to talk like that and let Leonard return to his zombie state. Although his reaction was quite normal. Not only had he risen from the dead, but he had also risen to the level of a master. The guy added that he had heard that Lim Dai had given the old man a book, so he would like to read it too. Our hero replied that he wouldn't even dream of it. The old man said that he had seen his limit, so he needed a push. Lim Dai said that the further they went into the forest, the thicker the fog became, so it was better to look around a bit. The young man noticed that he didn't feel any monsters around. Lim Dai thought that it would be more comfortable if it was possible to use the golem here. However, young Shin said that he wouldn't move until Lily woke up. As far as our hero knew, this fog had been a headache for the elves for hundreds of years. If they got rid of the fog, they would be safer. It may also help to win their favor. Then the implementation of their plan will be accelerated. Our hero planned to build himself a villa in the elven forest. It was part of his plan to ensure his old age. Our hero was told that he was great, putting in a lot of effort for Her Highness, and they were very grateful to him. Lim Dai was surprised. What does this have to do with the princess? Leonard said they would handle the matter themselves and would not burden the young man any further. Lim Dai thought that was fine with him. At one point, our hero said that there was an enemy nearby and everyone needed to prepare for battle. Lim Dai noticed that a chimera elf had appeared in front of them. The spirit stone embedded in his chest is his weak point, so only aim for it. Our hero said that he would leave the chimeras to the companions, and he himself would take care of who was behind them. The protagonist thought he already knew the cause of the misty forest, a masterpiece of an address by Archmage Drytz, the guardian of this place. The boy said Mordria appeared before him. Mordria let loose a flaming arrow from her bow at her opponent. Our hero was confident in his speed and effectively dodged the arrows flying at him. They were arrows of elemental magic. Lim Dai activated his shield and the arrows did not reach their target. Lim Dai thought, which was to be expected from the original. The level is different from that of a fake. Mordria is a doll modeled after an elven woman whom Archmage Drytz loved more than anyone else in the world 1,000 years ago. In her past life, Mordria was destroyed by superhumans, and later a method of stamping living beings was discovered and many copies were made. However, all the copies turned out to be not as good as the original. Our hero decided that it was necessary to take it with him. Mordria continued to release one after another of the elemental arrows. Lim Dai, using the stealth mode, approached the woman from the backside. The guy didn't hesitate and plunged his sword into his opponent's back. The doll was pierced in several places. Lim Dai took the doll in his arms and said that he had worked hard on it. The companions said that they were finished too. Leonard asked if Lim Dai was going to take the doll with him. Lim Dai replied that the doll was very valuable and they should take it to use for their own benefit. Now that there were no guards, it was safe to go back. Archmage Drytz's hut. It looks like a small hut from the outside, but there are many useful things in the basement. There were magical ingredients here that were hard to find even in the palace. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He thought it had all disappeared long ago. Lim Dai said that only the most important things should be taken. Lim Dai thought that the most valuable thing here he would naturally take for himself. This was the Archmage's second most important legacy after Mordria. This is where the spirits were sealed. First of all, our hero must please the spirits, but their power will be extremely useful if you manage to get it. Leonard asked if Lim Dai was okay. The guy replied that he shouldn't be touched yet. The spirits asked if they could live here. Our hero didn't mind, but in return he wanted to ask for a huge amount of rent. There was no change on the outside, but inside he felt the strength of the spirit. The interlocutor asked what it was. Lim Dai replied that it was nothing special. If they had taken everything interesting, then they could go destroy the magic circle of fog. Once outside, the travelers noticed that the fog had clearly cleared and the weather was clear. Leonard suggested that they carefully return back to the elven forest. Lim Dai noticed that the communication tool suddenly reacted. The commander said that from now on, everyone should keep their tongues in their mouths and not come any closer, not a step closer. An image of a masked man appeared in the communication tool and asked our hero who he was. Lim Dae-in thought that his opponent didn't know him. He thought about provoking him, but maybe he should change his method. The masked villain repeated the question, who is before him and where is Goldilocks? Our hero asked if this was not the important person of whom the lady spoke. The villain inquired, wondering if the interlocutor had heard of him from Goldilocks. Our hero said that his name is Ansel, and he belongs to the Thieves Guild of Randall. On Goldilocks' orders, he pursues the villains who have ravaged the guild. Ansel said that these scoundrels crossed the border in a steel carriage. The carriage has an unusual shape that is hard to find anywhere else, and it is pulled by a huge iron horse. The villain had heard that Randall's Thieves Guild was completely burned down. It turns out that this scoundrel had been there as well. Contacting his informants through a magical communication tool was a good idea. The masked villain asked Ansel if there was a girl with red hair among his companions. Our hero thought, as I expected, this villain is looking for Lily. Ansel said that they were somewhere on the central mountain range, but he could not give the exact coordinates. As he was in a hurry, he did not have time to bring a map and compass with him. The masked villain said to keep Ansel in pursuit. He would call daily at the same time. Ansel told the interlocutor that there was a problem. The communication quality is poor, as the crystal ball was damaged during his time in the chase. He's not sure if he'll be able to pick up a signal tomorrow. The villain asked if there was no other sphere of communication by which he could be reached. Ansel replied that a mere thief could not have such an expensive item on his hands. The villain thought that those people deliberately announced that they were going to the Teru Kingdom. If the variable is created fraudulently, it will be difficult to track down. At the moment, Ansel is the only one who can track down the Firechild. The villain figured that either way, this guy would be eliminated when he contacted the organization. It could be considered an emergency. The masked villain told Ansel that he would tell him how to contact the organization. After the information, Ansel asked if he could tell there who exactly sent him. After all, he still did not know the name of the interlocutor. The masked villain thought that this boy was very daring. How dare he ask his nickname? The death of this Ansel would be especially painful. The villain said he could be called Red Goblin. That will suffice. Lim Dae-in smiled and said that he would contact his opponent next time. After those events, our hero awakened Mordrea again with the help of a spirit stone taken from Dreitz's hut. The boy asked the doll to escort them to the elves' settlement by the shortest possible route. Upon their return to the village, the elves threw a grand feast. The elf rejoiced. At last they are back. Thanks to them, his daughter woke up and he saw his son's face for the first time in 100 years. There were many such stories. Our hero said they could have a lot of fun. He was very tired, so he dared to leave them. Our hero was delivered many gifts that the elves felt he deserved. The Supreme Elder said it was a natural reaction of the residents to see the Misty Forest destroyed. Lim Dae-in said that he should have repaid the elves for saving the girl. The Supreme Elder remarked that this guy had also changed Princess Elena's fate. The woman said she could read the fates of living things, but only to read, not to interfere. She is only allowed to observe. The Supreme Elder added, strangely enough, the fate of her interlocutor is hidden from her gaze. However, many fates in the world are changed because of this guy. Lim Dae-in thought that the reason was because of Tihatal's watch. He asked what conclusion could the Supreme Elder draw. Was she implying that he should just sit silently? The woman said that her interlocutor is a very good person. She likes the changes he brings to the world. She hopes that he will change more destinies for the better. Lim Dae-in said that there was nothing complicated about it. He just needs to do his own thing at his own discretion. Lim Dae-in said that he should leave the Supreme Elder as his girl is probably starving right now and needs to go help change that. When the boy left, the Supreme Elder asked what Abraxas thought about it. The voice replied that the man was really interesting. It would be nice to meet him once. Our hero thought he had been in the Elven Forest too long. The elves said they were going to build a villa from his wish list, so he can't leave without seeing this creation. The fact that our hero needs to return to his world within a month confuses all his plans. Lily held the paintbrush in her hands and said cheerfully that she had figured out the paint job. Lim Dae-in said the children should wash up while he packed the luggage. The wagon was packed to the brim, but a lot of luggage was left unloaded. Shouldn't we get another wagon? Our hero was given a traditional family drink and was told to bring spiritual stones with him. Lim Dae-in said that he was grateful for the gifts, but there were a lot of them. He will take the rest next time he comes here. After the cart could not be moved, the commander ordered half of the luggage to be unloaded back. Leonard was upset because they had worked so hard to put everything back. The farewell took place for some other long period of time. Leonard said they would surely meet again, and then he would be sure to repay the young man's kindness. The young man bowed to our hero and said that he was very grateful. At the next meeting, he would appear before the Lord as a more outstanding magician. Elena recalled the promise she had made to meet her in a year's time. Limde said that the three of them remained too serious until the very end. Elena again expressed her hope that the young man would visit them again someday. The woman said that at the end of this journey, while meeting him, she wished him that long-awaited answer. Limde thought that his interlocutor wanted to say that Abraxas would be waiting for him at the end of the journey. When our hero left, the princess said it was now time for them to get to work. The kingdom of Teru, the city of Florence. Limde thought it was easy to enter the country since the pass was issued by Gulkin himself. As a disguise, our hero changed his hair color. This was the same meeting place that the Red Goblin had mentioned. At the reception desk, our hero was asked how he could be helped. The woman thought, what kind of ragamuffins are in front of her? They are the kind of people who immediately run away when they hear how much your accommodation costs here. Limde said that he needed the two most expensive rooms and threw gold coins on the table. Limde added that he also needed one magical communication tool. The receptionist said after receiving the gold coins that she would fulfill whatever the young man needed. The Grand Florence is one of the most famous hotels and gambling establishments on the continent. The gambling halls are known to occupy 3 floors, and the lower a visitor descends, the more likely he or she is to be offered to gamble with larger stakes. Lily said enthusiastically that everywhere you look here, everything looks sparkling and beautiful. Young Shin said that when they got home, he would do a lot of shiny things. Limde gave the children money and told them to do whatever they wanted for now. But if they wanted to sleep, they should go back to the room. Limde told the doll that she would accompany these children. If anything happens, she should let them know. After the kids went out to eat something delicious, our hero thought he should have some fun too. Limde set his sights on getting to the 4th hidden floor, the Great Florence, 3rd lower floor. Although the entrance to the 3rd floor looks free, there are clearly crazier rates here than on the floors above. Limde noticed that the managers began to watch him closely. It was probably because he had never been seen here before. An expert-level swordsman, a mage, and several mercenaries were seen among those watching. The trap also had a barrier sealing off the magic. Just as he thought, this wasn't just a place for secret meetings. One of the administrators asked what particular game the young man was looking for. The administrator suggested a game with simple rules. What does the visitor think of roulette? The game seemed simple to our hero, and he agreed to play right away. The protagonist decided to start by betting all his gold chips on 7. The croupier stated that this player was very brave and suggested to start the game. The visitors were surprised. Did this man really bet everything? He must be crazy. After the wheel stopped, the ball was on a 7. Our hero declared that today he was lucky. The croupier offered to play again, and Limde bet all in again on a 7. The observers were surprised. Was it really a 7 again? The lucky man said that today he was extremely lucky. The croupier, smiling, thought that this rascal was obviously using some kind of trick. He asked to wait a little longer. It was a large sum, so he would use a check. The stranger congratulated the young man by patting him on the shoulder. Limde told this guy to keep his hands off. Our hero was asked what family he was from. Someone in the audience grabbed the gold chips lying on the table. After that, many people started pouncing on these chips and spreading them around in their pockets. Limde said to move away from him nicely and put all the chips back on the table. On his arm was a synthesized spirit he had obtained from Dreitz's basement. It was still weak, but it had been created with ancient magic and was unaffected by most magic tools or magic detection devices. The croupier sincerely congratulated the winner and handed him a check for a large sum. Limde said he was glad they brought him the check because the amount was impressive and he was a little worried. The man whispered in our hero's ear that they had a separately arranged space for visitors like him, and he could go there. Limde said he is interested. He is curious to see this space. On the way to the forbidden floor, screams were heard. Limde inquired what it was. The companion replied that the people who come here like things that make them nervous. Often things are put on the line, not money. Depending on a person's choice, body parts could be used as stakes too. Our hero could sense this without even expanding his senses. The lower they descended, the more distinct the smell of blood and the sounds of screams became. Limde wasn't wrong. He was led to the 4th floor of the Great Florence. The companion said that the young man liked the number 7, so they prepared a room of a similar number. The players asked the newcomer if he would join immediately or observe their game first. Lim Dae-in asked what was being played here. The man had already been told that this guy was using some kind of trick. Let him try the same trick here. Even if he gives up everything he has, it won't be enough to pay for his tricks. One of the players said to roll 3 dice, and the one with the highest number wins. When all the same numbers come up, it is better than a sum of different numbers. The best roll is 3 ones. Our hero said he liked the simple rules and suggested we start. One of the players said he would roll the dice first. The first player's dice showed 3 4s. He said he'd take it all for himself this time. The protagonist said it was his turn and also rolled 3 dice. The dice fell and showed 3 units. The loser said that beginners are always lucky. Lim Dae-in said that he would be happy to continue and rolled the dice again, for luck was clearly favoring him today. The opponents were furious. This is the 4th time in a row this guy has had a single one. He was clearly using a trick, but what kind of trick? After all, there was no problem with the magic detection magic circle. Lim Dae-in, smiling, remarked that his luck was so good today that it had become an impossible burden for him. It looked like the opponents had run out of chips. Shouldn't they stop? Lim Dae-in left some chips on the table and said it was a consolation prize for the losers. He was having a lot of fun today. Having loaded all the winnings into a bag, our hero headed for the exit. A man blocked the way and told the guy to stop. The man stated that he knew full well how the guy had used some kind of ruse. Now the jokes were over. He'd better quietly put the bag on the floor. Lim Dae-in was indignant. Did his interlocutor really have proof? Without evidence, you can't label people as frauds. The opponent pulled out a blade and said that even if there was no evidence, you could just slowly draw the truth out of the guy. One of the losers also drew his sword and shouted that this rascal dared to cheat them. Lim Dae-in snatched the sword from his opponent and struck back with it. Our hero fought off the attack of the man who was attacking him. The sword in his hands prevented his opponents from approaching. Lim Dae-in pulled out his sword. The man was surprised. Is this really an aura blade? What did the sword master forget in this place? Lim Dae-in said that the person who manages the organization's finances has too poor eyesight. The caller asked, "Who is this guy?" A glowing orb appeared in our hero's hand. The pattern that appears when mana is combined according to a prescribed formula is the symbol of the secret organization Pandemonium. As the goblin said, he should have used it to communicate with the members of the organization. Lim Dae-in asked the goblin, "If they ask about me, what should I say? Should I tell it like it is?" The goblin said that they wouldn't ask anything, so you should keep your mouth shut. These words finally convinced our hero that for an organization of this size, even simply providing contact information to outsiders would be a serious crime. However, what about playing the big game? The guy was asked, was he a red goblin? Why is one of the priests here who was given a monster mask by that persona? The man had heard that this man was after the child of fire. What had brought him here? The opponent wondered. Don't these people still understand? Lim Dae-in, wearing a red goblin mask, said that this was a surprise inspection. He would inspect the place right away, and this person would accompany him. The man said there was a cash vault in front of them. The gambling establishment's revenue management is thorough and transparent. Our hero made an assumption based on the meeting place and the inside of the organization's financial system, and it turned out to be correct. The red goblin was given a ledger and asked to check everything carefully. Lim Dae-in saw that money was moving all over the continent. Why hadn't an organization of this magnitude been uncovered in his previous life? The red goblin was also taken to the treasure vault. Among the items pledged at the gambling house, only the highest quality items were collected here. There were also spirit stones present. It would be nice to use one to power the clock and one on the way back. The man said he will now showcase the pieces they have been working on, putting in a lot of effort over several years. Pointing to the room behind the bars, the attendant said that this side is where the rejects are. The successful lots, which are not ashamed to show, are a little farther away. The red goblin carefully assessed this part of the room. He wondered what was behind the bars. The man said the lucky lots in front of them. Although these children look like the most ordinary people on the outside, once they are put under stress, the ugly nature of each one is immediately revealed. The attendant said he was ready right now to demonstrate the true colors of these children. The original plan was to get information about the organization by impersonating a red goblin. On the way back, it would be possible to grab some spirit stones and artifacts. One of the children turned into a huge bloodthirsty wolf monster. Lim Dae-in felt that he would be more than willing to give the Red Goblin trouble with this plan. The man asked what his companion thought of these children. The man held a whip in his hand and said that there were still some problems, but once they were resolved, they would be able to organize mass production. The man said he was willing to show the checker the other children too. The man, turning to the girl, told Hannah to come over to him. Hannah said she had already shown what was required. The man shouted for the girl to be quiet. They had an important guest, so she should demonstrate her usefulness to the best of her ability. Red Goblin took the whip in his hands and said he should try it once too. Our hero thought that his Lily was also in a similar place. Red Goblin said he'd changed his mind. The checker walked over to the girl and sat down next to her. The man said if you take the collar off, there might be a problem. The guy replied that she could be used without that thing. The Red Goblin took off Hannah's collar and said he would take her friends off too. The man was getting nervous. If he continued like this, it would be difficult to catch them all and calm them down later. The Red Goblin told his interlocutor to be quiet. Our hero immediately threw a whip around the man's neck. The man was frightened. The masked man was told that he realized his actions would get him in a lot of trouble. In the cage our hero was in, images of people began to appear out of thin air. The man who appeared out of nowhere said that he would give the Red Goblin a chance to explain himself. Our hero was surprised. Are they curious about the reason? Lim Dae-in said that it turned out that they came to his dislike. Stranger wondered, is this masked man really a traitor? Lim Dae-in drew his sword and wounded his opponent. The girls watched this fight in silence. Having dealt with all the opponents, the masked man told the children that they were getting out of here. They are now all heading for the exit together. The girl asked in surprise why this stranger was helping them. Without answering, our hero said if they wanted to stay, they could go nowhere. But they should know that he won't have a chance to take care of them because he will have to fight. Some of the children said they wanted to see their mom. The other children said the same thing. The masked man said that in that case, they should follow him faster. In front of our hero appeared opponents who told the Red Goblin to obediently surrender and let the children go. Lim Dae-in said that although he didn't like to ignorantly sneak through the ranks of enemies using force, it seemed like this was the method he should use right now. The guy activated the very same gauntlet. The villains rushed to attack our hero, but he, effectively using the glove, sent his opponents into a knockout. A fireball and ice spear were used against the Red Goblin. However, he activated his shield and the enemy's attacks were neutralized. Our hero thought that there were too many magic spells and he couldn't use his shield all the time. The attackers said they were facing one man. We need to corner him. While making his way through the enemies, our hero was wounded and poison was injected into his body. The application of the poison he can, of course, suppress with a sky-destroying mind technique. However, curses that restrict movement are a problem: blurring, paralysis. The longer the fight lasts, the more disadvantaged our hero finds himself, and it's still a long way to freedom. The masked man told the children that he was heading to the treasure room and everyone should follow him. Lim Dae-in thought, if only I had brought Salit with me. All the children ran into the treasure room and our hero closed the door behind him. He told them to use whatever was inside, weapons or armor. He alone would not be able to hold off the onslaught of enemies for long. Lim Dae-in told one of the girls that she needed to bring the red stones lying at the very top. After receiving the stones, Lim Dae-in said that it was now necessary to use all the attacks at once. After that, there was an explosion and a huge stream of flames appeared. Once on the floor, Lim Dae-in thought that it was very difficult for him to get up because of the 3 curses. The opponents who rushed in said that the Red Goblin was finished. Lim Dae-in thought that he could get out of this place alone, but he can't do that. Lily appeared in the room accompanied by a doll and said that she found Lim Dae-in. Our hero wondered how the girl could know about this place. Lily pointed to her bracelet and said that it had the lost child search function activated. Red Goblin said that the girl should have washed her face and gone to bed. He thought, however, that she had come at a good time anyway. Told the doll to find out what was going on upstairs. Lily asked if Lim Dae-in was hurt. Lim Dae-in looked at his glove and said that it was once again in good condition, and he was completely uninjured. There was a fire in the room and everything shook. The visitors were frightened. Is this an earthquake? We have to run away from here immediately. Everyone began to leave the building in a hurry, many leaving their chips on the tables. Florence could collapse. Lim Dae-in, Lily, and the freed children were leaving the building. The persecutors were shouting that they could not be allowed to leave. Our hero said he wanted to put the finishing touch and directed an energy charge with his gauntlet at his opponents. A horseman appeared near the collapsing building and asked what was going on here.
The man replied that he had been reported. The building suddenly caught fire and collapsed. Light could be seen from time to time, and loud noises could be heard from inside. The writer wondered, did he really know nothing? First of all, the fire must be put out.
Ryder arrived here after receiving word that the Red Goblin had betrayed them. Ryder didn't believe it to the last. How could the Red Goblin betray the organization? The Red Goblin, covered by flames organized by the girl, was leaving the nearby area in a metal carriage. Our hero, seeing the Ryder, thought that this rascal was also a member of a criminal organization. The people involved in putting out the fire noticed that the Red Goblin and his associates were running away. The next day came. The news of the traitor who had not only stolen the precious treasures of the Great Florence, but had also burned the building itself, spread with lightning speed everywhere. The kingdom demanded that the culprit compensate for the astronomical losses. The culprit's nickname, revealed in the newspapers, was the Red Goblin. The Green Goblin in front of the sphere ordered that the Red Goblin return to headquarters immediately. The Red Goblin asked in surprise, "Did the companions really think he was a traitor? That rogue was a fake." Red Goblin wasn't in the kingdom at all right now. The Green Goblin said he knows everything, but that rascal had their information. He even knew how to make the connection. That means they have a traitor in their ranks. They plan to stop all outside activity and focus on finding traitors within the system. Red Goblin thought, is this really Ansel we're talking about? Does he have any idea how hard it took to get that mask again? If it seems to be of consequence, it may never be able to come out again. The Red Goblin said he would continue his search for the Fire Child as well. The Green Goblin wondered if his interlocutor was going to disobey orders. He must go back immediately. The Red Goblin said he was already on Firechild's trail and would be back as soon as he found her. The Red Goblin declared that he would find the Firechild and destroy, tearing to pieces that fake. The Red Goblin went downstairs to the inn and wondered why it was so quiet. A little earlier, they had all been chatting non-stop about the fake. Everyone in the inn had been destroyed and blood was everywhere. The Red Goblin searched the burned-out Great Florence and found a red hair. It clearly belongs to that girl. Red Goblin said it was good, so she's in there. One of the girls thought that after taking them from the dungeon, there was no telling what this man would intend to do. She can't trust him. The girl asked her friends, "Don't they all notice anything strange about that man? He buys them a lot of food and seems like a good person." The girl told our hero that her leg hurt. The boy wondered why she was only talking about it now. The young man said that he had a lot of potions. If they have something that hurts, it is necessary to speak about it at once. Using the right potion, our hero immediately cured the girl's leg. She said that now she had no pain at all. Limday In said that these kids smell bad, so they all need a good wash first. Limday In said they were waiting. He bought for everyone too, so they can choose what they like. The child was sure that this man clearly had something evil in mind. There is a reason he wants them to open their hearts. A woman looked out the window and saw her son. The child said he missed her very much. The woman thanked the man for finding her son. To prevent the organization from finding the child, he said he would write a letter of recommendation and suggested they go to the Elven Forest. It was better to set out as soon as possible. The woman thanked and said she would never forget it. The man took and returned all the children back to their families without hurting anyone. Lily asked the child, "He suspects Limday In of something, doesn't he?" The boy replied, "How can you trust adults?" Lily said this adult can be trusted. He does good deeds. It's his hobby. The boy said he looked even more suspicious after those words. But he still thinks he can be trusted a little. Limday In said that Lily would reach her village tomorrow, and these children were the last ones he had left. Do they have no intention of returning home? The kids said they had no intention of going home. Our hero thought that it must be that not all families would be happy to have children on their doorstep. Limday In offered to give the children a ride to the elf forest on the way back. The guy said that he would make dinner now, and they would eat. Lily and young Shin tell Limday In not to cook anything. His food they don't want to eat. The boy stated that she wanted to take over the cooking. Lily said that Zeke would be in charge of the food tonight. Limday In said for Zeke to find out what the children wanted and cook it for them. Zeke thought he was eating poison at first, although now he knows that he isn't. However, this Limday In can't be allowed to cook. Zeke said a little more, and the food would be ready. Lily asked if it was okay to sample the pot. Zeke said that by sampling, Lily would eat the whole pot. She could play with Hannah for now. It would be nice to have the meat properly stewed. I think he saw a laurel tree just before the carriage stopped. He'll be back in no time, so don't open the lid. Otherwise, all the flavor will evaporate. Zeke went off to get a bay leaf and was ambushed. The bad guys said they got one. Red Goblin said it was commendable that this boy had come out of the camp alone. After all, there would be one job for him. Zeke thought as his body didn't move. Who is this man? Zeke thought he had a real enemy in front of him now. It was the same mask his savior had worn before. Zeke returned to camp. Lily asked why he was so late. He needed to finish cooking soon. Zeke wondered why his hand was moving on its own. He was throwing green leaves into the pot. Zeke wanted to say it was a trap, but he couldn't do it. Everyone who had eaten his food found themselves lying senseless. Zeke mentally pleaded for it to stop. The Red Goblin showed up at the camp and said it was a great job. He slapped the kid's neck with his hand and deactivated him. The Red Goblin said he had finally found the fire child and rushed over to Lily. The Red Goblin, smiling, thought that all he had to do was bring the girl back and everything would fall into place. However, it didn't turn out to be that simple. Lim Dai. Ian suddenly appeared next to him and gave a strong punch to the Red Goblin's face. This was quite unexpected for the villain, as he thought that everyone had fallen asleep. Lim Day asked Red Mask what he was even doing while he was chilling somewhere. After all, he's been waiting for him for a long time. He decided to give Red Mask a good beating first. From the border wall to the Great Florence, our hero has raised a stir. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Red Goblin would follow them. Lim Dae-in was even purposely stalling by taking the children home. The protagonist pretended not to know anything and watched the Red Goblin's steps. Since he had organized a real massacre in the gambling house, it was clear that the Goblin would undoubtedly try to approach as cautiously as possible. The goal was to strike clearly and lightning fast. Watching Red Goblin and the boy meet, he saw that the Goblin was handing him something. Lim Dae-in determined that it was an ordinary sleeping pill. It's for the best. Let no one see what happens next. Lim Dae-in took Red Goblin by the chest and told him to open his eyes. Didn't they have a lot to talk about? The Red Goblin glared and decided to activate his mind control. Lim Dae-in did not take his eyes off his opponent. Guy punched the Red Goblin in the face with all his might and said that this rascal trick didn't work on him. Our hero was going to slightly deactivate the Red Goblin, but he proved to be tougher than expected. The villain said, "So it turns out that Ansel did all of this? Both the theft of the fire child and the fire in the gambling house." Lim Dae-in was surprised. "What kind of theft are we talking about? You need to express yourself properly." The guy slapped the villain's face with his hand once more and said that Lily was no object. Lim Dae-in canceled the concealment mode and turned to the doll. Our hero told Mordrea to stay with the children and protect them. She must send a signal if anything happens. Judging from the fact that this rogue didn't react to our hero's blows in any way, his fighting skills are terrible. The mere fact that he can withstand them calmly indicates that his body's unusual, but it doesn't appear to be mana-enhanced. Even now, the guy didn't see a single scratch on his opponent. Eventually, our hero realized everything. Lim Dae-in asked his opponent if he was also a test subject. Or maybe the Red Goblin became a test subject a little later? The villain shouted for his opponent to be silent immediately and pounced on our hero. He had a fire in his hand. Lim Dae-in thought that this fire was similar to the one used by Lily, but the flame control skills were much lower. Lim Dae-in said he did not know what machinations had been done to his body, but doubted that he needed to control his power.
However, after a series of blows, the Red Goblin was still deactivated. He didn't understand why he was helplessly taking blow after blow.
The Goblin thought that after numerous trials, his body could easily break rocks, and he could safely control the power of fire and ice without spells. He said that he was fundamentally different from his opponent. Lim Dae-in poured the liquid from the bottle onto the Red Goblin's head and told him to shut up. With this body, he doesn't even know how to fight properly. After the Red Goblin had calmed down, the boy wondered if they could talk quietly now. After all, a lot of questions had accumulated. The Red Goblin wondered how this man was related to the Child of Fire. After all, this child's family and relatives were insignificant people. Lim Dae-in asked the first question, "What is the purpose of their pandemonium?" The villain laughed and said that the man would not get any information from him. Our hero, kneading his hands, said that in such a case only the villain would be worse off. The Red Goblin said he's not afraid of torture. He is the one who has endured all the pain that exists in this world. Lim Dae-in unleashed a series of powerful blows using his internal energy on the goblin's body. Lim Dae-in was surprised. Was his opponent saying that he had endured everything in this world? How about experiencing the torture method of another dimension? Our hero grabbed the villain by the arm and said that he would apply to him the art of twisting his joints. After he had mastered this technique, none of his tortures failed. Lim Dae-in added that although there have been people who did not endure and died, but after all, his opponent in this case is resilient. The red goblin was deactivated and passed out. Our hero grabbed his head and dragged him behind him. Lim Dae-in asked the doll, was she the one who carried the children to the carriage? He didn't give the doll such an order. It had made the decision on its own. The boy asked Mordrea to continue to keep an eye on the children. Lim Dae-in said that it was left to him to get rid of the sleeping pills and asked that Lily wake up for a while. The girl wiped her eyes and wondered when she had fallen asleep. Lim Dae-in said he had something to show her and asked her to follow him. Lily saw a bound and kneeling man wearing a red goblin mask. The villain saw the girl and said it was a child of fire. The villain added that this is a feisty girl, has been running away pretty well until now. Now that the kid has an ally strong enough to take him down, she must be living happily ever after. But the child of fire shouldn't think that's the end of it. He'll haunt her even after she's dead. Our hero thought if he destroyed this villain, Lily would remain in ignorance until the very end. Then she wouldn't be able to shake off the nightmare of him haunting her. Lim Dae-in told the girl to look at the red goblin carefully. Was there anything about his appearance that caused fear? He is bound hand and foot, so he won't be able to do her any harm. Our hero added that she could do anything she wanted to him. She could get even with a word or an action. Lim Dae-in added, for she still had a hard time doing what she wanted to do. Lim Dae-in said that once Lily and all the things are taken care of, they will go out for a hearty breakfast. The girl walked up to the red goblin, clenched her fist and punched him in the face with all her might. The villain was indignant. How dare she hit him? Lily activated her fireballs and said that now she wasn't the least bit afraid of that rascal. Lily added that Wendy's enemy would pay for everything. The villain was engulfed in flames. The red goblin looked at the girl and couldn't understand how she was able to master such a powerful force. A child who escapes from a test subject cell shows far more tremendous growth than the other children in the organization. Lim Dae-in told the girl not to destroy it. Lily wondered why. The boy replied that he had more questions for the man. Lim Dae-in thought that he hadn't managed to extract the information about pandemonium from the villain yet. Our hero assumed that the red goblin would be able to hold out until now, but in the end it was a matter of time before his stamina was compromised. The protagonist said they would stop there to begin with. Lim Dae-in stated that they would have breakfast and he would come back, and then they would try to have a conversation again. The next day came, Lily's home village. The locals wondered, what was that carriage? Did the nobles come to visit? What brings them to such a remote place? Why are they traveling with a dirty sack behind them? Lily recognized her village and said they were heading in the right direction. They should just keep driving down the street. The girl was nervous. When she met her mom, what should she say first? Would her mom recognize her? Young Shin said that her mom would recognize her right away, so she didn't have to worry. Our hero wasn't sure if Lily's mother was still alive. The girl escaped from the organization, so her mother may be held as a hostage. Lily said this is the house she lived in as a child. Lily went to the door and knocked timidly. There was silence in response to the knock. The companions stood in silence, wondering if no one was in the house. Lily heard someone from inside the house ask, "Who's there?" The girl replied that it was her, Lily. The door opened and a woman appeared on the threshold. She shouted, "Was it really Lily?" The woman said her little girl has grown up a lot. Lily asked, "Mom, do you recognize me?" The woman replied that of course she recognized her daughter. Lily hugged her mother and said that she missed her very much. There was a meat party in the village that day. Our hero thought they had laid out all the meat supplies. Every villager had enough. But if the girl is happy, one can sometimes make such sacrifices. The elder asked, "Did her daughter come back too?" That girl is carbon copy of her mother. When Lily finished her story, she said that was how she had met Lim Dae-in. The woman said that it looked like her daughter had almost been in big trouble. Young Shin told the woman that this was a gift for her, a toy chicken. The woman replied that she had heard that the boy was a friend of her daughter. The boy said his name was Young Shin. Lily said her friend can make anything, and she has a similar toy too. In the evening, our hero said that the girl had fallen asleep. The woman agreed that the child was sleeping very soundly. Lim In told the woman that in that case, they could leave the house for a while, as he had something to tell her. The guy added that today was probably a memorable day for Lily. She had eaten her favorite meat and talked to her mom about everything, so it will remain a good memory for her. The woman said it was a happy day for her too. Lim Dae-in stopped and stared intently into the woman's eyes. Our hero approached her and said that she was a fake. The woman blushed and asked what the young man wanted to say and why he was suddenly acting like that. Lim Dae-in said that this woman was not bad at acting. To be honest, he almost believed it. But there were a few suspicious nuances. Lim Dae-in drew his sword and said that it had been a long time since the girl had escaped from the organization. So the intruders must have wandered around looking for the missing person and would look for her parents first. Yet the woman who called herself her mother looked as if she knew nothing. There was no hint that she had been threatened. Lim Dae-in menacingly asked where this woman had hidden Lily's mother. The woman smiled slyly and said, "Does he really want her to clue him in? Where does he think she got that face from?" The woman swung and tried to strike our hero. The guy managed to dodge at the last moment. In the treacherous woman's hand, metal claws glistened. It was a dangerous weapon. Lim Dae-in said that he too is hardened in such battles and drew his sword. He sees her every move. The woman was injured by a rival and began bleeding. Feeling herself weakening, she told this guy to keep his guard up. They would retake the Child of Fire. Lim Dae-in stated that he had already checked the entire village, and there was no one here who could compete with him. The boy saw a glowing patch of fire in the sky. Our hero realized there was a multi-layered magic circle. The protagonist doesn't know much about magical circles, but a few of the most famous ones he could recognize. It's clearly a mana-sealing barrier, a demon summoning spell. It was an object transfer spell directed toward Lily's house. Lim Dae-in rushed towards the house to protect the girl. As he ran closer, our hero heard screams. Did a demon appear inside the house? The boy saw a monster coming down from the roof. It was a demon that had been summoned to sacrifice the villagers. He couldn't notice the spell because such magic is activated at a certain time. Monsters began to run in from all directions. Lim Dae-in took out his magic sword and engaged in battle with the monsters, saying that they only choose methods that spoil the mood. Our hero said he didn't have time to fight the monsters, and after putting on that very gauntlet, added to tell them all to go back where they came from. The children came to Lim Dae-in's rescue, young Shin and a golem, and Zeke, who had turned into a wolf monster. The children asked if there was something wrong with Lily. Young Shin added that no matter how much they wake her up, she doesn't wake up. And even if they move her, the pillar of light follows her. Lim Dae-in realized that a seal had been placed on the girl. Our hero knew something like this could happen. This is a sign indicating who is the subject of the transference spell. Lim Dae-in told the girl to wake up. Lily stated that she was cold. Our hero suggested that the destination should clearly be a pandemonium. The activation time varies with size and distance, but they already had about 5 minutes to spare. Lim Dae-in took the girl in his arms and told young Shin to follow him. They will go to where they left their luggage. In 5 minutes, you have to get out of the village and find a way to dispel the spell. Our hero is sure there must be a way. However, our hero was attacked with fire. The Red Goblin said, "Are they really going to be silent when these people are running away?" The boy wondered where the Red Goblin had come from here. The villain declared that this place would become this guy's grave. Lim Dae-in realized that the Red Goblin had escaped, taking advantage of the commotion. Lim Dae-in stated that he found a way to help Lily. The Red Goblin, directing the monsters, said that this guy needed to be destroyed. Lim Dae-in told the companions to try to hold out a little longer. Although our hero was in the zone of the barrier sealing the mana, but he has no time, so he will have to act at the limit of his strength. Lim Dae-in used the Heaven-Destroying Divine Sword. The first technique was the Heaven Demonic Slash. The attack was powerful and devastating. The Red Goblin was thrown back a considerable distance. Taking advantage of the moment when the Red Goblin was disoriented, our hero approached him and grabbed his chest. Lily was still exposed to the light stream. The commander told everyone to get down immediately. Lim Dae-in said to hold on a little longer, he would finish quickly. Even if Lim Dae-in himself can't use magic, he has the ability to use the artifacts he's obtained all this time. He decided to use the doppelganger mask he had brought from the Thieves' Guild. The boy decided to use the doppelganger mask he'd brought from the Thieves' Guild. It's enough to put it on Lily first and then on that rogue Red Goblin. Next, use the spell thief's mirror given by Count Golkin, which is mainly used to capture crime scenes where magic was used. Combined with a writing pen taken from a gambling house, a mark can be copied. Our hero further guessed the right moment, and using the leaf of the sacred tree, temporarily removed all magical effects from the target's body. The protagonist succeeded, and the connection was broken. If our hero dispelled the magic without taking additional measures, the connection would find itself restored again. However, the guy had a very useful bait in his hands. Bait was bound at the hands and feet, and her mouth was taped shut. She also had explosives on her. Lim Dian saw that the cloaked red goblin had woken up and said that he had a few more touches left to add. Activating the timer on the explosive, our hero told Red Goblin to remember to share the gift with his friends. Lim Dian added that if the villain survives, they will see each other again. Lim Dian added that in that case, he would visit the bandit's den himself next time. The move was accomplished, and the subject found himself near the Green Goblin. The villain said, "At last the child of fire is here again. The girl must bow her head humbly, otherwise she will be the only one in trouble. They haven't seen each other in a long time, so she must have a lot to tell." The Green Goblin decided to take the duct tape off the girl's face and hear her voice. The subject immediately shouted out that it was a trap. The cloaked Red Goblin shouted for everyone to scatter in different directions. It was an enemy trap. The girl shouted that she was the Red Goblin. The villain smiled in response and said it was a good lie. The Green Goblin wanted to say something else, but immediately there was a powerful explosion. The explosion that day killed hundreds of elite soldiers and 5 pandemonium leaders. Many experimental materials and research results were lost, and plans were shelved. Moreover, this was the village where the demons had been summoned, so if nothing was done, the undead would show up. It was impossible to describe what was going through Lily's mind as she was forced to burn down her home village. Lily asked Lim Dayan, "Wasn't my mom fake?" The guy replied, "Did you really know?" Lily replied that she guessed her mom must have died. Lim Dayan said that until a body is found, it is impossible to answer that question. Who knows, maybe the woman is wandering the continent in search of her daughter. Lily offered later to go in search of her mom again and visit another country next time. It was quite possible that she had traveled to another dimension altogether, just as her daughter had done. The goal of arriving at the Gaia continent has been achieved. Now we must return back immediately. But before that, there was one last thing to do.
Lim Dae-in said that he had taken care of his business. The only thing left to do was to go back. Until when does the doll intend to just observe?
Lim Dae-in called the doll by name Mordrea, or rather Abraxas. Abraxas said she thought she played the role of a puppet perfectly. When did Lim Dae-in notice the trick? Lim Dae-in replied that his intuition told him. Our hero couldn't admit that he had videotaped her looking at the carriage. Abraxas told her interlocutor not to shirk and to tell her everything in detail. It had been a long time since she had met someone as interesting as Lim Dae-in. Abraxas wondered, he came from another world, didn't he? Is this carriage technology from there? Does he know how the carriage works too? How did he get that demon sword and why did he want to see her? Our hero thought, while Abraxas has vast knowledge, she is always on the lookout for the unknown. She is obviously very curious. Lim Dae-in told the woman that he wanted to buy her wisdom. Abraxas was surprised. To buy, not to borrow. So she could ask for any price she wanted? Abraxas warned that she wasn't interested in money or jewelry. If a guy can't pay the proper price with his abilities, he's going to have to be held accountable for it. Abraxas added, if he could not repay her for his request in a worthy manner, she would still take what was due her. Lim Dae-in said that the interlocutor would not disappoint.
Abraxas stated that she liked his confidence. She will be looking forward to it.
Lily looked at Mordrea and asked, would they be soon? Lily comes up to our hero and tells him that Mordrea is not a doll at all. She's very scary. The girl took Lim Dae-in's hand and told him that it was someone else. Lim Dae-in thought that this was quite the natural reaction of a child. The woman said that they had been so tense for nothing. It was she, Mordrea, who had traveled with them. If so, she invites them all to her house. Young Shin wondered, how did they end up here? Lily wondered if this was the sea. Mordrea said it was where she lived. The last time she had visitors was 500 years ago. Lim Dae-in thought many travelers between dimensions had met Abraxas before returning, but no one told them that they had visited her, so they are the first. Noticing the fountain in the park near the palace, our hero asked, is it by any chance a magic elixir? Lim Dae-in was surprised. Are there really golden apples growing on the tree? There is even a unicorn here. You can also find mandrakes in the garden, but they are very strange. Abraxas told the young man that if he liked something, he could take it for himself, as no one had visited her for a long time. Abraxas offered to eat after the road, and our heroes saw the table set with all sorts of viands. Lily liked the food and said it was the first time she had tasted such delicious food. Abraxas told the guests not to be shy about asking for more. The woman said that while they were eating, she would like to hear a story about the world from which these people came. Limday replied that there was plenty of food on the table, the story could be long, and he could begin the narrative with the oldest civilizations, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient India, and ancient China. Abraxas inquired, what does the young man want to know? How to become immortal and the best swordmaster? Does he really want to destroy the world? Limdian said he wanted to know all this stuff, and also how to use it properly. The guy put his wristwatch on the table. All he knows is that this clock consumes a huge amount of magic. The hands of the clock move every time some amount of magic is consumed, each hand moving according to how much energy is absorbed. Limdayan thought, but what would happen if all 5 arrows were moved at the same time? Abraxas said that this watch was a very interesting piece. She noticed it right away. The woman said that there was a protective barrier on the watch, and that she would need time to figure it out. Limdayan asked, how long will it take? The boy inquired, what would happen if she failed? Abraxas replied that it was impossible, she just needed time.
The woman stated that if she couldn't get that watch sorted out, she would grant him any wish he wanted.
Limdayan asked what she wanted in return. Abraxas replied to let the guy surprise her. He has time before she is done with the watch. Abraxas added that if he failed to surprise her, she would take his soul. Limdayan was outwardly completely calm and said that they had an agreement.
Limdayan said not to put it off for long. He is ready to surprise the interviewer right now.
Abraxas looked closely and asked, did the boy decide to surprise her with this? In front of the woman was state-of-the-art acoustic equipment. Abraxas thought, does he really want to attack her with weapons from his world? Limdayan said he was starting, and started the process from his laptop. Before time travel, our hero had heard that Abraxas liked to hear stories about Earth from the Awakened. But people got greedy and started asking her for too much, and her patience broke. Abraxas' condition remained the same each time, but still many awakened ones could not fulfill it. There were those who managed to surprise her. One awakened Englishman thought of something. The woman asked, is this music from Earth? What a marvelous melody. She had never heard such instruments until now. Our hero didn't even have to use force or cunning. The next day came, the woman told the guy to take her with him. Limdayan replied that Abraxas knew he couldn't do that. If a dangerous creature like a dragon came through the gate, the world would end. He had seen it in his past life. The red dragon of the apocalypse. It somehow infiltrated the Earth. The planet's climate almost came to an end. The planet was only saved when he was caught and destroyed. Abraxas said that there was nothing interesting on this planet Earth and said goodbye. Limdayan thought that Abraxas was even stronger than the red dragon, so she would not be a problem. The woman said it would be dangerous if her dragon body went through the gate. As long as the power is sealed and she's in human form, there shouldn't be any problems. Her dragon power is safely sealed. Limdayan said that she could then break that seal, so it's dangerous to let her on Earth. Abraxas said she had a gift if the guy would take her along. Our hero, seeing the gift, immediately agreed. He said that every time before doing anything, she should be sure to ask his permission. Abraxas was overjoyed when she learned that she would be able to get to Earth after all. The alert system announced that a new gate had opened. All citizens of the area needed to evacuate to the nearest shelters. A humanoid monster, a ghost with a blade, has appeared on Earth. Wang Guo's tank came out against the monster. The people around him said that it was a golden giant. He was about to save everyone. Wang Guo thought that it was still unusual for him to hear this nickname. Wang Guo was given the command to knock the monsters down. The attacks of the monsters were not scary to the golden giant. Having done his job, the tank said that the area was clear and it was necessary to regroup. Are there any more monsters in the vicinity? Wang Guo heard some civilians calling for help. The golden giant immediately rushed to save the people. People were screaming that the building had collapsed and everything in the neighborhood was in great danger. However, the gold giant had broken into the building. Wang Guo carried a woman out of a collapsing building in his arms. People said that the golden giant was their savior. The rescued woman got to her feet and thanked Wang Guho. The golden giant offered the woman a potion to heal the wounds on her leg. A colleague asked Wang Guho, "Isn't he a tank? What would happen if a team member got hurt because of him?" Wang Guho apologized. He heard someone calling for help and couldn't help but react. A colleague was indignant. Does Wang Guho think he's a hero if people talk about him like that? He can imagine himself to be anything he wants, but he shouldn't set the whole team up. Wang Guho apologized and said that he would be more prudent from now on. The boy thought that he only needed to be patient a little longer. The civilians thanked and congratulated Wang Guho. They even wrote an article about him in a local magazine. Wang Guho thanked and shyly said that he was in a hurry. He still had a lot of work to do. Wang Guho couldn't believe that he was among the top 5 tanks in the capital. He used to want to become famous very badly, but now it had become difficult to live because of the people's close attention. The guy kept getting offers to join different guilds, even though he turned them down every time. Wang Guho was offered a higher rate. He didn't understand why they couldn't get rid of him. They even said that the leader of the 7th team must have already died, but that was definitely not the case. White House Guild 7th Team's office. Baek Yoon-hui told the guy that she knows about everything. She's already been told that Leader Yoon hit him. Wang Guho smiled and said it was his mistake. Baek Yoon-hui replied, "Even so, why didn't he stand up for himself? He's too kind to people." Wang Guho said that he can't understand why Manager Yoon hates him so much. The other leaders are kind to him. Baek Yoon-hui said he was jealous of him. They're both tanks. But Wang Guho has achieved much more success. Now everyone is talking about the Golden Giant, even though he's younger than Leader Yoon. Wang Guho said that he himself could not believe that he had achieved so much. However, it was only thanks to the leader's help that everything came true. Baek Yoon-hui didn't understand where this guy was still at. He's not showing up because he got involved in another adventure. Baek Yoon-hui told Wang Guho not to be discouraged. He's doing well without Lim Dae-in. When Lim Dae-in was leaving, he said that Wang Guho was in charge of the 7th team in his absence. If Wang Guho surrenders, everyone else will surrender too. Wang Guho constantly thought about it. Is he doing a good job? Wang Guho, on his way to the gym, thought that he should break down today's battle and training. Wang Guho saw the members of the other team hurriedly leaving the hall with his comrade lying on the floor. The soldiers from the other squad wondered, was this really all the cook was capable of? Did he really need to be so defiant? Wang Guho resolutely walked towards his opponents. These guys didn't expect that a golden giant could be here. The fighters from the other squad said this guy started it first. He touched them first. Wang Guho thought that these bastards had injured his arm. Even a potion wouldn't help. They'll probably get away with it, and at most they'll be compensated. Min Jae is just a trainee of theirs. Wang Guho thought that it was all his fault for letting this happen. Wang Guho approached the villain and said that he would do the same thing to him so that he would feel the same pain. The opponent said that Min Jae was talking to him, a senior, because that's not allowed. The villain said that Wang Guho was as slow as a turtle. He only knew how to threaten, and now he would teach him a lesson. The villain swung his sword to attack the golden giant. However, Wang Guho was not slow at all. He turned around and struck his opponent's jaw with his stone fist with all his might. The villain, flying far away and hitting his back, thought, is this tank so fast? Wang Guho was not satisfied with this and approached his opponent and struck him on the head with his stone fist. The other warriors were surprised. Their leader didn't even have time to do anything. Was this Wang Guho really so fast and strong? Wang Guho turned to the villain's accomplices and said that they were all the same here. A message was received asking all guild members to gather in the lobby immediately. A new gate opened. The warriors, frightened, turned around and ran away, shouting that they would report everything to their superiors. Wang Guho took the wounded Min Jae in his arms and said that this would not happen again from now on. However, the boy decided to do everything he could to take revenge on the perpetrators. There has never been a gate with such a high rating before. They're S-rated now, but they could go higher. The command has been given for everyone to go on alert. The guild leader wondered, had such a powerful gate opened in the heart of the capital? Wouldn't another dragon come out of there? Wang Guho reported to the head that the 7th team of the White House Guild had arrived on the spot. The guild leader, Mr. Beck, said that everything had already been reported to him. Wang Guho said that he would definitely try to consider his mistakes in the future, but for now it would be best to focus on the upcoming battle. Wang Guho decided that he would stop appearing weak from now on. It has been reported that the gate rating is increasing. We must prepare for an attack. But why did a carriage just leave the gate? Did the gate open just because of the carriage? In any case, we must not let our guard down while we do not know who is in these carriages. The carriage doors opened and Lim Dae-in came out. He wondered if everyone was here to meet him. The head of the guild, Mr. Beck, wondered, did Lim Dae-in really come back from vacation? Our hero and his team were being asked, had they really been missing on the continent of Gaia all this time? Lim Dae-in thought. It had been a long time since he had been in the interrogation room. Lim Dae-in said, after all, he came out of the marriage in front of everyone. Why is there such distrust of him? Lim Dae-in added, everything was going according to the developed scenario. I was enjoying my vacation. Suddenly, a gate opened right underneath the carriage and we were sucked in. There was no way we could get back in right away. Travelers roamed that world, making a living as mercenaries. All our possessions came with us. Lim Dae-in said that they even got into the elven forest. Some of the story is roughly the same as what Aximus told, but such an unusual story is hard to believe in principle. Lim Dae-in, finishing his story, remarked that he then happened to meet the great sage Aximus, who showed them the way back. The inspector inquired, has Lim Dae-in really seen Sage Aximus? Is he from Earth? Our hero confirmed, the sage guessed that I was from Earth. He also said that in a few months, the gate between Earth and the continent of Gaia will be joined. Lim Dae-in said that the wise man had given him a wooden staff. The inspector wondered, is it possible that this guy was given an object with such strong magical energy, just like that? Our hero continued, the sage said that by appearance this staff is no different from those of Earth. I am ready to give it to the guild. The inspector said he had to leave for a while. It was necessary to tell this story to the president. Abraxas inquired, who is the great sage Aximus? I have never heard of him. Lim Dae-in said he would tell her later and wondered, has the woman already learned our language? Abraxas replied, if you analyze the structure of that language, you can communicate in it without any problems. But I need to go to the concert of that music group just to hear them live. Lim Dae-in remarked that the band had already broken up. On the table was the food that customers had ordered. Pizza, chicken legs, and endless amounts of cheese. The children eagerly began to eat. Lily noticed that she was very hungry. Abraxas tasted the food and said that both the texture and flavor went well together. Lily remarked that it would taste better with cola. Lim Dae-in told the girl to diversify her food. There is no need to eat only chicken feet. Who will eat everything else? It's been 3 days. The inspector said he would definitely contact Lim Dae-in again. The young men shook hands and our hero said he looked forward to their next meeting. Lim Dae-in had spent the previous 3 days telling President Kim Soo-ho about the continent of Gaia. In the end, it was decided that our hero would be the guide when the connection took place in a few months. Lim Dae-in thought that while everyone was busy studying Gaia, he would go back to Earth and deal with the other gates that would open on other continents. The driver opened the car door and, after saying hello, said he hadn't seen Lim Dae-in for a long time. Lim Dae-in also said hello back and asked how the driver was doing. The man replied that he was fine and said hello to Lily. The driver said he would take Lim Dae-in and his guests to the guild. Abraxas was given the status of a tourist from the continent of Gaia. Abraxas, examining the car, said that the inside was almost the same as a carriage, only this thing was more complicatedly arranged.
The woman wondered, why doesn't the door open from the inside? Lily explained that it was very dangerous to open car doors on the move. The driver told the woman not to touch anything and to fasten her seatbelt.
Lim Dae-in asked the driver what happened to Baek Yoon-hui. He thought the two of them would meet him. The driver explained that the guild had a lot of things piling up.
Lim Dae-in thought that the girl was so busy that she couldn't even find time to meet him, and he was already prepared to listen to her talk about how he was gone for too long.
Our hero heard that thanks to the White House, Mix's people quickly recover after the disaster. All the destroyed buildings were rebuilt in a matter of months. At this rate, they will become a civilization of the awakened much sooner. The hairdresser met her son Young Shin and was very happy that he was okay. Lim Dae-in told the woman that they had some business to attend to, so they had to stay late. He apologized for the inconvenience. The woman said she was very grateful that her son had been returned safely. Lim Dae-in said that everyone could go to their rooms and rest. Lily should explain to Abraxas how things work. Lim Dae-in and Baek Yoon-hui finally got together. Our hero said, I heard that you have a lot of work piled up. Baek Yoon-hui said that Wang Gu-ho had developed a problem. Lim Dae-in asked what happened to him. Wang Gu-ho attacked the 6th team. Leader Yoon Dae-hoon fell into a coma. The rest of the team is in intensive care. Lim Dian wondered, had Wang Guho really done away with the entire 6th team? Baek Yun Hui repeated that Wang Guho attacked people. Lim Dian said that there must be a good reason. The girl noticed that the guy in the 6th team had had conflicts with each other many times in the past. Baek Yun Hui told the commander about all the previous clashes. The girl added that Wang Guho is now in the custody of the guild prison. Disciplinary action will be handed down after the tribunal. Lim Dae-in said that it was great. The girl was surprised. Did the commander really mean it? The commander replied that no one would interfere with him now. Baek Yun Hui said that because of this guy, not only could he be expelled from the guild, he could lose his awakened status. Does the commander know how desperately Wang Guho has been fighting all this time? He was making sure that no one dared to say that a one-man team wasn't a team at all. After coming out of vacation, Lim Dae-in slapped Wang Guho for the guy rushing to the commander with his callow tenderness. However, after that slap, the commander looked at his hand and thought that this tank's strength was growing faster than he expected. Wang Guho told the leader that he knew he would definitely return home safely. Lim Dae-in, remembering the meeting, told Wang Guho not to worry, he would handle everything. Our hero told Baek Yun Hui that they would go to the tribunal together. Baek Yun Hui said that 9 members of the White House Guild committed denunciation against Wang Guho. The case was investigated by the association within 2 days. As a result, Mr. Wang Guho was found guilty, and today a measure of restraint will be chosen for the awakened man. Min Dae-woon, Iron Wall Guild. Kim Dae-jin, Black Dog Guild. There were many guilds, ranging from the mid-sized guilds to the largest guilds. Lim Dae-in thought that all the superiors were gathered. They were definitely not here for the attack case. The attack was just an excuse. Lim Dae-in said hello to the guild leader. He had heard that Mr. Beck had been appointed president of the Awakened Association. The guild leader said that he really didn't want this position. There is no real power in this position, only nervousness. Night of the 7 Moons. Back in my previous life, after that disaster, people realized that they needed to unite. They decided to finally start running the Awakened Association properly. It was just a semblance of work. The guild leader was chosen to replace the president for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was the first awakened, and secondly, it was the White House Guild that supplied the potion. A member of the audience asked if an outsider could be at the meeting. Kim Dae-jin said that person could be present. The defendant is listed in the 7th team, for which the entrant is responsible. He should listen. You could say he was also involved. The speaker recounted the circumstances of the case once again. As a result of the collision, Yoon Dae-hoon ended up in a coma. 9 other team members were also injured. Baek Yun Hui noticed that the speaker did not mention why the defendant had committed the act. The speaker wondered if there was any reason to justify such a brutal attack. The vice leader of the 6th team of the White House Guild, Lee Hun-sik, who was also injured after that clash, said that nothing justifies violence. Our hero thought it strange. This man would have been healed long ago if he had drunk the potion. Had the guild run out of potions? Lim Dae-in asked Lee Hyun-sik, did he purposely not heal on purpose to show how badly he was beaten?
The victim said that they were attacked by a colleague whom they trusted. He is still hurt by it, both physically and mentally.
The woman stated that her son had fallen into a coma. The guild leader Baek Jang-soo is also a father and should understand her feelings. The head of the guild, Mr. Beck, said he was very sorry that this happened to Leader Yoon. The woman said it wasn't the first time she heard this. How will the guild head answer for her son's fate? Over and over again, the accusations were repeated at the meeting. Then the members of the 6th team and Yoon Dae-hoon's mother started criticizing the guild. Most of the people gathered were watching this show. Kim Dae-jin said that guild head Baek can't fulfill the duties of the association president in this case. After all, he is the role model of the entire guild. Min Dae-woon said that Wang Guho's transgression was obvious, and it was up to the Awakened Association to judge him. Mr. Beck said he would take all of that into consideration. Our hero realized what this was all about. The real target of the prosecutors was the White House.
Previously, the Black Dog Guild was the largest guild.
The Iron Wall Guild was considered the strongest. After the disaster, the White House Guild had greatly overtaken the other guilds. It wasn't just about money, power, and fame. They possessed higher-level knowledge. At this rate, the gulf between guilds will only grow. The competitors have decided this can no longer be ignored. We need to keep the White House in check. It was to the advantage of the opponents that Wang Guho made a mess of things. Kim Dae-jin offered the victims a contract for a double rate. In return, they must report Wang Guho to the association. Min Tuen said that the law also applies to the awakened ones. They should follow the letter of the law even more carefully and be an example to the citizens. Therefore, one should not turn a blind eye to an attack, especially against one's colleagues. The other guilds would likely want to keep the White House in check as well. Wang Guho should be stripped of his awakened status. Strong awakened Yun found himself in a coma. Shouldn't the White House Guild take responsibility? Min Tuen asked everyone to calm down and suggested that the defendant's awakened status be taken away for 1 year. There was no need to expel him from the guild right away. Kim Dae-jin agreed. He thinks the restraint is appropriate. Wang Guho was originally a member of the Black Dog Guild. If the awakened one was a tank, he would want to join a guild that was mostly people like him. Min Tuen thought that after a year, Wang Guho, who would have nowhere else to go, would be at the doorstep of his guild. Our hero, thinking about it, thought it was a real conspiracy. Only these people had the wrong people. Lim Dae. In asked for permission to speak, he has something to say as the leader of the 7th team that Wang Guho is a part of. Our hero thought that he would make them regret today's decision for the rest of their lives. The victim asked, does Lim Dae-in really want to absolve himself of responsibility? Kim Dae-jin thought that this was the opponent's last-ditch effort. He suggested that he at least listen to the 7th squad leader.
Lim Dae-in said that provided the victims withdrew their complaint, they would pay 5 billion money each as compensation. The victims thought that the commander was offering a lot of money, but in the Black Dog Guild, they would be able to earn such money in a few years.
Lim Dae-in asked, how about 10 billion? Lee Hyung-sik was interested in the amount, but Kim Dae-jin stared at him intently. Lim Dae-in said that they were willing to offer 20 billion. Min Tuen was startled. Why did this man keep increasing the amount? Lee Hyun-sik thought that for that amount of money, an ordinary awakened person would have to work for 10 years to accumulate that much money. Does this guy really have that much money? Lim Dae-in, smiling, said he was making a final offer of 30 billion each. The 7th squad commander added that he would also pay the penalty for leaving the guild. One of the victims raised his hand and said he was withdrawing the complaint. Everyone else also raised their hands and said they withdrew their complaints. Kim Dae-jin jumped up from his seat and asked, what is Lim Dae-in doing to himself? Is money really everything? Director Yoon Dae-hoon is in a coma right now. A man's life has been ruined and they think they can pay him off. Min Tuen said that his colleague is right. The important thing is that the victim is unconscious now. It doesn't matter how much money Lim Dae-in offers. You can't make a decision until Supervisor Yoon wakes up. Lim Dae-in said that in that case, we should make sure Chief Yoon wakes up and talk to him. Lim Dae-in added that if the victim's mother withdraws her complaint, he will see to it that her son is put back on his feet. She is also being offered generous compensation. The woman said that money was not important to her. The most important thing was that her child was healthy again. However, she doubted that it was wrong to settle the conflict with money. Lim Dae-in offered the woman 100 billion. The woman couldn't believe her ears. Lim Dae-in said that was the maximum amount he could pay. When her son woke up, she could talk to him about it. The woman said for Lim Dae-in not to worry, she would definitely talk to Dae-hoon about it. If the association had no more reason to discipline Wang Guho, the meeting had come to an end. Competitors were baffled. This guy spent hundreds of billions on compensation. Lim Dae-in thought he hadn't even started doing anything yet. Baek Yoon-hwai wondered if the commander would really pay the promised compensation. Lim Dae-in said that if you want the dog to obey, you should give it something tasty. Baek Yoon-hwai reminded the commander that she was in charge of his finances. No matter how well their potions were doing, they didn't have that amount of money yet. The girl said that they have to pay the compensation within a few days. Where will they get so much money from? Lim Dae-in replied that there was nothing to worry about. The guy added that it was their business to offer. Who is to blame if the victims suddenly refuse? Abraxas said that the longer she watches TV, the more amazed she gets. It's nothing like their magical glass balls. They even show other dimensions here. Lily said if Abraxas didn't finish his chicken, he could give it away. The woman said she was saving her chicken for later. Lim Dae-in entered the room and the first thing he did was turn off the TV. Lily and Abraxas immediately expressed indignation. What is he doing? Abraxas asked angrily. Why was it necessary to interrupt them just now? He turned it off at the most interesting point. Lily joined in. Lim Dae-in should let them finish the television program in peace. Lim Dae-in wondered why the ladies were freaking out. They can finish their program later. They have important things to do right now. Abraxas wondered what business we were talking about. And why is this guy bossing around? Lim Dae-in said that Abraxas sleeps and eats at his house for free, so she should at least work off for the food. Abraxas, the wisest of dragons, could not solve the mystery of the clock. The woman didn't want to admit it and said that she just hadn't quite figured some things out yet. Lim Dae-in remarked that it was good that he made her promise him a wish if she didn't succeed. In fact, our hero didn't think Abraxas would fail. Right now, the only thing he wants is to understand how the clock works. The woman couldn't do anything about it. She agreed to listen to Lim Dae-in's wish. After all, nothing was impossible for her. Lim Dae-in said he didn't even know what to ask for. He didn't think she wouldn't be able to study the watch. Abraxas reminded her that she was going to be traveling to Earth anyway. Lim Dae-in said that Abraxas separately had to pay for whatever he would give her on Earth. The woman hoped that this guy wasn't trying to ruin her. The injured Head Yoon woke up in the hospital and was surprised when he heard the amount of compensation. He was told about what happened in court, but he didn't think that when he woke up, he would feel fine. Plus, he would be paid such money. Lim Dae-in apologized and said that it would not be possible to pay that much at once. Maybe Mr. Yoon would agree if 1 billion was transferred to him every month. The woman was outraged because she had been promised something completely different at first. If they lied the first time, the person might cheat the second time. If this is the case, they need to pay even more money. Our hero showed the vial and said that he had personally brought this miracle potion from the continent of Gaia. The tincture is priceless. It can cure any disease. Lim Dae-in added that he had barely managed to get 2 vials, one he had already spent to get this guy on his feet. Squad leader Yoon said that he didn't care. After all, it was Wang Gu-ho's mercy that put him in a coma. The woman added, if the interlocutor wants them to agree to these terms, another 10 billion must be paid in addition. Lim Dae-in said that he agreed. In the end, an agreement worth 110 billion was signed. Mother and son were overjoyed. They were discussing the outcome of a successful transaction, the best deal of their lives. Suddenly, a gate appeared in front of Mr. Yoon. What is this gate and where did it come from? Mr. Yoon told his mother to step aside and not to be frightened. There were huge monsters in front of them. The monsters looked fierce and menacing. Mr. Yoon thought that there were 2 inferior orcs in front of him. He would take them down with his bare hands. The orc swung around and delivered a staggering blow to the wounded young man. After this blow, Yoon Dae-hoon, coughing up blood, collapsed on the floor. The woman at the side wailed bitterly. Inside that orc were Lily and Abraxas. Lily recalled that Lim Dae-in seemed to have said not to destroy this guy. Abraxas noticed that she was hitting carefully. Yoon Dae-hoon's mother called for help. She said that there was a wounded man here and he needed to be hospitalized again. Soon, news spread quickly that Yoon Dae-hoon, who had barely recovered from his coma, had been attacked by a monster and infected with an incurable disease. The hospital was told that there are diseases that even potions can't cure. It's most likely a disease from another dimension. Yoon Dae-hoon shouted at the doctor to get the hell away. There was nothing to talk to them about. Head Yoon, covered in sores, said that he needed that miracle potion. A sick man came to Team 7's office and asked for Lim Dae-in's help. He needs to be treated with the miracle potion. Every day, he is going crazy with pain. Lim Dae-in apologized and said that he only had 1 vial left. Yoon Dae-hoon begged and said he was willing to pay whatever it took. Lim Dae-in was surprised. Was this guy really willing to pay any money? The amount was said to be 150 billion. After a bit of thought, our hero added that this potion was the only one of its kind, so he had, for some reason, asked for too little. Lim Dae-in told the interlocutor that 200 billion must be paid for this potion and the papers must be signed. After all the bureaucratic matters were settled, our hero gave the injured man a vial of potion. Yoon Dae-hoon realized that the amount was excessive, but a little more, and he would go crazy. Lim Dae-in said that he had used up all the miracle potion he could barely get his hands on. Yoon Dae-hoon saw the forms on the table and realized that he had templates of the same contract in front of him. Lim Dae-in wondered, why is Yoon Dae-hoon still in front of him? He could go back and mind his own business. The patient was frustrated. This guy couldn't have planned the whole thing. In the same way our hero dealt with all the members of the 6th team. Wang Gu-ho bowed and said that he apologized to the leader. Lim Dae-in asked what Wang Gu-ho was apologizing for now. Wang Gu-ho, without raising his eyes, said that he should have done a better job of leading the team. While the boss was away, he acted like a little kid. When other teams looked down on them, he paid no attention. Even when they were treated unfairly, he did not make a scene. If the other team asked them to give up a task, he didn't dare say a word against it. If he had reacted differently back then, nothing bad would have happened to Min Jae. Lim Dae-in said he heard all about Min Jae. It said that his arm was injured. Lim Dae-in said that he should have let his anger out slowly instead of hoarding it until it all came out. Does Wang Gu-ho even know that if it wasn't for his intervention, he would have been kicked out of the guild? Lim Dae-in had always thought he could solve everything. Now he only proved that he could handle a whole team by himself. Wang Gu-ho said he lost his head and apologizes for it. The guy added that he heard that the boss had to pay huge compensation. Wang Gu-ho saw the boss raise his hand and clammed up. He decided that he deserved whatever punishment he got. Lim Dae-in patted the guy's shoulder and said he did well. The commander said he heard the young man worked hard and showed himself to be a good leader. He did an excellent job. Wang Gu-ho was beginning to calm down. Was the boss really not going to beat him up? Lim Dae-in wondered, did Wang Gu-ho really want to do that? The commander said the guy's been through enough as it is. Why beat him up? The boss reminded me that there was a welcome party, so I had to change. After saying that, the commander slapped Wang Gu-ho's back with the palm of his hand with all his might. The guy fell to the floor and asked in surprise because the boss said he wouldn't beat him. Lim Dae-in remarked that it wouldn't hurt to beat the guy a little so that he would be more careful later. Lim Dae-in said that Wang Gu-ho would get off with extra training this time and would always be careful from now on. Wang Gu-ho responsibly stated that he understood everything. The commander sent him to change for the party. Wang Gu-ho thought that the leader had taught him how to use his abilities properly. At that time, he didn't know how to do anything at all. Lim Dae-in even taught him how to fight. However, he was always kind to him, even when he caused him a lot of trouble. Wang Gu-ho knew that there was no way the leader would abandon his team. That night, a party was thrown to welcome back members of the 7th team. Lim Dae-in showed up at the party and said he hadn't seen everyone for a long time. How did they do without him? The twin asked if it was true that the boss was on the continent of Gaia. His sister said she really wanted to hear the commander's stories. Lim Dae-in replied that a lot of things happened and he couldn't tell everything in one day. Abraxas once again recognized that the food here was very good, but it was inconvenient to use chopsticks. Lim Dae-in thought that Lily and Abraxas had been idling and eating as much on Gaia as well. Apparently, the wise dragon stayed on Gaia. Lim Dae-in apologized to those present for being so delayed. His vacation had been delayed. As everyone had heard, he was in another dimension. The commander went on to say that he knew. Without him, things were tough out here. The other teams looked down on them, treated them like an auxiliary group. Baek Yoon-hui admitted that it was indeed very hard for them. The twins agreed that they were really pissed off about the situation, and they were even happy to hear that Wang Gu-ho had beaten the representatives of the 6th squad. Lim Dae-in said that now he is back here, and it won't happen again. Other teams will no longer dare to underestimate them. The commander said he brought gifts from the continent of Gaia. Everyone can take what they want. One of the twins got himself a concentration-enhancing bracelet. This comes in handy when you need to perform emergency surgery. The other twin got himself a fatigue-reducing pendant. Now he can edit video footage for longer. The girl got herself a magic crystal ball, which helps to contact several people at once. It made it easier to stay in touch. Baek Yoon-hui had gotten herself a ring that allowed her to use defense magic twice a day. Yoon-hui said that she really likes this gift and will never part with it. Everyone thanked the leader and said that now they will try even harder because only they are given magical artifacts.
Lim Dae-in said that everyone can eat, drink, and party to their heart's content. The whole team has the day off tomorrow.
Young Shin heard the shouts of the guests and said it meant hello in the Gaia language. Lily asked the boy what would I like you be in that language.
Abraxas overheard this conversation and became slightly embarrassed, covering herself with a blush. The guild leader showed up at the party and said he was late for work. The party seemed to be in full swing. Lim Dae-in wondered why Mr. Beck wouldn't have a drink with them. When else would he be able to taste a drink from another dimension?
Lim Dae-in asked the guild leader what was decided about the 6th team. Mr. Beck said he had decided to accept them back. Lim Dae-ying said that in such a case, the shortage of people that the guild leader feared would not happen. The guild leader said that at first he was really upset when he found out that the entire 6th team was leaving the guild. Then when he was told that they wanted to come back, he became afraid that something like this might happen again. Lim Dae-in said that these people would not betray the guild head again. Lim De-ying told those people that he would reduce the amount they owed if they returned to the guild. The guy noticed that the other guilds would now be watching their every move. Mr. Beck said that he understood everything, but was acting in the open. The guild leader thanked the guy for sorting things out. Next time, those people wouldn't fool him so easily. Similar situations can happen again, although it will be very difficult to harm him, but extra caution will not hurt. There is no telling what else awaits them in the new version of the future. Because of the fact that Lily did not become a disaster, there may be a new attack that our hero does not know about. To prepare for any outcome, you need to strengthen the entire guild, especially team number 7. Lim De-in said he wanted to ask the chapter for his promotion. Baek Yun-hui is in the commander's office asking what the boss is doing. Lim De-in replied that he was thinking about where best to put a new plaque with his name on it. Baek Yun-hui wondered, why would the boss want to do this? After all, his sign is next to the window. Baek Yun-hui asked who is Lim Dai in trying to fool. The commander replied that he wasn't trying to fool anyone. They had already agreed on everything. The girl wondered when he was appointed vice president. After all, her father didn't promote him. Mr. Beck wondered, what kind of promotion are we talking about if the guy joined the guild less than 6 months ago? And 3 months ago, Lim De-in was chilling in another dimension. Now he's back and is asking to be appointed vice president. Mr. Beck asked what other executives might think in such a case. Lim De-in acknowledged that the question was a logical one. Our hero asked, it turns out that he just needed to do something to make the other leaders count with him. The guild leader remarked that it wasn't just that, but if the guy really distinguished himself, the other leaders would have no choice but to recognize him. Mr. Beck acknowledged that the young man doesn't do anything for nothing, but he still had to think about it for now. Is it not enough for this boy to be a squad leader? Lim De-in thought if he became the vice president, he would have more influence. In order for the entire guild to become stronger, he needed to be at the helm. However, there was still a long time before the second disaster. The Awakened Association wasn't plotting anything suspicious. It has been announced that a new gate is open. Residents of the following neighborhoods should evacuate to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. Only one monster came out of the gate. He had one eye and one club. Lim De-in recognized this monster. It was a one-eyed giant, the most resilient of all the monsters like it. The commander said to aim at the joints of this monster. The joints were the easiest for this monster to hit. Wang Guho and Min Jae replied that they understood. The golden giant confronted the monster and applied his stone power to it. Ming Jae, with his axe in his hand, found himself under the foot of the huge monster. Just a little more, and the monster would crush him. Min Jae mentally began to say goodbye to his colleagues. However, the unexpectedly flying commander was able to pull the guy aside. The danger was over. Lim De-in said to Min Jae to wake up and come to his senses. If it failed to attack, it is necessary to retreat and attack again. Min Jae apologized and said he understood. Lily asked the commander what should she do now. Lim De-in replied that he was busy teaching Min Jae today, so the girl could just watch. Lily said Min Jae is kind of weak. What happens if he gets hurt? The commander said that was why Min Jae had to fight even more. At the White House Guild Hospital, Min Jae told his commander that he had finally returned. Lim De-in asked how Min Jae was doing while he was away. Min Jae said that even in the absence of the commander, he meditated every day as he had been taught. Min Jae added that he had become awakened about a month ago. However, he didn't have any powers. He only became a little stronger than a normal person. Min Jae thought it was punishment for his past sins. He remembered that Yun Hui had told him something like that. Even though this guy meditated every day and ate food with a huge amount of mana, it was strange that he had awakened without any abilities. The commander thought it was good that he personally came to check on this guy. Lim De-in asked what Min Jae decided to do in the future. The most important thing right now was that Min Jae had the will. Min Jae said when the commander brought him here, he thought 3 years of his personalized hell were beginning. The guy added that passers-by then started thanking him, and he was very proud of his work and happy to talk about it. Min Jae added that this is why he has no intention of giving up. Lim De-in said, that's great. Starting tomorrow, Min Jae should start working hard. The commander decided to show what this guy could do. After being rescued from under the one-eyed monster's foot, Min Jae said he was fine and unhurt. Min Jae had no intention of giving up and thought that he could still fight. The guy thought that if he couldn't fight with his right hand, he would do it with his left. It was more important to hurt this monster now. Lim De-in and Lily sat beside the car to the side and watched Min Jae's actions. The commander thought, wasn't this guy right-handed? He seemed to have learned to control his body. That was good, although he still had a lot to learn before he could fight properly with the squad. A woman came over and asked what was going on. So this is Lim Dae-in's hobby? Lim Dae-in said it was just a normal training session, but Abraxas said she wasn't interested in hunting monsters. Why did she come? The woman replied that she was bored. Abraxas, pointing at Min Jae, said that kid has an interesting ability. Does Lim Dae-in even know about it? Our hero replied that he knows about this ability. Most people with this ability don't even realize they have it. People like him are very rare. Min Jae's ability can be used in many different ways. It all depends on how it manifests itself. The fact that Min Jae is not much different from a normal person is one of the manifestations of this ability. Abraxas wondered why the commander was pretending like he didn't know anything. Lim Dae-in replied that there was no point in telling the boy about it now.
The woman said if you need help, Lim Dae-in can just ask. It would be fun. The commander wondered, was she not joking?
Abraxas said she was joking. She wasn't going to help him. Lim Dae-in wondered, why did they have to start this conversation then? Lily wondered what the two were talking about. The squad leader was informed that an anomaly had been spotted in the sky. It's still unknown what it is, so it's best to observe from the outside. Lim Dae-in was surprised and tense, for the red clouds were one of the signs of the second disaster. However, as far as our hero could remember, the second catastrophe was not due until about 6 months later. The commander said that training was over for the day. Lim Dae-in ordered Min Jae to go back. He should be patched up. Lily and Wang Gu-ho should take their seats. The protagonist said it was now time to get to work. The second disaster is the red mist. For now it hangs in the air, but soon it will descend and cover the whole city. Red mist is extremely harmful to the human body. Its effect on people leads to agonizing and devastating diseases of unknown origin. The superhumans weaken, the monsters become enraged, and utter chaos ensues. Our hero has been informed that a request has been made to the government to declare a national disaster. Each guild has been informed on how to behave in the current situation. Wang Gu-ho said that he and Lily had the perfect outfit. Not a single drop would leak out. The girl asked why the commander didn't wear a waterproof suit. After all, everyone should wear them. Lim Dae-in replied that he has a spirit, so he doesn't need a suit. Lily said with envy that she wanted to do that too. The commander told the girl not to relax, the battle might start soon. Lim Dae-in thought if the disaster started earlier, it was likely that this would also appear soon. A monster comparable to a calamity appeared like a red mist. Sisyphus Rock, this monster rolls non-stop. A monster that gradually grows larger, devouring all crushed creatures. At this moment, the size of this monster was about 100 meters. However, earlier, after gaining its gigantic size of 300 meters, it devoured innocent lives one after another. This time, one must attack as fast as possible. The commander asked if Wang Gu-ho would be able to stop this Sisyphean stone. The golden giant replied that he would do his best, even willing to sacrifice his body. Wang Gu-ho approached the monster and, resting his hands on it, tried to prevent the monster from advancing forward. After a while, the commander joined the golden giant and touched it with his hand and began to nourish it with his energy. The commander said that it was necessary to be patient for a while. Wang Gu-ho tensed up and lifted the Sisyphus stone above his head. Lim Dae-in said he should be directed to where he said he was going. Lim Dae-in and Lily stood on the shield and rose into the air, circling near the huge rock. Lim Dae-in pointed his gun at the rock and told Lily to attack the spot he would shoot at. There was a massive attack from the huge monster. Bullets tore through the monster's body and fire penetrated inside. Our hero knew that the monster's true body was hidden in this boulder. If he sensed danger, he would blow up the boulder and run away. The protagonist decided that the first order of business was to get inside this boulder. Lim Dae-in activated the very same gauntlet and approached the stone at a fairly close distance. With a few hard blows on the stone, our hero punched a hole. Lim Dae-in told the girl that they needed to get inside quickly. The protective casing quickly recovers despite the damage to the outer layer. Lim Dae-in announced that they were going inside immediately. Lily followed the commander. Lim Dae-in thought, how long could the gold giant last? Lily noticed that there seemed to be no communication here inside. Lily said that there was a strange sensation here, like space distortion magic. Lim Dae-in told the girl to stay close and not to get lost. It would have been safer to gather many more men to storm the place, but one has to take the risk to single-handedly take possession of all the most valuable things. The protagonist was interested in the black stone. It was in the chest of this terrible monster. The black stone is the source that forms the Sisyphus stone and the material that can create one of the strongest minerals in the world. It can be enlarged, built, and altered at will. Once upon a time, this country almost managed to capture it by sacrificing innocent lives, but it suddenly self-destructed and was lost. Years later, the Sisyphus stone reappeared in a neighboring country, and based on the data obtained, they managed to capture it by discovering the black stone. Lim In thought that this time he wouldn't be able to bear such a sight. Lily screamed that it looked really disgusting. The girl said she wanted to burn the place down and activated the flame. In was surprised. He said that he hadn't seen such an ability from Lily before. The girl was concentrating rings of fire in her palm. Lily noticed that Abraxas had taught her that recently. Lim Ying was surprised. Lily has such a level that even a dragon could train her. Lim In said for Lily to talk to Abraxas, and the latter would teach her something else. Having cleared his way by destroying small monsters, our hero said that he had now dealt with all the little things. Lim In wondered why the girl was saving the fire. Lily replied that she was very hungry and had absolutely no energy left. Our hero was discouraged. What to do? After all, the target is right in front of them, and there was a lot of fire in the beginning. Lim Ying thought that the energy was now much stronger than he had anticipated, and it would probably be difficult for the girls to fight. Lim In thought that there was definitely something ahead and told Lily to keep her head down and take her time. Abraxas asked our hero. He hadn't forgotten, had he? She reminded about the inspection of the moving cave. Lim In wondered, how long had Abraxas been following him? The woman replied that it had been since he had entered this place. Apparently, there is a secret hidden inside that moves this stone. Abraxas added that it would be easier in her present body, but now she would have to work harder. Abraxas stated that she was not only interested in how to build this big thing, but also how to operate it. Lim In put his demon sword forward and said he would stop the boulder, and Abraxas would take the black stone. Abraxas took aim and fired magical arrows from her bow at the huge doors. Lim Ying, at the same moment, struck a crushing blow with his demonic sword on the huge stone. In front of our hero appeared the shape of the monster that controlled this stone.